Ooh, that should be on auto. See, technical problem already. Hang on. Let me go back. You ready? You ready for this? You ready for this? That's better. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. How's everybody today? This is the start of our 12-hour live stream marathon. Technical difficulty, first second. Doesn't bode well, does it? Anyway, so I'm going to stop saying anyway, so because I keep saying it too much. Welcome everybody to our 12-hour live stream marathon session. This is something that an idea that I had about 2 months ago now. It seemed a really good idea 2 months ago, but as time has approached, it's getting a little bit hectic, a little bit technical, difficulties along the way, but I hope today everything will run smooth. I hope you can bear with us should anything go wrong, because to be honest, I don't have a big technical team around me. There isn't somebody there pushing the buttons for the cameras, pushing the button for this, pushing the button for that one. I have the lovely Louise. And it is literally just us two. So it's Louise and me. That's it. Okay. So we're in charge of the whole day. We want you guys to share this. Okay. I think on the bottom underneath this video, there's a share button. Share it with your friends, share it on Twitter, share it on Facebook, share it wherever you share your shares. I want to see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people coming on. Let's see if we can get 400 or 500 on at a time, shall we? Right, calm down, Andrew. So first things first. What was I going to say? First things first. Yes, housekeeping rules. We're going to be posting up links to competitions. There are some competitions that are going to be time limited. There are some competitions that you can enter throughout the whole day and the whole evening. Okay, it's as simple as that. When there is a competition coming up, we will post in the chat box the link that you click on to go to a form to put your name and email address. Click submit, come back and carry on watching. It is as simple as that. Click the giveaways that you want to win. If you don't want to win a particular giveaway, I'd like it if you perhaps didn't enter it and just give others a chance who actually need that sort of piece of equipment. There's lots of donations being given to us today, giveaways by companies. If you click and go down and where it says show more underneath, you'll see the partners who have very kindly given products and money and vouchers to give away over the next 12 hours. Louise and I haven't got any money for doing this. We don't want any money for doing this. We're not being paid to do this. We haven't been given anything as donations or what's that word I'm looking for? And that part, like a partnership with somebody. Can't remember. Collaboration. Yeah. So we haven't been given anything. We haven't been given products because then we promote it. We just ask suppliers, have you got anything to give for this? And they've given very generously. So help them out by clicking on the links down below. There are a couple of discount codes that you can use for Durston and also for Otto Fry. It's 20% off Durston products throughout the whole weekend. I've extended it for another week as well. So that's pretty good until around about the, 7th of June. 20% off Durston, 5% off Otto Fry. The Otto Fry's code is valid throughout the rest of this month and all of June as well. So please click those, use those coupon codes to your heart's content. Right, so that's that. You can enter as many of the competitions as you want, but please only enter each competition that you want to enter, perhaps only once. And I know throughout the day, we're going to be posting competitions that we're going to be talking about winning aprons and vouchers and that sort of thing. And if you accidentally forget that, did I enter it? Did I not? And you've entered it 2 or 3 times, don't worry about it. The software will be able to go through that we're going to use to pick the winners. We'll be able to see these multiple email addresses. You won't be penalized. You'll just only have one entry. If you come along and you did 5, 6, 10, 20, 30, or even 40 different entries like somebody tried to do a couple of days ago, well then, yes, you will not be counted at all. So errors, we'll accept, and we totally understand that. So as I was saying, we're not getting any money for doing this. We've already had some donations very kindly given to us on yesterday's film, the one we're getting excited. Thank you very much indeed for that. So what we're going to be asking you to do, if you would like to donate anything, not anything, donate money to us, we're not going to accept it ourselves. We're going to pass it on to a charity. Okay, so the money that came in yesterday is going to go to charity. And if you feel the need that you want to donate something to a good, worthy cause, and to say thank you for Louise and I sitting here and standing here and demonstrating for the next whole 12 hours, please, down below in the little chat box, there's a little grey square with a $sign. Click on that. I'd love you to donate. The money will go to charity, and the charity that we've chosen is UNICEF, because there's people looking from all around the world, and it is a global charity, not just a charity specific to the UK. Can you tell us a little bit about that, Louise, please?
Yes. Well, basically, UNICEF have said that coronavirus is the biggest global crisis for children since World War II. So UNICEF are helping by helping to prevent the spread of virus with medical supplies and implementing prevention campaigns and strategy globally. So obviously there's lots of charities in our area for our NHS, but we thought a global charity would be more appropriate, as you all watch from all over the world. So that seemed like the best thing to do.
So yep, so that, oops daisy. So that is the charity. And is that Bean Picking? Thank you very much for the $20. Do appreciate it. As I said, all the money that does come in will be donated to UNICEF, and I appreciate everything that you can offer. So I think those are pretty much the rules and regulations. If you do want to enter the giveaways, I'm going to go through those in a minute as well. You do have to be a subscriber to this YouTube channel. So that's the only stipulation. As I said, we're not getting any money for doing this. This is completely out of the generosity, and I said that many times, but a little subscribe would be absolutely fabulous, and that does help in some respect. When we produce videos, the subscribers love it. So yeah, come along and subscribe. I would absolutely love you to. I haven't got the subscribers on the list there, but if you know anybody, please share, tell them to subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's an absolutely fabulous YouTube channel. We do loads and loads of techniques and so forth. As you know, is that Matthew, forward $4? Thank you very much indeed. Really do appreciate it. And I'll call you out because it comes up on the chat there, and I'll call you out if you donate. Do appreciate everything that comes in. So those are pretty much the rules and regulations. I think anything I missed there, Louise? Anything?
So no, I think you covered it all.
I think that's about it. So that's pretty much it. So we're going to start at 10 o'clock. So we've got another 45 minutes before we start. So I think, again, down below in the description, we've got a little bit of a timetable that we're going to be sort of trying to stick to. May I just borrow yours? Because you've got the giveaways on the specific hours on yours, please, Louise. Thank you. Smash it. All right, then. I'll give this back to you in a minute. So let me just run through. I'd advise you to get a pen and paper as well. I know it's pretty antiquated these days using pens and papers, but it's going to be advantageous because I do have a couple of web addresses that I'll be shouting out to you that we didn't have chance and have time to make slides for. So I would like you to grab a pen and paper because I'll be shouted out some web addresses to some people who actually have sort of helped, but we haven't managed to do slides for that. So 10 o'clock, another 45 minutes. We're going to do some questions and answers now. We're going to be doing some polishing. We're going to be giving away some vouchers. The vouchers that we're going to be giving away are going to be able to be entered throughout the whole day. But there are going to be products that are only going to be available for a set hour. So we're going to be looking at polishing. We're going to be giving away some vouchers. At 11 o'clock, that's another hour and 3/4 time. We're going to be doing soldering, an hour on soldering. We have a soldering kit that's been given away by 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃. Again, 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃's link is in the description down below. We got a lovely soldering kit donated by 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃. You'll have 1 hour to enter the competition. When 11 o'clock comes, Louise has got a nice little set of buttons. She'll push a button, the link will come up. You've got an hour to enter the competition. I should have got Elaine, thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. Thank you so much indeed. Janet as well. Thank you. You are absolute gems. So 11 o'clock, we're going to be giving away, as I said, the soldering kit that's worth about £82 from Craft. 12 o'clock, we're going to have a lunch and learn. That's the time when we're going to have a snack. And behind, you can just about see behind Louise's head there are some snacks. There are some snacks that we're going to start to munch, and that's our lunch, because we're not stopping. We're going throughout the whole 12 hours. We're going to sit down. We're just going to have a chat about all sorts of things, social media and marketing and cross-infection control because of the virus, and what steps that we have put into place to ensure the safety of our customers when we open. 1 o'clock, we're going to be looking at texturing. During that hour, we're going to be giving away a Green Lion Jeweller's saw package, kindly donated by Otto Fry. Don't forget, Otto Fry, and the discount code is down below. Someone will win a Green Lion saw, and I know the Green Lion saw. Robin, thank you for the donation. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Liz, another 20. Thank you so much indeed. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anna Lane and Diane Morris, anything. I really do appreciate it. Janet as well. Super. Excellent. Really appreciate it. Thank you. So, excuse me. So the saw is going to be available for an hour. That's going to be going on a texturing at 1 p.m. 2 p.m. we're going to be doing the rolling mill. Doing the rolling mill
all day, aren't we?
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. I'll come to that in a minute. Okay. So at 2 o'clock, we're going to be demonstrating the rolling mill. Okay. So during that time, we're going to be giving away a doming set, a dapping set, I think as some of the Americans call it, again, donated by Durston. 4 o'clock, question and answer. That's going to be an hour just full of questions and answers. That's going to give us time to have a drink and so forth. 5 o'clock, we're going to be doing some bezel setting. That's going to be me making up a bezel for an oval stone, and some Diane, thank you. Anne, Nancy, Shelley, thank you all very, very much indeed. Really do appreciate it. You're absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much. Questions and answers. Bezel setting. Yeah, we're going to be giving away a GRS Benchmate setters system. So it's not just the Benchmate itself, but it's the dovetail plate. It's the, what's this thing called? Yeah, this is the peg. Yeah, the peg, and a few other bits and pieces as well that GRS are donating. Can't remember how much that was. Louise has it on her sheet, and she will shout it. No, I gave it back to you. And yeah, okay, we're gonna have an argument. Okay, I've lost the clipboard, and it's already. All right, then we're going to do another question and answer around about 6 o'clock. We're going to be giving away a kerf saw blade holder and blades. I did give you the top sheet. Doesn't matter. Okay, then question answers. Then around 7 o'clock, these are an approximate times. If we've got any time left, we're going to be doing some cuttlefish casting, Delft clay casting. Yeah, we're going to be that's about. And then 8 o'clock, we're going to do a bit of a roundup. Then you're shouting at me now. I have it. Do I? Okay. She's right. I do. Yeah. Oh, look at that. You're right again. You're right again. Right again, Louisa. Right. Okay. So go back to this. So 8 o'clock, we got a bit of a roundup. Romy, Shelley, Neil, Anne, you're brilliant. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you, everybody. You're absolutely fantastic. Really do appreciate it. SD Tuber, £10. Thank you all. You're absolutely awesome. So a roundup, and then 8 o'clock, we're going to be doing the grand finale. We are giving away a Durston rolling mill. It's an Agile C130. I will show you it now. I got to move my camera now. So let me go on to this way and go. Boom. This is going to be, wrong one. There we go. So that is what we're going to be giving away. Not that particular one, because that particular one is mine. You're going to be getting one exactly like that from Durston. It's an Agile C130. Let's move this back so I can see what I'm doing now. Thank you. There we go. And that is going to be valued around about £1,000. Okay, so that's what we're going to be doing today. We got lots of giveaways. And obviously then throughout more money. Oh, Natalia, thank you. Jackson, Sandra, you're amazing. Thank you, guys. You're absolutely awesome, awesome, awesome. Really, really do appreciate everything. I'll come to your comments now in a minute. We'll have a scroll through there and shout out as well to some people. But that's going to be brilliant. Thank you. So that's pretty much the roundup of the day. Pass it back to Louise. Thank you. Thank you so much indeed. And I've got this one. I did have this one. Yeah, so that's going to be very handy. I'm going to tell you the cost of what the giveaways are. So I need to do one thing first before we go any further. Okay, so throughout the day, we're going to be giving away At the Bench t-shirts, At the Bench aprons. We're going to be giving away Cherno Craft £20 vouchers, HS Walsh vouchers as well. More money, Carolina, thank you so much indeed. Go, amazing. Thank you. So we're going to be giving away these, and these are going to be going on throughout the day. We're going to be drawing these winners for these little items tomorrow, and we'll come back on, we'll do a little film stating the winners and what you've got what. So when it comes to the aprons, okay, I know we got the form and it shows one apron, but there's three different types of t-shirts. So we're going to start with our first giveaway. Wait for it, wait. Wait for it, you've got a little itchy finger. Wait for it. All right, so the t-shirts are like this, okay? So as you can see, let me come a bit nearer. These are the At the Bench t-shirts, okay? With all the tools on, absolutely gorgeous. So that's one type of t-shirt that you can win, okay? So I got to be careful with my microphone now because I got to take this off. Bear with me a second. Okay, so the other type of t-shirt that you can win is this one. So this is the, oh, hang on, my microphone's gone. No, it's still there. So, okay, so we got this At the Bench t-shirt. You can see it's brown with white writing. Okay, so that's another, nothing on the back, only on the front. Okay, At the Bench, online jewelry train, hashtag. Okay, so that's the other type of t-shirt that you can win. The third type of t-shirt you can win, let's make sure I get this right again. Bear with me a second, guys. Oh, my microphone's gone down my other one. No, I haven't practiced this. Hang on. Oh, hang on, my microphone's gone. Hang on. Right, okay, sorry, microphone. There we go. Okay, so this is the other type of apron. Look at that you can win. You have to excuse you'll get a nice brand new ones without the greasy stains on them. See, that would sweat. So this is the other type of t-shirt that you can win. It's brown with coloured lettering. Is that okay? Does that make sense? So there's three different types of t-shirts. You can't choose. They will just be given at random. We got about 20 t-shirts to give away. Oh, another one. Thank you, Judy. Oh my gosh, absolutely brilliant. Woo, 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 woo. Thank you, Judy. That's very, very kind of you. That is absolutely brilliant. Really do appreciate all of this that's coming in. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I got those t-shirts off. I am boiling. Okay, one other thing we're giving away now as well is, I'm going to put this on now because this is the start of the day. We're going to be giving away these as well. These are At the Bench aprons, okay? So we're going to be giving away At the Bench aprons as well. I think we've got 10 of these to give away. More money. Will, thank you so much. Margaret, stars, absolute legends. Thank you all very much indeed. You are much, much appreciated. So, so good. So, Louise, yes. Do you have that finger ready on that?
I certainly do.
On that button. Okay.
Which one, our apron or t-shirt?
We can do both, I think.
Okay,
so, oh my gosh, hang on a second. Ingrid, 100. Thank you so much indeed. Wow. Margaret, 5. You are absolute legends. Legends. I really do appreciate it. Thank you all so much indeed. Okay, so what we're going to do now, Louise has got a little pad. She can push some buttons. When she pushes the button, a link will come up in the chat. That is the giveaway we're going to be doing. As I say, wait for it. Wait. So what we're going to be doing is that the t-shirts, the aprons, the vouchers will be available all day long. You can come along, but please only, what's the word called? Enter once, okay? Multiple entries, you still only get one chance of winning. And we will announce the winners for these tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be lots and lots of entries for these. So, Louise.
Yes.
Push.
Are you ready?
Push a button, whichever one you want to do. Have you pushed it?
I have. Oh.
No?
I've got an exclamation mark. I'm not joking. Okay, let's try that one.
Yes. What we got? We've got one coming up any second. Any second. Any second. Any second.
I'm getting an exclamation mark.
Oh, no.
You've hyped it up too much, Andrew.
I've hyped it up. Julia, 1999, you are amazing. Thank you. You are amazing.
You might need to come and have a little look. I'm just getting...
What, all exclamations? Oh my gosh, and you are. Talk amongst yourselves a second. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. What are we doing here? You just pressed it twice now, just once?
No, I just pressed it once.
Okay. Bear with me, guys.
See, it's not come up.
Okay.
I go back on here.
Yeah, click on one of
They
them.
worked absolutely perfectly yesterday.
They did, yeah. You logged in as me here. You are.
Yeah.
Louise, you're going to have to. Oh my gosh.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to
Okay, so Louise's little pad. Oh my gosh.
Don't worry, don't worry.
We've got a backup plan. There we go. We've got a backup plan. And the links work. Joanna, thank you very much indeed. Julia, do the links work? Had the links come up, Louise?
Yes, we have one for the apron.
Can you click on those links? Do the links work?
Yep.
Yep, links work. Do they come up? Yeah. Oh, yep. Sorry. Oh, got another. What we got? Yes, Julia. Iona. Oh, absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much. 50 RONs. I'm not quite sure what RONs are. I don't think they're actually coming up in the chat, are they?
Yes, some people are saying yes. Some people are saying no.
Okay. Can you see them on yours, Louise?
Yes, I've got the t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And at the bench. Yes, I need to get these buttons working.
You do, yeah. Perhaps turn off Stream Deck on your.
Can I close the app?
Yeah, close the Stream Deck app.
Make sure I'm plugged in. You haven't taken anything out with your foot or something.
Bear with us, guys. As I said, so if I take that out there, is it light gone off there?
Yeah, they were all properly configured.
They were. Plug that back in, and we shall have another cease. So this is the reason why we had the first hour, just to get these few technical problems out of the way. So I do apologise for that. Bearing in mind, it's just myself and the lovely Louise helping us out today. Okay, so did those little buttons?
Links work, yeah.
The links are working. Brilliant.
Push them again.
Okay, can you push the buttons? Are they working on there?
I'm not working on the buttons. But if I copy the link.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so no worries at all. That's fine. Just a little bit more work for Louise, bless her. Cool. So why aren't they showing on my screen here then?
I don't know, because they are here.
That's okay. Yeah.
So if you see, and when Andrew's posting, it comes up highlighted in yellow, and it'll say competition, and then it's got the link then to the competition.
Okay. So we don't know why it's not coming up on our system, but we'll have to see about that. All right, a little bit more work. Okay. Ah, it is. Is that because you've tapped the button?
No.
Do you know what? Did you turn off the app? Not the app. Did you turn off the program on the? Yeah.
We started that. Yeah.
You have a view.
Mm-hmm.
And that's right, isn't it? That's me as well. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. No worries. Okay. Just a little bit more work for Louise to do. That's all today, as if she hasn't got enough to do. Bless her. Teresa, thank you so much indeed for the money as well. You are amazing. So yeah, so we'll be posting the links, the apron links, the t-shirt links throughout the day. And we shall see what's been happening.
Ooh,
wow, awesome.
Responses are already coming through.
Absolutely
so yes.
Amazing. So all the links.
Fabulous.
That was quick.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. So is that for the aprons? Nearly 200 people are in already for the apron. So appreciate it. So you know the links are working. And the t-shirts we've got, my gosh, excellent. So the links are working. I'm glad at least we got that working. And perhaps Louise has got a spare 5 minutes. She can have a tinker with that.
We can have a little bit with that.
Yeah. Mm.
Excellent.
Okay, so that's absolutely brilliant. So we're going to be doing these little giveaways all day long. So I think that's pretty about the housekeeping, the rules that we need to do.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what should we do next? Should we just, Teresa, 19, yeah, chat's not working at this end. It must be something to do with you, Nick. It's working for everybody else there as well. I think it will just have to catch it. Chat feed is going fast, yeah. But they will be put throughout the day, so you can go back if you want to go and click on them today. Cool. Excellent. Thank you all so much. Another donation. Thank you, Jackie Davis. Thank you for the £10. You are a star. So as I said, all the money that is coming in, all the donations that are coming in are going to be going to UNICEF. That is our chosen charity. It's a worldwide charity. So that's what we thought we got. Basically, we've got 350 people watching at the moment. We're going to be expecting a lot more throughout the day. So if any donations do come in, thank you very much indeed for that. It will all go to UNICEF, which is our chosen charity. Yes, Louise.
Sandy just made a very good point, actually, which I noticed as well myself. You have to change your chat settings from live, from top chat to live chat. Otherwise, it filters, doesn't it?
Right.
So I'm not sure which one will be better.
Okay, so that makes sense. So live chat, I suppose, shows it as it comes through.
Yeah.
Top chat will be just the top chats, I suppose, so it doesn't come through in chronological order. I would
I'm
have
not sure
thought.
what would be best.
I would have thought.
To see the link.
Take,
so if
yeah.
you guys can give us some feedback, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So again, I didn't have a mic on. Sorry, Louise.
No, that's okay. Is it better to have top chat or live chat activated to see the links to the competitions?
Yeah, just let us know. Yes.
Go to the live chat. Just swap back
someone
to live
says,
chat now.
someone says go to live chat.
Live chat is better. Okay, great. Yeah, that means you'll see everything. But yeah, we'll keep posting those links as well. So
cool. Excellent. All right, you're a star. Thank you, Louise, for that. Okay, so live chat is the best. Okay, so that's pretty good. All right then. So I think we can have a bit of a scroll through, see if there's anything, anybody we can call out. Yeah, live chat seems to be the best. Thank you all for that. Asna, I love your hair, though, Louise.
That's very kind. Thank you very much.
that is cute, isn't it? Thank you. Okay, live chat doesn't cut out spam, I mean. Okay, okay. So experiment with your chat settings. Okay, so we got about another 20 minutes before we sort of start our first live demonstration. If you've got any questions you want to ask, you are more than welcome to put it in the chat there. Oh, there we go. I had it on top chat and saw the link says Ingrid. Okay, that's fine. So you can understand what's going to happen then. The links are going to come up. You can click on them. We got... sorry, what am I looking for? Oh, Susie, 100. Yes, excellent. That just came up on mine now. Brilliant. Thank you very much. That Danish krona. Thank you very much indeed. Really do appreciate it. This is going to be absolutely an awesome day. Sorry? It's going to be an awesome day. So yeah, we're expecting we got some technical difficulties already. Chat is not visible. You have to, I think it's go to the top and it says show chat, or go to the bottom and it says show chat. If you do that, the chat box will be able to appear. This is the reason why we're not going straight into the demonstrations. We're just going to have a chat, just to try and iron out all the little snags that may be coming up.
The guys are asking about your tattoo, which actually has a little bit of an interesting story, hasn't it?
Oh, my tattoo, yes. So, yeah. So this is one of this is. Should we have a look? So yeah. So this is a my tattoo, and it goes right up. So the idea behind the tattoo was that, yes, I wanted a tattoo, didn't quite know what I wanted. I loved William Morris. William Morris from the arts and crafts movement, which was the end of the 1800s, early 1900s. Loved his style, loved the floral designs, that sort of thing. So I loved the styles, okay? The marigold patterns and so forth. Love that. Then, good friend of mine, Sam Alfano, he's a master engraver, world famous engraver. He does these brilliant scroll work. and it's a bit of a long story, this actually. So I'll tell you the story behind it quite quickly. He designs these scrollworks, these vector scrolls. He then will do them and he sells them. He sells them to big major companies and they use them. And he's a fantastic, fantastic engraver. Met Sam several times, taken him for evening meals and stuff. Anyway, so he very kindly let me use one of his scrolls. Let me just zoom in for this view. He very kindly let me use his designs for the scroll work. And as you can see there. So that's basically the story behind that. And that's what I've got. And I've had that done now for a couple of years now. So that's my tattoo. It's just natural scroll work designed by Sam Alfano, but in the same sort of style as William Morris. Another £20 from Jane. Thank you very much indeed. And Hero, I need my glasses. I should have a bigger monitor. Should have got Jazz's television, shouldn't I? Hiroko Kita, thank you very much for 2,440 Japanese yen. Is it? I think so. Yeah, you're amazing. Thank you very much. As I said, all this money is going, it's a bit too close now. All this money is going to UNICEF. So thank you all very much for all the lovely, lovely donations that are coming in. So you've got the links, you've had the links. Louise can post them again because the chat is coming through really, really fast. Competitions to win a t-shirt. Let me get my t-shirts back so you can have another quick look. Okay, so you can win t-shirts, okay? At the bench t-shirts, you can win these t-shirts, all right? These t-shirts like this, okay? With all the tools on like that, or you can win this type of t-shirt. Let me turn the back the right way around. At the bench t-shirt, brown or black. I'm not quite sure what they're going to be with at the bench on, or these type here with the colored. You can enter the competition by clicking on the links. You can also win an at the bench apron as well. I think we've got about 10 of those and 20 t-shirts. Click the links, fill in your details. We'll pick the winners tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of people.
Shall we do some discounts?
Yes. We have slides, don't we, Louise? We have slides. Do we have slides? Slides in position?
Bearing in mind now I've got to retrieve the links because my buttons don't work. So I'm not going to do the slides just yet. I've got to pull up the URLs again now.
Okay, so those were the first giveaways that we were doing. The next lot of giveaways, I just want to try and get rid of that. And by that, there we go. That's better. All right. So the next lot of giveaways we're going to be doing are for vouchers. Yep. No. Yep. No, not vouchers. We're going to be doing, what do you want to do, Louise?
What do you want to do? You're the boss.
What do you want to do? Really? You're only saying that because we're on there.
Should we do some vouchers then?
Yeah, all right. So we got some discount vouchers. They're down in the description if you want to sort of copy and paste them. But we're just going to let you know, Louise is going to put them on the screen.
The codes now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Discount codes.
Yeah, and also you could actually put the slides, the discount codes as well, just to really, really make you work really, really hard on this now. Yeah. So Louise has also got these are all the discount codes that you can go tap into Durston Tools, durston.com. In the coupon code box in the checkout, you'll get 20% off if you go to Otto Fry and put in the discount code that's shown on the screen on the chat on the right-hand side. Louise will put them on the screen in a moment. Can you drag the slides in for me?
Into the, okay.
Yes. So Louise now will actually get on screen the, there we go. Oh, we've also haven't mentioned that one yet.
That's what I've just put up.
Yeah. Is there the Otto Fry and Durston ones as well there?
Just put it in the chat, yeah.
You have, yeah. How about the slides? So do we have the style?
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So we've got the Otto Fry discount code of 5%. You use the coupon code ATB5. We have the Durston one. Can you bring that up as well? Just slide that into position, please. So we have the Durston Tools. The discount code is lockdown20. You'll get 20% off your order at Durston Tools. And the other discount code is half price membership to At The Bench, which is atthebench.com, which is our online jewelry training website. Use the coupon code LOCKDOWN. You get a year's membership for half price, which is only £90. You have access to over 1,400 films. You have access to me for technical support as well. And there's a whole host of other features on it as well. So that's pretty much it. So that's that code there, LOCKDOWN. I didn't put that in the description, did I? No. So can you just, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So everybody, thank you so much indeed. Okay. I'm on the coffee already this morning. Let's have a look. What else we got? Yeah, when you cut to Louise, the sound goes echoey. Yes. You say something, Louise?
Well, for once I'm speaking.
It does go echoey because I don't turn my mic off, and I have to leave my mics on because when I go to different cameras, I need the mic on. So that's the reason why it goes a little bit echoey. So yeah. So as I said, we're not experts in these things, are we? We're just simply we're simply having fun. Okay, let me just have a quick look on the. I don't understand how I can enter for giveaways. Who's that? Mirabelle, was it? Just gone. You just have to click on the links that we provide you in the chat. Click on the links where the competition comes up. It'll say competition, or it'll say discounts. Click on the competition links. You'll be taken to a form, name, email address, click submit. That's all you need to do. Come back and carry on watching. That's about it. What else we got? First coffee of the day. Yeah, during the day, should we ask our questions thematic? That's a nice word, isn't it? Thematically in the hours of demonstrations. Oh, okay, so yes, when we do the question and answers sessions, and they'll be announced, you can ask anything at all. When I come to do the demonstrations, so the first demonstration will be on polishing, you can chat away. You don't ask questions for the first 45 minutes. So between 10 and quarter to 11, so for the first 45 minutes of the demonstrations, whether that's going to be polishing, soldering, texturing, forming, using the roller mill, whatever, don't ask any questions, okay? We will tell you when you can go in the chat and ask the questions. And the questions then have to be relating to what I have been doing for the past 45 minutes. So the first one is going to be 10 o'clock, it's going to be polishing. Don't ask a question until 45 minutes later, and we will let you know when we want you to ask your questions. Then you can ask questions, and for the last 15 minutes of each demonstration, then I'll answer your questions. Any questions before that, we won't look at. Does that make sense? You are out of sync.
Can we just check, is anybody else having any problems with freezing or sound dipping, sound issues? Just to make sure it's not a widespread problem.
Okay. It could well be when I swap over cameras, perhaps. And there's a little bit of because Louise, because Louise is over there and I'm here, and when Louise talks, it's being picked up on my camera, on my phone, my mic. I don't turn my mic off, but I must remember to turn my mic off when Louise speaks. Hope that makes sense. And I do apologize if we do get any little bit echoey that comes up. All good here. It's good. Sound is out of sync. It's okay when I'm talking. No issues here. So sometimes no audio is all right. So it can be just an intermittent thing by the looks of it. But I think the problem is when I pass over to Louise, like now, and Louise speaks.
Hello.
Say a bit more, Louise.
It's a lovely, gorgeous sunny day.
Okay, so you may get a bit of an echo because it's being picked up on my mic as well. But if I do this and Louise speaks.
Welcome to the 12-hour live stream.
You don't get an echo because I just turned my mic off. You can still hear either way. Yeah, let's face it. It's just me and Louise here for the next 11 and a quarter hours, just chatting away, doing demonstrations. So yeah, please be patient. This is not a professional production.
Would it help if I turn my mic off during the demonstrations? So I'm not interfering with...
No, because your mic will only go on when the camera's on you.
Okay, that's fine then, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay, so I hope that helps. Oh no, more out of sync the more you switch. Okay. So I'm not going to switch it too often. Okay. Okay, it all sounds good in Chicago, the Windy City. I went to Chicago. I went up to the Sears Tower and the Hancock Building. That was cool. Okay, so Iona, yes, we did think of cutting off the comments. We were hoping we could disable the comments whilst the demonstrations were being taken place, but you can't do it. You used to be able to do it, but now with the latest edition that we got here of YouTube, you cannot disable comments temporarily. You have to turn them off at the start of the broadcast, but then you can't turn them back on throughout, and we want to have the comments on. So the comments will come up. You can have a chat with each other if you want to, that you're more than welcome. But for the first 45 minutes of the demonstrations, you can chat, but we won't look at the chat because we're concentrating on what we're actually doing. That will give Louise time then to go through some of the competitions and so forth and do a bit of housekeeping and keep you all in check. Make sure there's no trolls or anything like that coming on and spoiling it for everybody. That's pretty much it. Oh, there we go. Someone's saying when they refresh their page, we're back in sync. Yep, no sound issues. It's just an intermittent thing. Do we enter the competitions more than once each time it comes up? Okay, so if you have entered the competition for an apron, that's it. You've entered the competition, okay? Don't have to keep entering the apron competition every time it appears. If you've entered the competition to win a t-shirt once, you don't have to keep entering it to enter the competition. Once you've entered it once, that's all we require. If you enter it more than once, the software will take out the other duplicate entries and you'll still only be left with that one entry. So if you do inadvertently make a couple of entries by mistake, thinking this afternoon you're still watching me and you're falling asleep, and you go, oh, competition, click on it, enter. Oh, damn, I've done that competition already. It does not matter. Okay, does not matter. Doing awesome, just the two of us. Thank you very much indeed, appreciate that. Yes, so you can donate. You can go down that way. I'm sure it's that way, isn't it? Yeah, that way. Under the chat box, there's a little gray box with a little dollar sign in it. If you click that, you can donate. You can donate some money, donate some wonga, whatever you want, some moolah, some readies to, it's not going to us, it's going to be going to UNICEF, which is our chosen charity. Do appreciate all the money that has come in so far. You guys are absolutely brilliant. Really do appreciate it. And what we'll do, we'll be coming on tomorrow to tell you the winners of, I haven't got anything come up on my screen yet.
No, Ingrid's asking.
Oh, Ingrid. Oh, I do apologize. Sorry. Ingrid, can I use the half price membership to continue my membership? Yes, you can. We had this question yesterday. If you want to take up the half price offer, you certainly can do. Please then open a ticket, message us, and we'll make sure that the extra year gets added on to your existing membership.
That if she takes up a half price, but it would not be half price anyway on a renewal.
Right. Okay. So what's the renewal? I think the renewal is £99. So you'll actually save. So if you wait for the renewal, if you paid your £180 for the yearly or the 1 year membership. No, the yearly membership. When it comes around for renewal, it's £99. But if you use the £90 coupon code that we've got on here at the moment, which is lockdown, we will extend the membership by a year from its expiry date.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, cool. Teresa, is that Teresa? Thank you very much, 10, and Anna as well, 9, you're absolute legends, you're absolute stars. Thank you very much indeed, do appreciate it. So we are going to be coming back on again tomorrow. Yes, Louise?
You can use any email address for any competition.
Oh, hang on, sorry, go.
You can use any email address for any competition, but we do ask that you only enter it once. If you enter it twice by accident, maybe even 3 times by accident, as long as you're using the same email address, you won't be penalised because we can filter out any duplicate email addresses, so that's fine.
Okay.
So if it's an accident, it's no problem.
Yes.
If it's deliberate, then.
back and forth then with the camera. Okay, finish that. Okay, yeah. Does that make sense? If I fall asleep before the stream ends due to time that's different, would I still be able to enter any giveaways I may have missed? The time No, not all of them. The aprons, the gift vouchers, and the discount on At the Bench memberships are going to be available throughout the whole day. The other giveaways are time restricted, so you have an hour to enter those. I will quickly go through them once again for the 400 of you who, oh, hang on, yes. So if we enter for one, are we enter for all? No, you're not. You have to enter for each specific giveaway, because when you come to fill in the form, the top little graphic shows you what you're actually entering for. So the top graphic shows you, I'm getting an email notice for each one I enter. Yes. So that, yeah, so that's exactly the whole idea. So then you know then what you have entered. If you enter for the apron, and what a fantastic apron it is, that is the only giveaway that you'll be entered into. If you want a t-shirt, you have to enter the t-shirt. If you want to win the, you know what I mean. So that's exactly it. Right. Thank you for the £5. This is amazing. Thank you, guys. We haven't done anything so far. We've just been talking, man. So what's time now? It's 10 to 10. Nearly time for our first demonstration. There is the one thing that we are going to be giving away, which is the major prize, is going to be. Do we have the graphic that we can bring in for that one, Louise? Oh, do we have the rolling mill? You're right. Okay, so this is what we're going to be giving away at the end of the 12 hours. We are going to be giving away a rolling mill. It's as simple as that. It's a £1,000 rolling mill, kindly donated to us by Durston. Matthew Durston has very kindly given us a rolling mill to give one lucky winner. Louise is going to put that up on the chat now in a second. So if you want to win, if you want to have a chance to win the rolling mill, this is the link that you need to click on. So this will be available throughout the whole day. And then at 8:30 tonight, hopefully Louise will be able to go through all the entries, sift out all the duplicate email addresses and so forth, and we will announce one winner. You don't have to be watching at the time. I'm not saying you have to stay up for the whole 12 hours, because I do appreciate it, but that's going to be a big mammoth task. Hopefully I'll still be awake then as well. So if you want to win a Durston rolling mill, the rolling mill that I just showed you. Oh, sorry, Louise. Yes, Louise.
Nothing, I was just moving my finger.
Oh, so you had something to
say. I was excited.
Is your pad working now?
No.
No. Okay. All right. So there's the competition. Not getting an email. You should be getting an email. Pardon?
It says, I think there's an option.
Oh, is it?
To say, we'll check on that.
We'll check on that. Okay. Okay.
Can I post the link now? It's really exciting.
Oh, I thought you had posted it.
No.
I'm sorry. And there's me, Leslie. Thank you for the 9.99. Okay, this is the link that you're going to need. This is the link you're going to need for the rolling mill. It'll be up there quite a few times. In fact, it'll be there for a lot of times. So 407 people, really do appreciate this. It is absolutely amazing. And the money you've donated so far, absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much indeed. So I think we've got an awful lot of the housekeeping rules out of the way. I will be repeating them throughout the day. The demonstrations are going to be sort of starting like on the hour. If we could possibly try and keep it to that. So the first 45 minutes of each hour will be a demonstration. We're going to be starting off with polishing, then we're going to be going on to soldering. Then we're going to have a bit of lunch, Louise and I. We're going to have a chat. Then we're going to be doing texturing. We're going to be showing you all about rolling mills. We're going to be doing forming. Then we're going to be having another question and answer, questions and answers about anything you want. Then we're going to be doing bezel setting. Then we're going to be doing another questions and answers, again, about anything. If you've got time, we'll be doing some Delft clay casting. We're going to do a roundup at 8, and then we're going to do the rolling mill giveaway at 8:30. So you've got a chance of winning a £1,000 rolling mill. It'll be delivered to anywhere in the whole wide world. Okay. So remember, if you've entered one competition, you have to enter another to win the other prize. So one entry does not cover all competitions and giveaways. If you want the t-shirt, enter the t-shirt. If you don't want to win an apron, don't enter that one. Hope that makes sense. Okay, so all the links are being put on there. And also we're going to put the links on there throughout the demonstration as well, because I'm purely going to be talking to you with a nice little close-up camera. I've also got the overhead camera as well, and the close-up camera that is literally showing my pendant motor. So we're going to get that into place as well. Let's have a look. Let's get that nice and close. There we go. Okay, so we've got all the cameras around the place, and I'm going to be switching around, showing you close-up details of what I'm going to be doing. Louise will spend the time doing her nails. No, not doing her nails. Sorry.
Cheeky.
She'll be spending the time doing a bit of housekeeping, making sure you're all kept in order, make sure there's no trolls or anybody spamming the chat box. She'll be posting up. Yes.
I've just had a thought. If when you're doing your demonstrations, it's like now 10 o'clock, you're going to be demonstrating some polishing.
Yes.
And we've got some 𝗂𝗃 craft vouchers and some Walsh tools vouchers to give away.
Yeah.
So I can be posting those links up in the chat. And just to reiterate, the questions are going to be in the last 15 minutes of that demonstration. So if you can save your questions until 11:45, until the last 15 minutes of that hour, that would be great, because when the questions open then at 1:45, we can answer them. But also it just means that chat is nice and quiet, so you can all see the links really easily then to follow them, and it saves sort of repeating and repeating and repeating. I will repeat them obviously, but yeah.
Okay.
Just keeps things nice and tidy.
Excellent. Okay. Hope all that makes sense to you. Do we have to have anything else? Good morning from Montreal. Fingers and toes crossed. Yes. Hearing but not seeing you. Mike, having a bit of a problem, aren't you, Mike? Was cheesed off. I was woken up. I'd missed out on the rolling mill competition. No, the rolling mill competition, you've got to have the next 12 hours to be entering the rolling mill competition. The links are going to be coming up throughout the whole day to win that. Links to win the t-shirts, the vouchers from Walsh and 𝗂𝗃 Craft, and also At the Bench memberships and t-shirts and aprons. They're going to be running throughout the whole day. So a little bit before the top of the hour, we're going to be bringing a little slide into place. Not yet, Louise, I'll tell you when. And that'll give me time then to set up my bench. We got boxes over there in the corner with all the tools that I need for each particular technique. Going to get the box up, going to put the bench together, and then we'll come back onto me. And then we'll start the demonstrations for 45 minutes. The last 15 minutes then of the hour, I'll take some questions and answers. Let's have a quick look in a minute. My fiance cancelled our wedding because of COVID. I usually videos asked. I'm sorry to hear that, James. Louise and I got married in February. We were lucky, weren't we? We just got in, but before everything was shut down. So yes, yeah, Louise and I got married. Yeah, thank you. Just funny.
Yeah, you were really lucky, weren't you?
I was lucky.
Before the world shut down, yeah. Nearly got out to it, didn't you?
Yeah, my heart goes out to everybody who have had important things cancelled because of this deadly virus. Louise and I were supposed to go on several trade trips as well, and they've all been cancelled. So yeah, my heart goes out to you, James. I really do. Okay, do we receive an email when we enter? Yes. To the giveaway donations. I don't know whether you receive an email if you give us a donation, but you should get an email saying what competition giveaway you've entered. I'm sorry I missed it. I should have got this bit closer. Do you mean for every hour we can fill in the competition? Closing. Every hour we can fill in the competition. You can enter the t-shirt competitions, the rolling mill competitions, and the voucher competitions throughout the whole day. I will announce at the top of the hour what we're going to be giving away during that 1 hour, and you'll have 1 hour to enter that competition. So unfortunately, if it's it's like midnight and we're doing a competition and you're not awake, unfortunately, you will miss out on that competition. And the reason why we've done the timetable in the way that we've done it, and I know it seems backwards, and I do apologize. You would have thought, well, Andrew, you should be starting to make something, and as the day goes on, then you actually finish making something. I totally understand that is the very logical way of doing it. But we sent out surveys to everybody that watches the YouTube films and At the Bench members. And we asked for the demonstrations that you wanted to see and what time you want to watch them. So we took into account all the different time zones around the world. So somebody in America wanted to see, I don't know, Bezel Setting, but they can only watch it at 9 o'clock in the morning. So we worked out the time zones to what that 9 o'clock in the morning would be in the UK. And we're thinking, okay, that's a popular time. People want to, and that's how we sort of worked it all out. So that's why the timetable seems, well, Andrew, you're doing polishing first, but shouldn't that be last? So we've tried to arrange what everybody wanted, or the majority of people, what they wanted to see in a particular time. And that is the reason why it looks really weird, but we've done it to try and satisfy as many people as possible, taking all your different time zones into consideration and the times that you want to see your favorite demonstrations at the time you want to see it. So I hope that makes sense. Louise has been popping all the links in the chat box as well. You can enter these competitions whenever you want. Entries will only be counted once. These will be announced tomorrow. You can win 20 At the Bench t-shirts, 10 At the Bench aprons. There are 11 £20 Cherno-Craft vouchers to win, and also 4 £50 HS Walsh. It's 10 o'clock. Okay, so yeah, all right. So without further ado, we're going to bring a slide into place whilst I go and set up the bench. Louise is going to drag that into place. You're on the wrong one. There we go. So the first one is, nice one, Louise.
Posting up some
hang on. Say that again, sorry, Louise.
We've got some competitions now for Cherno-Craft vouchers and Walsh vouchers. So
okay. Cool.
Enter as many competitions as you like, but please try and enter only once. But if you do enter more than once, if you're using the same email address, don't worry too much. We can filter out any duplicates.
Hope that makes sense. And these vouchers will be available throughout the whole day. These are not time limited vouchers. These are vouchers that you can, these links will come on. These particular giveaways in this hour, will be repeated throughout the whole day. These particular vouchers are not time limited to the actual demonstration. What else we got to say before I go and get my stuff ready? Congratulations, you two have had a long honeymoon. Yes. Well, we actually made it, didn't we? We made it to Paris. And we had a few days in Paris, and that was just before lockdowns. Then when we got back, then I think we had another week here in the UK and everything went into lockdown. So we were really, really lucky that we managed to do that. And it has been great. I've enjoyed every single moment of this lockdown with you.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's sweet. But it's true. It's been absolutely awesome. And when we have to go back to work, I shall miss her terribly. Right. Okay. So let's have a look. Anything else we quickly want to say here? Everything looking good, job. So I haven't done anything yet at all. So glad to make this happen today. It's so exciting, and I enjoy a bit of content today by setting my bench. Lots of love. Shelley, do a ticket. I need to do the same. I'm not quite sure what that's all about, but we'll come to that again. I only seem to go get the subs package with giveaways. What a stupid thing we're doing. I don't know, Shelley. I only seem to go to the subs purchase page. If I want an apron, will I be eligible to enter the rolling? Yes, you can. You can enter. This is the whole idea of it. If you enter the rolling mill competition, you can enter a t-shirt competition. You can enter any competition that you want to enter. It's entirely up to you. Right, it is 2 minutes past 10. We're going to get the bench ready now for our first demonstration. We have 45 minutes of demonstrations. So I'm not going to be stopping to answer questions. You ask your questions after I finish the demonstrations. I'm going to go through.
Because then we can keep the chat nice and tidy so everyone can see the links.
Yeah. Hope that makes sense. So I'm going to go through the demonstration about polishing. I'm going to bring a slide into place now. It's all there, ready, waiting. I'm going to turn my mic off. I'm going to spend 1 or 2 minutes setting up my bench. Join me in a second. Nearly ready. Hang fire. Louise is going to pop a few more of the competitions in the chat. I'll be back in literally 30 seconds. Okay, and we're back. All right then. Okay, so this hour is going to be the next 45 minutes. I'm going to be talking all about polishing. Now, I'm going to lay on my head. When it comes to polishing, there is no shortcut at all. Okay, there's no shortcut at all. I'm not going to be looking at that. Louise is going to be sorting out some of that. But for the next 45 minutes, we're going to be talking about polishing. Louise is going to be putting some posts in the chat. They're the competitions that you can enter. I will come to some questions at the end of all this. So when it comes to polishing, you can polish by hand. It would be great though if you could get something like a Dremel or something like a flex shaft. You can just about see it here. Let me just open this a bit wide as you can see it. Or something like a flex shaft, or even what we got over there, which is a bench mounted polishing motor. They are going to make your life so much easier when it comes to polishing. So what do we need to enable us to get a really good polish? What's the things that we need? The first thing you want to do is, obviously, when you've filed your work with perhaps needle files, ring file, that sort of thing, you want to use some buff sticks. Buff sticks are amazing things. Sanding sticks, some people call them. You can get sanding sticks. I shall show you here now. You can get sanding sticks that are already pre-made. All right, you can get these. These are little bits of wood with emery paper glued onto the sticks. And you can buy them. You can buy them in various grits. You can buy them in various grades. Now, they are great, and you can go out and buy them. But because the paper is fat, I will announce these because these are absolutely fantastic. £50, absolutely amazing. Thank you. All the money is going to go to UNICEF. Thank you so much indeed for that. Do appreciate it. The buff sticks, because the emery paper is glued onto it, you can't necessarily reuse them as they are. Some people then will throw them away and buy brand new ones. Please don't do that. Make up your own buff sticks. We're just quickly going to show you how I make up the buff sticks. If you use these and they've worn out, keep them because you can reuse them. I simply go next door to my local ironmongers and I just get some little bits of wood. They are simply little bits of wood like this. We've got, what's that? That's about 3/4 of an inch, 20 mil by about 6 mil. And that's just a simple little bit of wood. Now, what I always do then, I always use what is 600 grit paper. I'll be really quick over this. 600 grit wet and dry paper. That's all I use. So I don't have various buff sticks, sanding sticks of various grades. And I'll tell you why in a minute. So this is how I quickly make up a buff stick. I will stand up for this and I will bring the camera down here so you can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Here is an old sanding stick that I've used. As you can see, it's absolutely worn out. What I would do is put that along the edge of my emery paper, get this edge right up to the edge of the sanding stick, then get a knife or a fairly sharp implement. You don't want the blade really sharp. You don't want to be cutting through the paper. You literally just want to be scoring it. You come along, you score just gently. All right, score it. You fold up the wood to the next side. You come along, you score. All right, you come along, you get the general gist of the idea. So you do that until you've gone all the way around. So that's as far as you need to do from there to there. Now you've got the score lines on here. Now you can go back. That's my lovely bench, not too bad. I wouldn't advise you do this on a brand new bench like I'm doing here. I'd do it on a hard surface. So now you can fold along here and you've got these lovely, nice, tight creases. And then we can come along and then you just carry on and bring your knife nice and close. Then you fold over, okay? You fold over. And you keep on going, and by folding it over but scoring it, you get nice, sharp, nice, close edges. And you keep going until you then have gone all the way to the end of your emery paper. There we go. Da, 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 da. Come on, Andrew, hurry up, Andrew, hurry up. This is taking forever. It's a long bit of emery paper. So there we go. Okay, and we come a little bit like that. We come around. Perfect, absolutely gorgeous. Then I would get some sellotape, some adhesive tape, and I always do that on the end, just like that there. If you want to, perhaps if you want to put 600 grit on here and you get like a ballpoint pen, you could put 600 grit on here. It doesn't work, not a biro doesn't work. Okay, doesn't matter. And then you get some more adhesive tape. You can put it on the end. Some people will put a pin on the end here to hold the tape. Some people will wrap some wire around it. So now that is your sanding stick. It's as simple as that, okay? That is your sanding stick that we can use. Now, I would make up a few of these. So I've got some more here. I've got quite a few actually, there we go. And now I've got a nice brand new one. So the idea is you will come along with your emery paper on your sanding stick. It's 600 grit. You then would buff your piece. I've got a bit of silver here. I just had it. There it is here. So you get your little bit of silver. Perhaps you're doing a flat plate. Perhaps you're doing a ring and so forth. So then what you would do is move the camera, Andrew, to what I'm showing you by here now. Excellent. Well done, Andrew. Zoom that in. All right. So this is the idea. You have your emery paper. You've just filed your surface, okay? So you've got some file marks in it. You come along with your emery paper now, and you come along with that, and you go back and forth. You use your buff stick, and you come along, and you get scratches. Obviously, you'll get scratches in your work, which is what you're trying to do. And what you're trying to do is to remove the file marks that you've put on there beforehand. So now you've got all those scratches there. What you've noticed now is that your buff stick is actually getting a little bit clogged with silver or with gold or whatever you are doing. So this little area here now that you have been using was 600 grit. It's getting just a little bit finer now. So it's not quite 600 grit. And that's the reason why I keep a lot of these buff sticks, because as you can see, this one, it's pretty worn. So what the idea is then, you would turn your piece at 90 degrees. You would get a slightly finer grade. And if you're using your brand new buff sticks, you would start off with a nice coarse one. You then would come along with the next grit down and so forth. But for me, I wouldn't worry about buying all those. Make up your own. They will last you a lot longer. So all the coarse lines are running in this direction, horizontal. We've got a slightly finer piece of emery paper. Now we will go now at 90 degrees. And what you're looking for is to get all those horizontal scratches out and to be replaced with the finer scratches. So we will now go in this direction. Yep, back and forth like this. So you need to keep on going until you cannot see any of the lines that were horizontal. So you've got all lines now running vertical, and all your horizontal, whoops, Daisy, and all your horizontal lines, excuse me a second, I'm falling on the floor. So all your horizontal lines are being now replaced with vertical lines. Then you'll get another finer piece of emery paper. With this, I will simply turn this over. You can see how worn that is. You'll turn it 90 degrees again, and you'll use your finer grit. And that's what you need to do. You need to keep going down in grades. You can use the ready-made buff sticks, getting finer and finer and finer, or you can get 2 or 3 of these on your bench and use them. And as you use them, they become finer and finer. And the idea is then you go over, replace the previous scratches with the finer scratches. If you've got some really fine buff sticks, you can use and keep going over and over and over. And the idea is you need to keep removing those coarse lines to put into fine lines. That's your first thing you need to do. There are lots of other ways that you can do that. You can use sanding drums. You can use these sanding drums like this that would fit into a Dremel or into a flex shaft, and these you can get in various grits, and it's exactly the same thing with this. You would pretend these are your buff sticks, and you'll get finer and finer and finer. You can use things like this. These are the Eve Everflex twists, and these are silicone wheels. Again, you can get these in various grades, and again, you would start off with perhaps a coarse one, and you'd work your way down finer and finer. These are brilliant for getting into those little nooks and crannies. So these are the Eve Everflex. I would definitely recommend these. You can also get 3M wheels as well that are absolutely brilliant. the same sort of thing. You would progressively work from a coarse to a finer grade. Lots of other things you can get. You can get these little silicone wheels. You can get rubber wheels, just like this. You can even get these little points as well that you can really get into really fine detail with these. And again, they all come in various grits. So you get the general gist of the idea. There is no shortcut. You have to put in the elbow grease to enable for you to get the best polish possible. So that's going to be sort of the preliminary stage. Then you can think about then, what do I need now to get a polish, get a bit of a shine onto it. If you're using a flex shaft like this here, the one other thing I also need to show you as well, my good friends at Burrs, I will put onto this camera, has very kindly sent me some of these folders, and I will actually stand up for this as well because I will show you. They very kindly sent me these. Ignore these for now, but these are all available from Burrs. These are, again, silicone wheels that you can get that I just showed you in various grits, going down from a coarse right down to a fine. And they are mounted or they are loose and they can be put onto the top of a mandrel with a screw. So these are absolutely brilliant. These are from Burrs, Burrs. Again, look down in the description. The link to their website is down below. We will come and revisit these a little bit later on. So we need to start now looking at using some polishing motor, or we're going to be looking at a flex shaft or a Dremel. You now can look at these types of products. These are going to be little hard felt mops. All right, so they're pretty hard. So what you got to remember is a hard mop is a hard polish. If you use it for a pre-polish, you wouldn't dream of using anything like this, which is a very soft mop for a pre-polish, because it's soft, it's delicate. This is hard. This is what you need to produce your first type of pre-polish. You can get lots of these. These are little felt mops. You can also get these as well. These are little calico mops that you're going to use. And my favorite, and I always rant and rave about these are white nylon brushes in the region of 21mm on a 2.35mm shank. You can't buy these everywhere. I've been trying to get all the suppliers to supply these. You cannot get them everywhere. In this country, in the UK, you can get them from Cousins UK. You can get them from Betts Metal Sales here in the UK. I think even Cookson sell them as well. In the US, I think Rio Grande don't sell these, but they sell ones very, very similar. I think Stuller and I think Otto Fry sell these as well. So these are an absolute brilliant, and I always recommend these types of brushes. You use them with a pre-polish, which I'll come to in a second, and they end up looking like this. They're a white nylon brush, not a bristle brush. They're a white nylon brush. You can get bristle brushes, natural bristle brushes, bristle brushes that look something like this. And these are really cool. I haven't actually used these yet. These are almost like star shape. And these are fantastic. I love these. Again, these are brilliant for getting into a lot of detail. If you have a setting or some sort of detail, perhaps you've got some reticulation or some little repousse, and you'll be doing some stamping, which we'll come on to a little bit later on in the day. You may have some nooks and crannies that you want to try and polish up and become nice and shiny. Something like these wheels are going to be absolutely indispensable, or these wheels here. These are going to be absolutely perfect because these are going to conform to the shape of the metal, and you can keep on using these until they go right down. These are absolutely brilliant, and I buy these by the dozens and by the 50s these days because we always use them in the shop. When it comes to polish, I'll come to polish up that in a second. When it comes to polish, you would ideally need something like a pre-polish and then a final polish. The polishes that I use here on At the Bench and also in our workshop downstairs is going to be things like 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗃𝗃. This is like the old-fashioned polish. This is like 𝗟𝗶𝗃𝗃, and it comes in like a big Mars bar. It's a polish that's slightly coarse that is being put within like an oil or a wax bar. Absolutely brilliant. Pre-polish. The other type of pre-polish that I would recommend is this. This is 𝗟𝗄𝗃. This is 𝗟𝗄𝗃. This is a heavy cut. All right, and it's the same sort of thing. It's a bar. As you can see, we've been using this quite a bit. It's a bar. It's quite a heavy bar, but this is a pre-polish. So you'd use hard mops with the pre-polish. So those are the types of polish that I would use. Then you would come to a final polish. So you would use something like a rouge. This is a very small bit of rouge that I've got left. I need to buy myself some new. This is Radio Rouge, or this could be Rouge AA Rouge. And this is a rouge. You can also use a super finish 𝗟𝗄𝗃. And again, I would recommend 𝗟𝗄𝗃. As you can see, we've used this. And this is a super finish. You can buy a super finish for yellow golds, yellow metals, hence the reason why it's yellow. You can also buy a super finish for platinum, and that is, I think that's a grey colour as well. So these are the types of polish you can use. Yes, I'm sure there's lots of other types of polish out there, like Lux and Dilux and all those sort of things, and they're pretty much the same. There's always usually a pre-polish and then a final high polish. So on the pre-polishes, you would use your hard mops. Okay, so they are hard mop. Use that as a pre-polish. Never try and cross mops. So never use a hard mop that's already been used for a pre-polish with a final polish, because they will become cross-contaminated. These I would use with a pre-polish because they're bristles. They're a little bit on the rough side. And if you use them with a rouge, what you may find is that they will still scratch, even though the rouge is quite fine, because the bristles are just that little bit hard. All right. So if you're using a pendant motor, those products, these sort of accessories are what I would definitely use. And when you come to it, again, exactly the same way as what we did when we come to the horizontals and the verticals. What you would do is, now you've gone horizontal with a nice fine paper as we've got on there, I would then come along, and one thing that you must do obviously when you are polishing is use some eye protection. Always important, because you've only got one set of eyes. You've got to look after them. So always wear eye protection, because when you're polishing, there's little bits that are going to be coming up, whether they be bits of bristles from these bristle brushes or the nylon brushes, or little bits of polish or little bits of fluff from the mop. So it's always important to wear safety glasses. If you want to, and you may be doing a lot of polishing, then perhaps a little mask to go over your mouth as well. That would really help to stop breathing it in through your nose and through your mouth as well. Bear with me a second. So yeah, don't use an actual Mars bar, but it looks like a Mars bar, a big, massive Mars bar, yeah. Okay, so that is what we're going to be looking at. We're going to come to the big polishing motor in just a second. So we've gone over our piece. This is a flat piece of metal. You just see me going over with the buff sticks, finer and finer buff sticks if you want to make them yourself, or you can buy your own buff sticks. So we've gone over to the last fine buff sticks. As you can see, you can just, it's quite shiny. It's reflecting the studio lights, as you can see, but you can still see the scratches. So then get your flex shaft, take out the bird that's in it, Andrew. I wonder where that went. And then you would then put in something like a nice hard mop. This is a calico mop. You would put that into our flex shaft. And you don't want to be revving these. You don't want to be spinning these to the fastest speed that your flex shaft can go to. This is a Fordham SR flex shaft. I would recommend Fordham. I'm not being affiliated. I'm not being given things. These are actually all tools that I bought myself. The Fordham SR, the foot control is absolutely brilliant. what's that, £230. If you're going to buy a pendant motor or a flex shaft, make sure you buy a nice, good branded one. It's going to last you pretty much a lifetime. And it's got a foot control as well. It's got one of these interchangeable handpieces as well here, so we can put on different handpieces should we decide to do that, if we want to do something else or have other accessories. But that's another time. So obviously now, when I push the foot pedal on here, this is starting to rotate. How fast do we rotate it? Well, let me just turn this on full. That is pretty fast. I would not put the pendant motor on that fast, the flex shaft. It's going to be too fast. There is usually an optimal speed. If you've got your pre-polish and you're actually polishing with that and you're going on the piece and it's leaving polish behind and you get black marks on the metal, adjust the speed. You may need to go a little bit faster. You may need to go a little bit slower. So say you're going along at this sort of speed, okay? And what you've got to remember is that when the mop goes on the metal, if you push down it hard, the speed will drop. So you may have to increase the speed to compensate for that. So glasses on, Andrew. So we get our pre-polish, and what you want to do is put that onto the, you can hear the pendant motor speed drops. So a bit faster, put it on it. Then we come along to our piece of metal. And because this is running in a direction, you're going to turn your piece of work. So now the previous lines that you put on are running vertical, the scratches. And if we're going this way, you'd now go at 90 degrees to what you've just put on. Let's see if we can get a little bit closer on this camera again as well. Can we go any closer, Andrew, on this? Yes, we can. And can we lift up this camera, Andrew? Can we build it? Yes, we can. There we go. All right, so we can see that. That's pretty good. So you've got the lines running back and forth. So now we will carry on going back and forth in this direction. And what you're looking to do is to remove all the scratches that have been put on with your emery stick. So they're running this way and you're looking to polish in that direction. If you went slow, yeah, you're going to get there, but you're going to get there slowly. If you increase the speed and go over, always keep the mop moving, especially if you've got a flat surface like this, so you don't get undulations. Go over it. Keep replenishing the polish on the mop as well, and keep going back and forth. It's starting to get rather hot, because silver conducts the heat very, very easily. So you can go over. You can see how we're getting not a bad shine on this already. If you want to increase the speed, let's increase the speed. Yowzers, it's getting rather hot now. And you can see there's an optimal speed. If I go too fast on here, you may find that you're being left with bits of polish, but perhaps you may want to increase the speed and you'll find then that the polish will disappear. So there's also a good speed. Keep replenishing. I'm stopping, that's getting pretty hot. So you would carry on using the mop, going in that direction. I'm using a cloth just to wipe it. You can use an ultrasonic, you can use some hot soapy water to remove the polish. Once you've done the pre-polish, and it is important to remove the pre-polish before you go on to the next stage, which is going to be your final polish. There are products to protect your fingers. Okay, I'll just cover this very, very quickly now. There's things like them, and there are things like these. So here we've got what's called, I call this rhino skin. Again, this is available from Cherno Craft. If you want to click the links down below, it's available from most tool suppliers. but get it from 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏. Give the guys down there a shout from me. This is absolutely fantastic because this is just almost like a bandage sort of thing. This is pretty much all gone now, actually. So this will, if I can undo it, that is the end, yeah. Yeah, this will wrap around your finger to protect your fingers. You can also use these. These are little finger mops that go on your finger. Let me just take this out, rub it on the close side. There, so those will go on your fingers like this to protect your fingers. These are called rhino skins. They will go on, and these will protect your fingers from the heat and also from constant wearing out when you're polishing. These are absolutely fantastic, although they are a little bit on the pricey side. I would definitely recommend these. This is alligator skin, rhino skin. It'll just wrap around your finger to protect your finger. And if you're doing rings, this is going to be an absolute godsend as well. I will show you now, because you can actually put the ring inside. It's almost like a nutcracker. And now you can do the insides of rings. What would I use for the insides of rings? I would use my little white nylon brushes to get in the insides here, because these are absolutely fantastic. They will conform to the shape and so forth. So this is another little tool that you can buy fairly, fairly cheaply. It'll just hold on to the ring, because the metal gets really, I have a ring on before Louise sees, but the ring gets really, really hot, and the metal gets really, really hot, and it is important to protect your fingers. So we've gone over it with the pre-polish. Then we get our rouge. We'll use this one. We'll use a brand new one, shall we? This is a brand new one. You may want to have, again, semi-protection with this, and also perhaps if it's a brand new mop, you may want to put a mask on, because this does throw up quite a bit of dust when we come to use it for the first time. After you've used it for the first time, all that initial dust will come off. We use the super finish we got here. Let's just have a quick look. I am rushing on this now because I am aware of the time. I'm going to talk about the bench mounted polishing motor in a moment. So we've got rid of all the not quite all the scratches running in that one direction from the emery paper, because then we've used the pre-polish to go in the opposite direction. Now we do exactly the same. We turn our piece of metal 90 degrees, and now we try and polish using the rouge, or your Menzurner, or your high finish Lux. So we put that on there, and you can see we do have a little bit of dust coming off just the first time you've used it. Make sure your hands are nice and clean as well. You don't have any pre-polish on your hands. Make sure perhaps your bench peg is perhaps covered. You may want to cover your bench peg with a cloth like this to protect your peg. So you're going to use this then with some rouge, but take care this does not get wrapped around within the mop itself. And now you can go over now exactly the same way. Again, you're going to find an optimal speed that it will be nice and clean. Always come back to your polish every few seconds. Always replenish the polish on your piece. You can see it was yellow. Now it's turning this color. And we carry on, we carry on, we carry on in exactly the same way. And I know I've really rushed this. Really should take a little bit more care over this. And you can see where I've been going back and forth. Increase the speed if you want to. Turn it at 90 degrees again, and then just do it a little bit lighter. Admittedly, I should take a lot more time doing this and making sure that I get all the scratches, but obviously I am limited to time on this. But in that little short space of time, you can see we've got some dust flying around the place now from where I've been using the new mop. But from this now, you should be able to see, you can just see some scratches still, so I apologize for that. You can see how shiny that is. You can see, yes, sorry, Louise. So you can just about see a bit of a nice shine coming on that. it will take a little bit longer, but you can see what I mean about polishing. You've got to take your time, use finer and finer. You can't simply go from a file straight to a polish. You still have to use the emery paper to go through the various grades or various worn out bits of sanding stick, buff sticks, to take you through the various grades. So that's brilliant. A flex shaft will see you through an awful lot. We always use a flex shaft. We always use the inside, these things, the white nylon brushes to do the insides. These are brilliant also to conform for various shapes. Use also these in your flex shaft, the Eve Everflex twist as well. These are superb for getting all the detail in the pieces. So that's using the flex shaft. One other thing that you may want to get is this. And no, it's not my ponytail that I cut off last week. Okay. Although, what do you think? It would look nice, wouldn't it? Like this. These are called threads, or thrumming threads, polishing threads. What do we do with these? Good question. It's a good question. I found these really hard to find actually the other day. What we do with these, say you've got a setting. This flying area, I should use a used one. If you've got a setting or some really sort of little holes in some pieces, in some rings that you really can't quite get inside, you can't get a mop in there, you can't get a brush in there, I have to blow my nose in it, you would then use one of these threads. You would take a couple of these threads out. Yeah, you take some of these threads out. Let me just show you here. All right, you pull these out. He says, can I pull these out? No, we can't. All right, you'll get these threads. You'll then perhaps tie them to your bench or put a nail or a drawing pin under the bench. You tie them to them. You get the threads. You get your pre-polish. You run your pre-polish up and down the threads. Let me see if I can pull these out. This is silly if I can't pull these out.
While you're doing that,
oh yes,
get some confirmation on how long these discount codes.
Okay, sure thing. The Auto Fry discount code is available, and you can use it throughout all this month and all of June. Okay, so that's the 5% discount. The Durston code, which is lockdown 20% off, you should be able to use for the rest of this week and all of next week as well. So that is an absolutely amazing 20% off, never to be repeated. I know that a few people have gone onto the Durston website and go, oh, Andrew, but it says only 10% on there. Yes, it does. But Matthew has agreed to give us 20% off. And the only way to get 20% off is to use the code that I have just given you, which is lockdown 20. It'll be in the chat. We'll put it on screen throughout the rest of the day as well. So that should be available this week and next week. Is that okay? Cool. Excellent. And and the 50% membership off at the bench is going to be available for the rest of this month and all of June as well. End of June as well. Yep. Okay, cool. No problem at all. So you get your threads, you would get your pre-polish, you'd rub your pre-polish up and down the threads. So the thread has been impregnated with it, and then you would thrum it. It's called thrumming. You would perhaps thread the threads through the hole, through the little underneath the setting or something like that, or in a really tight corner that a brush and a polishing mop can't get to. And you would just move the piece up and down, and it's called thrumming. And you'd use that, and then you get another few strands, put some rouge on it, and do exactly the same thing. That is brilliant for getting in the tight little areas that a mop can't, that only a thread can do it. Right. We've got about another 10 minutes. I'm going to talk about now the bench-mounted polishing motors. Again, we're going to take the camera over there in a second. I'm going to show you the polishing motor there. Exactly what I've just talked about. The polishes are exactly the same. The difference is the mops are bigger. You can do exactly the same thing. We've got some hard felt mops for the flex shaft and the pendant motor. You can get hard felt mops as well, like these here, to go on your bench mounted polishing motor. Nice hard felt mops like that. Then that's going to be obviously for your hard. You would use a calico mop, which is again a lot bigger. Not this, little bitty diddy one, massive one. You can get these in like a 4-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch. You can get them in various widths as well. This is about 1.5 inches, something like that. You can go wider if you wanted to, but if this is slightly out of true, your polishing motor will wobble all over the bench because it may be out of true. Like that, easy, good. So exactly the same thing. You'd have a slightly harder mop for your pre-polish, a calico, or you can pick up these mops as well, which are like the fake chamois leather, which again are absolutely brilliant. You can see. And the advantage with these is that these don't really shed. This is from a company called Hatho. So you can get them as well. I'm not quite sure what these are called, but these are like synthetic chamois. Really, really nice, really nice. The advantage is they don't chuck up the dust. You can get the fine ones as well. And then once you've gone through the calico, the coarse, the pre-polish, then you'd use something like this, which is a lovely, gorgeous, soft swan's down mop for your final polishing. With these, you really should have extraction because, as you can see, there's a lot of material, there's a lot of cloth, and initially when you start to use these, you get an awful lot of dust coming at you. Once you've used the mops for a little while, some people say after you use the mops for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, you need to dress the mop. Excuse me. What does that mean? It means that you get a rake, not a garden rake, but a mop rake. You can buy them, or you can make your own simply by having a piece of wood and drilling some screws through it so the screws stick out to the surface, or you can just grab yourself an old file and use the tang to go over the mop. When the mop is rotating, sometimes the polish makes the mop really quite hard, and the mop, the polish becomes quite caked. It's no good. You need to get the rake and rub it up against the rotating mop just to soften that mop up again, just to get rid of all that caked hardness. Then you can then start to use your polish on it again. But we're just going to go over to the polish motor there just for you to see what I mean. Just bear with me a second. I shall just quickly move the camera over here. He said, not trying not to do anything at all. All right, so let's just go nice and wide on this and come to here, and let's go on to the close-up. So this is what we use here. This is a double spindled polishing motor. One side we've got calico, so this is the hard, this is the soft, this is the rouge over here. So again, you never use contaminate the mop. So even though we've got triply pre-polish on here, you would never put rouge on here, and likewise this is the rouge side. We would never put a pre-polish on here. To always keep your mops separate. Keep your mops also, you can use silver and gold mops together, but I wouldn't recommend you having platinum. Platinum needs a completely different approach. So try and keep your mops separate from different metals if you possibly can. And you can see what I mean about the threads on here. You can, if I zoom in and show you here, you can actually see all the threads starting to come off. These will fly off, so it is important that you do wear a mask for this if you want to save your lungs, and also definitely have eye protection. This obviously has extraction. There's extraction down the bottom of here, and that gets caught up in the filtration system with this one. There are lots of different types of polishing motors. This is the double-ended polishing motor from Durston. Again, if you want to get 20% off, use the code lockdown20 on Matthew's site, and you can get all of Matthew's products at 20% off. So what we would simply do here is, let me just grab my, and let's grab that. So what we would do here is keep your pre-polish on the one side. We then would keep the final polish on the other side. Now, when it comes to polishing, when this starts to rotate, this rotates around about 2,500 times a minute. And it can be very, very dangerous. So what I would advise you to do is think about the side of your mop. Let me just quickly show you here. So when this mop rotates in this direction, the ideal area to polish is in this direction here. So between sort of 3 o'clock and 5 o'clock position. So always polish in this area. Don't try and polish up here because your piece will get ripped out of your hands. Don't try and take it too far down because it's going to get dragged. Never ever polish chains either using these mops. Very, very dangerous. Always use a different type of polishing, and I'll explain that at another time. But you can use these for nice bits of metal like this. So let's start up the machine. It's going to be quite loud. We've got the extraction going on this. So let's start this off. Again, when you address the mop, you put the polish on it, run it over a few times like that. Come a bit closer for you to see. So you never put your metal up here. You never take it down there. You always put it in this area by here. Always have a leading edge pointing it away from you. Don't try and polish this way. You got an edge. So always make sure you polish it and always use the whole width of the mop. Also have the piece in an open grip. So should it get caught, it'll just be taken away from you. Don't put your fingers around it like this. Very dangerous. So always go over nice and gradually. Come along, a bit more polish, carry on going. Again, if you want to turn it 90 degrees, you can do. Back and forth, back and forth. If you keep this in one place, you're likely to get little lines put in from the mop, so always move it back and forth, gentle. There's no need to push it really hard at all, just gently does it. And you can see then we get a really fantastic finish. Exactly the same way, what we would do is put that in an ultrasonic or a nice hot soapy water. For this demonstration, I'm just simply going to wipe it. You can see what it does to your fingers. The polish comes up on your fingers. So now we're going to go over to the rouge side. And again, it's exactly the same with this again. You only polish. Let me just move the camera on the other side of me here. Yeah. Okay, one moment. We're going to be getting there very, very quickly. Bear with me a second, guys. Let me just move this camera around here so we can see what we're doing here. Okay, so this now is going to be the rouge mop. Exactly the same thing. You polish and you use this section of the mop down here. So exactly the same thing. High finish. Onto there. Go in the opposite direction. Go back and forth. Polish him. As you can see, with the shine coming on it, we have got an absolute brilliant, brilliant shine coming on this bit of metal. There we go. Okay, let me move the camera so I can get the other side of it, and I'm going to have a sit down. Then we're going to have a chat for the next 15 minutes. Bear with me a second, guys. Let me just bring this around here so we can have a chat. All right then. Okay, so that is really quick. You said 45 minutes on showing you how I would get a really, really good finish on a piece of metal from either using a bench-mounted polish motor or simply a Dremel or a flex shaft. A polisher motor, bench-mounted polish motor is quite a dangerous piece of equipment. You have to respect it. You really do have to respect it. As I said, always use an open grip. Never put your finger, through the center of a ring to try and polish in case the mops take it away from you. And there's lots of other different types of products that we can use when we come to polish and different types of mops. But that is just really quickly to show you. A close-up camera is really on me and I don't want it on me like that. So that is going to be showing you what we can do really, really quickly. It could be better if I had more time, but you understand what it takes to get a really high quality finish. Right then, Louise, I know we've done 45 minutes. Let's have another 10 minutes. Yes. Okay, so let's have some questions then.
I'm just going to go from the ones that came in at 1:45 because we did say that's when we were opening the floor to questions.
Yes.
So we're going to start with
Oh,
Teresa.
hang on a second. Yes, you're on. Sorry.
Okay, Teresa is asking for strategies for preventing scratches.
Okay, good question. When you're making a piece of jewellery, as I've always said, if you happen to put a scratch into a piece, you've always got to try and get that scratch out. So always try and avoid putting scratches accidentally into your piece of metal. So for instance, if you've bought a piece of metal and it comes with a bit of protective wrapping, plastic coating on it, leave it on for as long as possible. If you're marking out, leave it on. If you're having to saw, leave it on. Leave the protective pieces of plastic on the metal as long as possible. If you have to remove it to do a particular job, cover it back up again. Perhaps use some masking tape. Perhaps with the masking tape underneath the jabot right there, please. That's fine. Or get something like a masking tape like this to reapply onto the surface to carry on working. The more you protect the surface, the least time you have to spend on it getting scratches. As I said to you before, if you do have to have the wrapper, the plastic off the silver, well then you can always get a cloth and put the cloth, he says, there we go, and put the cloth over your peg as well. And that will protect the silver from scratches as well. Perhaps buy yourself a new peg. If this is worn and it's got bits of enamel, bits of metal impregnated in it, well, that's going to scratch the metal when you move it over the wooden surface. So take care with that. So my answer is to protect it as long as possible, leave the wrapper on it, or protect it with some masking tape for as long as possible. Next question there, Louise.
How to custom formulate a steel shot mixture for use in rotary tumbler, and what is the RPM setting for best results?
Okay, I didn't actually cover a barrel polisher for polishing. This is a low tone barrel, and this is a barrel polisher. This is great. I would use this once I have done the emery paper and got a nice fine finish on the surface. So what was the question again? Sorry, what media would you use?
RPM setting. How to custom formulate a steel shot mixture.
Okay.
What is the RPM setting for best results?
All right. So for instance, this is yeah, I'm not going to show. This is yeah. So this is quite sludgy, and in here we've got. Let me have a see what we got. We have got little torpedoes, we've got little satellites, and we've got little balls. And that's going to be the best type of mixed shot because it's going to get into all the little areas. You can buy just small little steel balls. You can buy small torpedo. You can buy whatever you want. So it depends on what you put in there, but that's pretty much a general purpose multi-shot to go in it. Always make sure you put some barrel-in soap in it as well. That'll protect and stop the steel shot from rusting, because I actually haven't used this in quite a few months. So that's the best RPM. Usually these machines are fixed RPMs. I know the low tone that I got, and I've also got one from Hilton Brothers, from Gemcraft, and also from Chronocraft as well. They do come at a set speed, so you can't alter the speed. It's a general burnishing action. If it comes to something like a magnetic polisher, again, those speeds are all fixed. So as far as I'm aware of, if you have those machines, you can't alter the speeds. They're fixed for the best results. So the steel shot, that is simply a mixed one. Next question, please, Louise.
This is from Louise. If you cross-contaminate your mops with different polishes, is there a way to wash them? Do you have a tip to keeping your mops identifiable?
Yes. So what you would do, okay, we'll just do it on this one. You would simply get something like this one, which is nice, and you would get a Sharpie, And it's a simple matter. This is rouge, and I am going to tap right on here. R-O-U-G-E. And put that on the outside. So sometimes they have these little leathers on the inside. The hole on this side is bigger than that side. The bench mounted mops come with tapered spindles, like piggy tails or pigtails they're called. So on the right, I would always write down the name of the mop, like that would be rouge. So that is the idea when it comes to that. The other little mops that you can use, little hard felt mops, you can write on there with a bar if you wanted. So that's the best way to keep them identifiable. Plus the hard calicos are a little bit harder and the rouge mops are a little bit smaller. If you do accidentally happen to cross-contaminate either, get yourself a mop rake or use the end of the tang of an old file, perhaps like this. You would then, as the mop is spinning around like this, you would get this and you'd literally just scrape the surface, and that will get as much off the surface as possible. The one thing that I didn't touch on is that when you have one of those mops first and you use it for a little while initially, I'll quickly come to this. Will this come off? Oh. No, it won't come off, so bang goes that idea. When you use the mops initially, a lot of the threads will start to come out. What you would do is set fire to them. You would simply get a little lighter and just burn the ends and singe the ends, and then get rid of then the burning bits just by tapping it. And that will reduce all the amount of dust that becomes airborne when you start with a mop. So those are my tips. Next question, Louise.
Quite a few questions about the jewel tool.
Yes.
Yeah, have you used them?
Okay, jewel tools, absolutely brilliant. I had the pleasure of meeting Arnie at several exhibitions. She very kindly polished my watch strap. They are really, really good. The 3M wheels that I use are absolutely brilliant. You can buy different kits depending upon what you want to do with them. Excuse me. You can get things like by polymer clay disc. Bear with me. I got a bit of polish in my drink. So yeah, they are very good because you the mop is pointing, motor's pointing up at you, and the wheels have little gaps in them. You can actually see the polish as you're going on through it. They are really good. I do love them. I did have one on loan a couple of years back. I did use it. I found the extraction really good, and I think I even had. There was an attachment that went onto the spindle that was like the shaft to a flex shaft, because that would be my only, personally, my only downside of the flat mops. You can only polish flat surfaces or convex surfaces. You couldn't necessarily polish concave surfaces or the insides. You can do it with the adapter. You can do it with the attachment that goes on it. It'll act then as a flex shaft. They are very good. They're small, they're compact. The 3M wheels are quite expensive, but they are good quality. Would I recommend one? It's a tough question. Me personally, I would always go for a flex shaft first. But I know there are lots of people out there who have jewel tools who are absolutely chuffed to bits and over the moon with them. I think we've got time for perhaps one or two more questions, Louise, I think, before we finish.
I did just see one on I've lost it now. Gosh, so many questions are coming through. It's hard to keep up with them all. Sorry, I'm just trying to filter out the polishing ones.
Anyway.
Could you use polishing papers or radial discs instead of rouge and 𝗟𝗶𝘃 for polishing?
Yes.
Or would the shine not be as good using the polishing, as good as using the polishing compact?
Okay, yes, you can. Again, you've got some 3M papers. You can get some really papers that like micro grit. Louise and I made each other's wedding bands, and because they were platinum, we used the papers to go down all the various grits on an emery board or buff stick, sanding stick, and then we use the papers as well through the finer grits to get it finer and finer and finer. And yes, you can still produce an absolute brilliant polish using the papers. It does take you a lot longer. It takes you a lot of elbow grease to do it, but that is a brilliant way of producing a polish if you don't happen to have flex shaft or a bench mounted polishing motor. One more question, Louise.
Can this barrel tumbling machine replace the pre-polish and final polishing process?
For me personally, no. It's a great invention. These things, I have a couple of them. I don't tend to use them an awful lot. Because in our workshop, we do produce jewelry and we sell it and we repair it. I find that this is great because the barrels are great. You can set them up, you can leave them to go whilst you get on with something else. Me personally, I would not use one of these if I wanted to get an absolute perfect high shine upon a piece. This will get a brilliant finish on it, but me, I would always like to do the final polishing by hand by using rouge with a nice soft cloth on a bench mounted polishing motor. I find the surface detail, the shine is far better because with this, the steel shot are coming over the surface, they're burnishing it, but they're still hitting the surface. And if there's any imperfection or any grit in here, it will be scratching the surface all the time. And sometimes the surface isn't perfect. There may be some slight dents from the barreling action. So for me, it is a great thing. It's quite inexpensive, but I would always go to a pendant motor first and then a bench mounted polishing motor. Time's up. I'm being gestured to by Louise to say time is up.
Just one other question. Yeah. Isabel's asked a really good health and safety question about ventilation. And I don't think we talk about PPE, health and safety, risk assessments and things enough, really, because there are lots of massive risks, aren't there?
There is.
So,
there is. Yes. So,
can you just quickly...
So that's the reason why I would always wear eye protection, something like this. These clear glasses that you can buy don't have to be anything special as long as they are safety glasses. Then I would always use some masks. There's lots of masks out there. If you're doing the occasional polishing, just one of the little chippy sort of like the dentist wear, or you can get ones with filters. You can get these massive ones with big filters on either end. They're absolutely great. And if you obviously don't have extraction on whatever you're using, those types of masks are absolutely brilliant. With me, I always try and make sure that I have extraction on the big bench mounted polishing motors that do suck and take away a lot of dust. Always make sure that the filters are changed or cleaned regularly, and also save all the bits of dirt and threads that come off the polishing mots because there's bits of precious metal in it. Put it in a bag. Precious metal reclamation, we'll come to that again in some other films at a later stage. But always wear protection on your mouth as well. You can get big suction units that go on the back of different types of polishing motors. We've got a big one downstairs with big suction, and it is a lot noisier than the Durston, but it's twice the price of the Durston ones. And you can get various types of extraction. You can get a little device that fits under your peg. I think it's called Bench Guru, that sucks and has extraction as well. So that is something that, yes, you really do need to look at, is extraction and PPE. Protect your mouth and your... Yes. Okay. All right. So next, that is polishing. Oh, well done. So well done, Louise. Look, this is what is coming next. You're going to have to give me about 5 minutes, or 2 minutes, just to clear my bench. Yes, Louise.
And please save your questions until the last 15 minutes of the soldering hour, if you can. Just because there's going to be another competition coming up to win a Cherno-Craft soldering kit.
Worth £82. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, admittedly, we don't have a long time to answer your questions. That's the reason why we got 2 or 3 Q&A sessions throughout today. And as you most probably know, that Louise and I do a question and answer hour every Wednesday at 3:30 here in the UK, where we do answer your questions. And my voice is starting to go after the first 2 hours. Oh my gosh. So yeah, save your questions until the last. We won't answer your questions beforehand. We'll come on then, and from quarter 2 onwards, then we look at your questions and we'll answer as many as we possibly can within the 15 minutes. And apologies if we don't get to all your questions. I do apologize for that. Okay, so bear with me a second. We're going to get the slide up. Louise has been tapping away and putting in the links to all the giveaways. You've got 1 hour. So now what Louise is going to do is put a link in the chat to the 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃 soldering kit. You have 1 hour now to enter this competition. You can win a soldering kit. I'll come to that in a second, exactly what's contained in the kit. You've done it already? Not quite. No, you're going to come to it on its way. Okay, so this is the next competition. You can still enter all the t-shirts, all the Dust and Roll and Mill, all the aprons, all the vouchers. But if you want to win a soldering kit courtesy of 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃, 𝗟𝗃𝗃.com, Louise will paste up the link. If you want to enter it, you've got 1 hour to click that link to enter it, and it'll be posted up quite a few times. And at 12 o'clock, Louise will what's the word I'm looking for? Filter. That's the one. Filter through all the people's names and email addresses, and we'll pick one lucky winner to win the 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃 soldering kit. So bear with me for 2 minutes whilst I clear this bench. Oh, yes, Louise.
I'm going to paste up that link now, the new one for the new competition.
Yes, please.
So this is for the
soldering kit. So this link now is going to be for the soldering kit. If you want to enter it, if you want to win it, click the link. We'll have one lucky winner after the next hour. So give me 2 minutes to clear my bench, get the soldering bits and pieces in place. Join me in a second. Nearly ready. 30 more seconds. Ten seconds. Okay, cool. The next segment, sorry, I'm stuck in a suite at the moment, is going to be talking all about soldering. We have a soldering kit available. You need to click in the chat box here to enter the soldering kit that is being donated kindly by 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏, and they will post it to anywhere in the world. It's worth in the region of about £82. What does the soldering kit include? Basically, a lot of what I've got on my bench by here. Let's see what we got first of all, shall we? Oh, not me. How about my overhead? Not quite, but let's just turn this camera around here and we can roughly see now what we've got. We need, move this to one side, a soldering kit. So what's a soldering kit? Obviously, we're going to need some heat. We're going to need a torch or something to give us a little bit of heat to enable us to melt the solder. These types of torches are absolutely brilliant, an absolutely brilliant way to start your sort of soldering technique. These are simple little butane torches. Why is my camera not? There we go, that's better. These are little butane torches. You need some lighter fuel. This is like clipper fuel, and you fill it up by utilizing the hole in the bottom of the torch there to fill it up, and the gas is contained within the handle. It's butane, all right? So we can use that to make sure that we get the heat. There are various size torches. You can get a big boy like this. I think this is a Pro Max. This is a small one. So in the kit that you get, if you've got a chance of winning, would be one of these. You then have a soldering surface. There's quite a few soldering surfaces available to you. Let me see if I can get this camera a little bit better, shall we? There we go. Soldering surface, I think that comes with 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 is a little soldering brick like this. You can also get little soldering boards like this. You can get little honeycomb blocks like this. They've got holes in. You can just about see through. He says, yeah, anyway, very, very brittle. I wouldn't really advise against them. If you drop them or bang them on the bench, they do split. And also you can get something like this. This is a charcoal block. Any surface is ideal. Even use one of these little boards as well. So any surface, soldering surface, is going to be better than none. Try and get something like this. This comes in the kit. This is a reflective surface. It doesn't absorb the heat. It reflects the heat back at you. So that's what we're going to be using today. Okay, so the surfaces, then you're also going to need something then to hold the piece that you're going to be soldering. Cross-lock tweezers, again, something like these here. Again, this is included with the kit. Squeeze the handles. These are insulated. You squeeze the handles, the ends open up. This comes on a little of a base. This I'm not quite sure the one in the kit does. This comes on a little of a base. This is a third hand. The base is pretty good for holding the tweezers, but you can always take the tweezers and just, as I said, rest them upon the soldering block to hold the piece that you are soldering. A flux. You're going to need a flux. Now, a flux enables the solder to flow. It keeps the air, the oxygen, away from the joint because the oxygen will oxidize the surface. It needs to be kept nice and clean. The flux, again, with the kit is going to be a borax cone and dish, not this one. This one has been used a few times. It's an unglazed dish, a borax cone. You put a little bit of water in, he says, here we go, a little bit of water in the dish. You get the borax cone and literally just rub it around and around. Let me have picture in picture around here, mightn't I? Hey, picture in picture, there we go. So you can literally spin that around and around. And what you get left with them is a little bit of a slurry that looks something like cream, like a runny single cream. So that is your flux. You're going to need some flux. Little paintbrush for dipping in the flux. Then we've got some steel tweezers. 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏 is supplying you some plastic tweezers. I think they're supplying you with a solder probe, if I can remember right. And then also what you're going to need, and what comes in the kit, is some solder. This is some medium solder. It may look different when it comes from 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏. This is a medium solder. There's four different types of solder. They all melt at slightly different temperatures. And I'll come to that now as I'm going to be sort of working away here. Once you've soldered your piece, you're going to need something to put it in. So like water, so perhaps you cool it quite quickly. And then you also need some safety pickle. Safety pickle, in the old days, it used to be sulfuric acid and water, so 10% sulfuric acid, 90% water. Not used these days is pretty dangerous. So these days we got something called safety pickle, which is sodium bisulfite. This is available in the kit should you win it. And if you don't, just get some safety pickle. Keep it nice and warm. By the side of me here, I've got a little safety pickle warmer. You don't have to have this, but I would try and make it warm. Some people will use a slow cooker with another container on the inside that contains the safety pickle. It comes to you in a granular form. You simply mix it with some water. Or what I like to use is a baby bottle warmer, a little like standalone bottle warmers where you put the bottle to be warmed for the baby inside a water bath. Well, then what I do is get a container inside that water bath, and that is kept at a nice low heat throughout the whole day. It's by the side of you, and you can clean the oxides off the piece as and when you need to. There are other ways and other means of holding pieces of metal as well. In here, I've got some little granules here as well that can be used, excuse me, to hold the piece whilst you're soldering on it, soldering to it, so to speak. So all these things should be available in your kit. As I said, it comes to £82 from Cherno-Craft. As I said, click the links in the chat box, leave your name, leave your email address, and at the end of the hour, we'll come back to you with a winner that has won, and we will contact you then via email. So let's just quickly do some soldering. Thank you, Louise. You can just get rid of the polish that's in the bottom of there. There's no sink. So again, safety is really important. Safety specs, again, because we're working with flames. Some people will want to work with some extraction, so do it in front of a window. Excuse me. The door open, so there's a flow of air going past your area. Yeah, just quickly so on there. If you don't have sodium bisulfate, you can use some vinegar with some salt in it. That's pretty good. That's nice and safe for you if you're doing this on your kitchen table. You can also use vinegar as well, and lemon juice on my cross paper. But yeah, oh, there you go. Vinegar and salt, warmed up, works like a treat. Thank you, Richard. It's completely safe. What are the granules called? Sodium bisulfate. They are safety pickle. Safety pickle. Okay, thank you, Louise. Cheers, thank you. So a baby bottle warmer is ideal. Salt and vinegar works well. It's not as, I wouldn't say it's as effective, but it's a lot safer. So let's just quickly go through some sort of properties and some conditions that solder likes. Solder will always flow on a lovely clean surface. If you're trying to solder a ring together and the ring comes together and the two faces come together and they're not hitting each other perfectly and they're slightly at an angle this way and you've got a gap, solder doesn't like to fill a gap. What happens when you heat up the piece of metal? The metal will expand slightly, the molecules will expand and they'll become slightly spaced apart. And the idea with the solder, what the solder does, the solder will flow through capillary action through two close fitting joints. They have to be clean, not just clean by sight. They have to be, what's the word I'm looking for? Not clinically clean, but very clean. So you want to quench it in some acid or some safety pickle or your vinegar to make sure the surfaces are clean. There's no oxides, there's no greases on them. Or you can pass a saw blade through the gap to clean it, or some emery paper. So it has to be really clean. Solder will then flow through that joint. Because the molecules have opened up slightly, the solder, excuse me, sorry, it's gassy water. The solder now will attach itself and will flow in between those molecules and it'll produce a bond. So that is the reason why if you have a gap, the solder will go in that gap and it's just solder. Solder isn't as strong as the rest of the metal. So we've got to have the smallest amount of solder possible. Clean, tight, close fitting joints. As soon as you've got that, you need to put some flux on it. As I said, I like to use some borax. but there are lots of other fluxes out there. Something like this here. This is magic boric soldering. Some people will use borax and boric acid. That's another type of flux. Or flux, there's lots of different types of fluxes out there. What do? They protect the surface from the air. They protect the surface from the flame. Because the flame needs oxygen to produce the heat that enables the metal temperature to rise, and then the solder then will melt. And don't forget, it's not the torch heating the solder that makes the solder melt. It is the heating of the metal around it that then will cause the solder to melt. You can melt solder quite easily with a torch, but if the surface is not up to the correct temperature, at the same temperature as the solder melts, it just will not work. The solder will melt because it's smaller. The metal perhaps is not up to temperature because it's big and it's got a larger mass and take longer to heat up. But as soon as that mass, as soon as the item is up to temperature, the solder then will melt, and it will melt into the molecules and into the joint, exactly where you want it to go. I could talk for hours on soldering, but as you can see, we've only got about another 20 minutes and I haven't done anything just yet. So let me just quickly show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do some sweat soldering. I love sweat soldering. Soldering is absolutely, I get so excited. When I see the solder melt, when I see the flow of solder, I get so excited. That's how sad my life is. What we're going to be doing is, in fact, let's start off with just soldering an ear wire onto a piece of metal. All right, that's just going to be the first thing that we're just quickly going to do. I'm going to bring that camera in right in front of here to get nice and close on what I'm going to be doing, so you can see exactly what I do, because everybody really has problems soldering a very small, thin bit of wire to a larger bit of metal, because that little bit of wire will melt far quicker than the actual metal that they're soldering it to. Let's just bring that quick camera around in front just so you can really see what I'm going to be doing. So let's just move this camera around. Let's get really, really nice and close onto what I'm going to be doing. Cool. Look at that. That's awesome. All right. So you can see it's in the way now. It's very high tech, isn't it? So I do have an overhead camera as well. There we go. Let's just try and zoom in on that one as well, shall we? So you can see what we're doing as well. Cool. All right then. So the first thing we need to do, we need to make sure that the piece of metal that we have got is really, really clean. At the moment, we've got a little bit of metal by here. Let me just bring that camera up a little bit higher so we can see. Oops, apologies for this, guys. It's just me and Louise. There we go. Cool. Excellent. Lovely. Okay, so that is going to be what we're going to be soldering. This is going to be our earring that we're going to be soldering. The moment it's blue, that is because we've got some of the blue paper on it. Let's just remove the little bit of paper, and perhaps I should have done this and planned this a little bit beforehand. Let me just be honest, you don't really want to see this. There we go. So always remove the blue paper. And obviously, as this is from a little bit of sheet, always remove it from both sides as well. Everybody okay? Everybody enjoying it? All entering the competitions?
Yeah, we've got lots and lots of entries so far.
Okay. Yeah, lots of entries. All right,
lots
cool.
of entries. Yeah.
Lots of entries. All right, so we removed the bits of paper from both sides of our bit of metal. Need to make sure that this surface is clean. Yeah, but Andrew, he's saying, Andrew, it looks clean. It looks really lovely, but it isn't, because I've just been touching it. There's some sticky on it. It's not quite right. So grab yourself our buff stick that I've just moved out of the way. I was being super organized and moved my buff stick. Bear with me in a second. I moved it all out of the way, guys. I was super organized.
Only one entry per competition.
So get your buff stick. Make sure now that that surface is really, really clean. In fact, let me just turn it over and do it on this side here. There we go. Use your buff stick, move it up and down like that. So you've got a really, really nice, clean surface. like that, or you can easily heat it up and also put that into your safety pickle to get a gorgeous surface on that as well. Let's see if I can get a little bit higher on that one camera as well. Let's just see if I can get that nice so you can see exactly what's going on. I've lost where I am now. Ah, there we go. There it is there. Okay, so there we go. And that's what we're going to be doing. Need to make sure that the surface is lovely, lovely and clean. I'm going to be soldering on this. I've lost it now. There we go. I'm going to be soldering on. Let's use that one there. There we go. A small little post. This is a very, very thin, little, small earring post. And again, we need to make sure the end that we are looking at is nice and clean as well. Let's just get the emery paper on that. Make sure that is nice and clean as well. Then we're going to get our flux. It's dried up a bit, so let's put a bit more in there. Get our flux and paint it. I would try and paint it across the whole surface. Is possible. You're going to be able to ensure that you're going to get no fire scale on it. What I quickly want to show you is if you get a piece of metal like this, you think that's lovely and clean, then you put, actually it's quite clean. Let's do the other side of this. Perhaps this I can actually show you on here. That bit of metal looks clean. We try and put on some borax, but like when you wash your car after you've waxed it, the flux sort of balls up and doesn't flow across the whole surface. That means that you have got some grease or some polish on that surface. It won't work. You have to remove all of that. So what I'd advise you to do is emery paper it or put it through the acid. So when you then put the flux onto it, the flux covers the whole surface. Let's bring that back up so we can see what we're doing. Perfect. All right. So that's on top of there like that. Then you're going to need some solder. You can use some medium solder. There's different types of solder available. You can get enamelin. People don't often use enamelin unless they're actually enamelin. You can also then get hard solder, medium solder, and an easy solder. They all melt at slightly different temperatures, but there's only about 30 or 40 degrees centigrade between each solder. So if you're starting soldering and you're really starting off, an easy or a medium is ideal. A hard solder melts at quite a high temperature. I can't remember what it is now, 740, 750, 760 degrees centigrade. That melts at the highest point. If you've got lots of soldering to do on a particular piece that you're working on, always start off with a hard solder, the highest melting point solder, because then as you work on the piece, you can use perhaps a medium and then an easy, knowing that you can use the solder because it doesn't get up to that high temperature. So all your solder joints will all stay nice and safe and one won't necessarily melt the other. Okay, close up, here we go. Now we're going to get a little bit of solder. We're going to use a tiny, tiny little snippet. I'm actually going to use a little bit bigger than what I would normally do for this, just so you can actually see what I'm doing. We've got a little snippet on here like that there. I'm not really worried about the fact that I've actually touched that small little snippet of solder. I'm actually going to put that onto my earring first of all. Just like that there. Can we see that? Hope that is really clear. If it's not, I do apologize. Now I've got my little earring post ready. I could come along and get my little third hand and just put that into place like that and put that onto the piece, ready, like this. But the problem is if I direct the torch onto the whole area, because the wire is thin, there's a chance that the wire is going to melt. It's as simple as that, because the wire has less mass. The metal has to heat up first of all, and if it's a big bit of metal, it'll take a lot of heat or a bit more heat to heat up than the wire. So I wouldn't in this case put the ear wire on the post. I would always hold the ear wire in my hand. Let's get that bit of solder right into the middle. Let's get our torch. We're going to use a small little torch that's available within the kit. I hope you've all entered the kit. Pop onto the chat, click the link, try and win the soldering kit. It's worth £82 from the guys at 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃. So we're going to come along now, and It's borax. What's going to happen is the borax is going to slightly bubble up because the water in the borax is going to start to evaporate. As you can see, let's see if I can remove my picture and put it on that side. There we go. That's better. So we're going to warm this up first of all. I'm going to make sure that my ear wire has a bit of flux on the end of it as well, because that will protect the surface and ensure the solder will flow. I've got my ear wire ready. As soon as this piece of metal starts to get the right temperature, the solder will melt onto the surface. And as soon as the solder melts onto the surface, I will bring my post down into place. And because the heat will travel from that metal to the post, the two then will get to the correct heat for the solder to flow from the ear wire, the earring back onto the post itself. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because I'm a bit blind as a bat. I've got my eye protection on as well, as you can see. Let's just put my visor on as well, so I can really see what I'm doing. So we're going to heat up the earring. Remember, my ear wire is ready to come into place. I'm going to heat up the disc. Okay, you can see the color of the flux is just starting to change. My ear wire is ready to bring into place. The solder is just going to start to melt. There we go. Let's bring the ear wire into place. Hold it for a second and let go. So that now is in place. As you can see, it's soldered nicely into place. You can see also we've got some flux. We've got some of this brown, the flux. So what we can do with that is simply put that now into our safety pickle to get that nice and clean. The safety pickle, or your vinegar or your citric acid, will actually get rid of the oxides and also dissolve that flux. So that can go in my safety pickle, and we'll come back to that in a little bit later. So that's the best way to solder a thin bit of metal, a thin wire, onto a slightly bigger piece of metal. Bring the little thin piece of metal in afterwards once that solder has melted. There's lots of other things that we can talk about when it comes to soldering, but I can't go into a great detail. You literally only have a short period of time, and perhaps we can do some more live streams where I can talk about soldering and talk about it for 3 hours and go through all the different techniques and all the things that we can need. So that'll be again. And if you're interested, just pop in the chat a little bit later when we do our questions and answers and just say, yes, Andrew, I want to see 3 hours of soldering. Right. So the next thing we're going to be doing is sweat soldering. That is where we're going to be having two pieces of metal. We're going to be soldering one piece of metal on top of the other piece of metal. We're going to be using some silver discs. We've got some copper as well. We're going to be soldering together. Now, this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be putting a silver disc like this here, and we are going to be putting in, can we do the overhead camera? There we go. And then we're going to be soldering and putting on a copper disc on top of the silver. You can use this for various different types of decoration, applying layers. They can be cutouts, they can be perhaps a nice little scene of a row of mountains you've cut out, and you're soldering this onto a piece of metal as well. So there's lots of things that we can do with this. What you could do, let me get my close-up camera, how close my close-up camera go? Here we go. What you could do is flux this area. Yeah, flux all this area, put that on top of there like that, and then get your little pallions of solder and put your pallions of solder around the outside. Now, the problem with that is the solder will melt. It will melt onto that surface first, and then it'll be taken into that gap. And because of that, you're going to get a little bit of residue solder around the outside of the silver, or for instance, in this case, is what we're using. And I don't like that. You need to make sure that you get the most minimal amount of cleaning up to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to sweat solder. And that means what we're going here, we're going to get this little bit of copper. We're going to clean the copper. We're going to, in fact, let me show you some silver. No, let's just try and do some copper with this. We're going to clean the copper. We're going to flux this area. We're going to put solder onto this area first. Then we're going to clean the silver, flux that. Then we're going to put the disc with the solder on downwards on top of the silver. Then we're going to heat up the whole piece. When we've done that, what you'll find is that the silver will get up to temperature, and when the silver is the right temperature, the solder then will melt, and that's like the filling of a sandwich. It will just come to the edge of where the two surfaces are meeting. It will not flow anywhere else. The solder likes to stay between two pieces of metal. If this piece of metal extends further, yeah, and you've got this here and you're soldering this on top, the solder won't, this way, the solder won't flow along the surface. It likes to stay between two pieces of metal and will not flow. And that is the reason why we do sweat soldering. This is the reason why we are doing this. It just saves an awful lot of hassle, an awful lot of cleaning up. So what we're going to do is just really quickly, and I hope this works, because I don't often use copper. So let's just use the emery board, emery paper to clean the copper. I don't think this is actually going to clean very well. So what I may do is put this in my acid. In fact, what I'm going to do is use, I shouldn't have cleared my bench of all my tools, should I? I should keep some tools on here. Let's have a look. Here we go, we're getting there. Okay, so let's clean the copper. Let's make sure that we get no oxides on the copper. Make sure it is lovely, lovely and clean. He says there's a little bit in the middle I just can't get out. Here we go. Okay, so let's just remove that from the middle. All right, cool. Let's put that down on here. We've got our spin into position there. Oops, Daisy. We've got some borax. We're just going to paint over the whole surface like that there. You can see it's lovely and clean. The flux is flowing across the whole surface. Get some solder, cut the solder, put quite a few pallions. Now, pallions are little bits of solder that we cut off. They can be little pieces like that. They can be larger pieces if you want to, like this. Put them into position, space them around. If you put too much on, it doesn't matter because you can always remove them at a later stage. Okay, put them all on like that. And we're going to warm this up. And what we're looking for now is for the solder to melt across the whole surface. So again, just warm this up really, really gently. You can see the flux has protected the surface. So I'm looking for the solder to melt across the whole surface. You may need a bit of a soldering probe just to assist that solder if it really doesn't want to go all the way. So you can see the solder melts. Let's just coax that solder out towards the edges. Cool. Okay, let's just pop that into the acid a second, get that nice and clean. 20. Like that. So that's the solder upon the disc. Didn't quite flow to the edge, but at the moment I'm not worried too much about that because it'll happen a little bit later. Just trying to rush through this now. Here's my silver disc. The same thing. Get your emery board up and down on there. Same thing.
3 hours of soldering.
Pardon?
You suggested earlier 3 hours.
I did, yeah. People want to see 3 hours of soldering. People want to see 3 hours of soldering. Thank you. So that's lovely and clean. We're going to get, and I would take a lot longer over all these techniques if I have 3 hours to do it. We are going to go over this now with our flux again. Heat up the surface gently with this now.
You could do an afternoon soldering.
Yeah, that'd be really good, wouldn't it? An afternoon would be a brilliant idea. So go over. What I'm looking for now is to get a nice even white powder over the whole surface. If it isn't going all the way, add a little bit more borax. And what I'm looking for is for the borax to cover the whole surface nice and evenly. All right, so that's what I'm looking for, a gorgeous, gorgeous surface. I'm going to put a little bit of flux also onto my bit of copper that I've just done. Bring that into place. Turn it over. Put it on top of my silver. Now, I'm not going to use any clamps to hold it. I'm simply going to use the flame to go around. You can use what's called a soldering wig to get underneath the piece. I don't happen to have one of those available. You can see the disc is lifting because that's due to the silver. That's due to the borax warming up. In fact, what I may do, just to speed this up, is to get some little soldering clamps and just lift up this just to get underneath, because the silver is actually quite thick. So I've just raised up my little disc just so I can get underneath it. And let's just see if this will work. So this little flame may not work. It's a lot smaller than what I usually use. Let's warm up these discs. And then when the solder then is the correct temperature to flow, so when the metal is the correct temperature to flow, that is when the solder then will melt between the two. In fact, we're getting on with time. Let's just use the bigger torch for this a minute.
5 minutes.
Okay, the 5 question answers. Yep. Okay, that's better. Bigger torch. What you'll see now is the disc will get the correct temperature. The solder will flow from, there we go. You can see the disc settle down. There we go. And the solder melts. We got a lovely, gorgeous edge all the way around the edge. Perfect. All right. That was exactly what I was after. The solder doesn't flow anywhere except for between the two surfaces. You can know when the solder has flowed because you get like a nice flash of silver, molten silver, just running around where those two surfaces meet. Let's pop that up into the acid. All right then, so that's that one. Move them out the way. And where's my ear wire? And there's my ear wire as well there. So those now are my 2 little demonstration pieces. In the very short time that it takes, so let's just move these out the way because those are going to be hot. So as you should be able to see, let me just try and get the off there like that. And you should be able to see, if I can come nice and close to the camera, how close can the camera go? So this is the earring back that I've just brought out of the acid. You can see how gorgeous and bright it is. And you can see, there we go, the solder joint. Where have we gone, Andrew? There we go, that's better. You can see the solder joint on that. Nice and solid. This then is going to be the disc that we just put on. That's actually quite warm because the block is warm. And that is called sweat soldering. And we have now got a gorgeous solder joint running all the way, excuse my dirty fingers, it's just the start. And we got a gorgeous joint, close fitting joint all the way around. You can see where the solder has flowed. And that would need a little bit more time in the pickle just to get that cleaned up and all the little bits of borax that is here on it off. But that then is how to do sweat soldering. I hope that explains quite a bit. So that's a bit, I could talk for hours. There's lots of things that we can bring into operation here when it comes to soldering. You can have a little turntable, so you can spin the turntable to get around 360 degrees all the way around the piece itself, or a little soldering rig, which is the iron binding wire all bunched up into like a little bird's nest. So you can put the piece on top of that so the flame can come underneath to get that nice and warm. You can get these titanium soldering clamps as well. These are absolutely brilliant. Again, Cherno Craft sell these. I think they sell them in bundles of 5. They come to you in a strip and you bend them into the shapes that you want. Titanium, they're quite easy to bend. They don't absorb the heat. And if you wanted to, we could have easily just bent that a little bit tighter like that. And we could have put our bit of silver in between just to hold all that together like that whilst we soldered, just to make sure it all stays together if you wanted to. So that is quick soldering. I could talk for hours, and I most probably will when we come to perhaps another live stream a little bit later on. So whilst I set this camera back up, I will throw the floor open to some questions that Louise is going to kindly read out. Questions, Louise?
Okay, John Doe. Oh no, that was an answer, sorry. Okay, gosh, when was the first? Gonna have to go from, you've started a minute early now, he said. One step ahead. When soldering an earring post, shouldn't you drill a pocket for the wire? Won't that make the joint stronger?
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. You can get a small little round burr to put a little divot where the post is going to go. That's a good idea, and also that enables you to get the location perhaps nice and central. If you're doing a little round disc like that, that'll produce a little divot. You can put a little bit of solder in the divot. When the solder melts, it'll go in the divot, obviously, and then when the wire comes in, there's a bit more of a surface area then for the solder to fasten to on the post. Yes, or alternatively, put a little hole into it. So the more surface area that you can get between the post and the back of the earring, in this case, is far more beneficial than just simply a butt fitting joint. But if you have a hole and you put the wire, the ear wire into it, there's more surface area, and yes, your joint will be far, far stronger. But yes, as I said, this is very, very quick. I could spend hours and talk about all the different possibilities. So yes, that is a good question, and yet that was a good answer. Thank you. Yes, Louise.
Is a borax cone the same as mixing borax powder with water?
Yes, it is. That's just a nice, easy, quick, available. It just sits on your bench. It sits on the desk with your borax dish. But yes, it can be the same as the borax powder. Certainly, you can mix it up with a little bit of water to make a bit of a slurry. But yeah, it's exactly the same. I have to excuse if you can hear any noise coming from the microphones. They've got a builder's yard next door, and they've decided to start using their equipment over there. So I apologise for that. Right, next question, Louise.
Okay, this is from Lily Tree. At which point would you recommend upgrading to a larger torch setup?
When what you're doing is starting to get a bit more serious and you want to invest in a bit more equipment, these torches are great. I love these torches. These stay on the bench up here all the time when we do our tutorials for At the Bench. As soon as you feel that what you're making up, these torches cannot heat up. As you saw, that little disc like that struggled with this. I could have been there for about another 5 more minutes trying to heat it up with this torch. So yes, I would then progress to this sort of torch. If then you've sort of outgrown that, and these little canisters don't come cheap. That's cost me £1.80 in UK money. And that will see me through quite a few days worth of soldering, but that is quite an expensive way of working. What I would suggest you do then is upgrade to something like a 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗀𝗃 torch. It's in my other room, but I'm not going to get it now because we're running out of time. In fact, I will get it. So just bear with me a second. What still do we have on here? Excellent. I like that. All right, so let's just go in my room. I know you guys can hear me. So let's just get this quick torch here and I will bring it into place just so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. There we go. So if you've sort of outgrown those torches, the next torch that I would go up to is something like this one here. I do the overhead and I will come back with the camera. That's a bit on the close side. There we go. So this then is going to be my 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗀𝗃. 𝗟𝗶𝘃 is the brand. It comes with a hose. It comes with a handle. Then you've got these interchangeable nozzles. This is quite a big burner here, because I use this for melting down. You can also get a very narrow pencil nozzle as well, very much similar to sort of these sort of sizes. But because you're burning propane, it burns at a higher temperature. That comes in a tank that looks like that. It is safe to put in your house because these sort of tanks you can use for your indoor heaters and that sort of thing, but obviously check with your insurance beforehand. 𝗟𝗶𝘃, you can get things like Hokies, you can get other types of brand as well. I know in the US, I don't think 𝗟𝗶𝘃 is available in the US, but that is an absolute brilliant type of torch because you just replace the burners depending on the size of the flame that you want. Small little narrow things, small things like backs, little narrow flame. You can melt down with that. You can melt down 2 ounces, 60 odd grams of gold and silver with that, with the big burner. So it's a very, very versatile system. It's not very expensive. If you're in the UK and in the EU, I'm sure you can pick it up nice and cheap from a company called Pen and Paper Ready, Hamilton Gas. I think it's hamiltongas.com or hamiltongas.co.uk. They're in Ireland. They're a 𝗟𝗶𝘃 distributor. They sell the jeweler's torch package very cheap compared to all your tool distributors. And I know in this country, Cookson, well overpriced. I shouldn't be saying that really, but Hamilton Gas sell it at about 1/3 of the price of what Cookson does. So check them out, Hamilton Gas. They're in Ireland and they sell the best seawood. And that's the next torch that I would go up to once you've outgrown these. Long answer, I do apologize. Next question. What pickling does, the pickle solution, it gets rid of the oxides. The oxides then have to be held in suspension within the pickle. If you're using sterling silver, because sterling silver has some copper in it, as you quench the metal in the safety pickle, it quenches and takes the copper out of it. So what you're left with then is like a very, very fine silver layer. So that copper has to go somewhere and it stays in the pickle. Over a period of time, it will turn a blue, almost like a raspberry AIDS sort of color, and that is because the copper is blue and it's held in suspension within the piece. It will lose its effectiveness. So then, yes, I would replace it. If you accidentally use some steel tweezers and put it into especially the sulfuric acid, it will kill the solution. It will basically strip the copper out of the steel, and anything then you put in the acid will actually be coated with copper. I'm sure that does apply to sodium bisulfate safety pickle as well. So you can contaminate it. So that's the reason why in the soldering kit that you've only got another 8 minutes to enter comes with plastic tweezers, because you cannot contaminate your metal with your plastic tweezers. Metal, contaminate your acid with plastic tweezers. I always use stainless steel tweezers and they always work nicely, but I would never ever put steel tweezers. You can also use copper tweezers. You can also use brass tweezers as well when you put it into your safety pickle. So yes, you can contaminate it, but try and keep the amount of sort of time that your tweezers are in the pickle to the minimum. And that's why it's always best to use something like plastic or brass tweezers. There we go. Hope that answered your question. Yes. No, now you should.
Oh, yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
I think it was me.
It was you, was it? Okay. Where was I? Terry is saying, could you speak briefly on welding platinum?
It will have to be briefly because, again, platinum is a whole different ball game. You can get platinum solder. It's exactly the same thing. Platinum does not oxidize, so platinum would not need a flux. You should never put borax on platinum. You should always have a different block. Always use, I think it's a silica block when it comes to using platinum. We always try and fuse weld our platinum together, which means that you get really close, tight fitting joints. And then you get a very thin sliver of platinum. Put it through the roller mill, get it as thin as possible. You get your two sides of, say, the ring coming together. You then open it up slightly, put your bit of metal in between, the ends come together. So what you've got is a little thin little fillet, extends about 1 millimeter or so all the way around the joint, okay? Then you then have to get a torch with oxygen and propane. These torches are not going to be hot enough. It has to melt the platinum. So we would use a Smith's little torch, which uses propane and oxygen for the heat. Need a pair of special welding glasses, platinum welding glasses, because the high heat will burn your retinas just purely from the light. Look a bit like Roy Orbison, if you oldies know who Roy Orbison is. And you may see me on Instagram wearing these goggles. That will filter out the light and you'll be able to see the actual metal. You then will fuse, you will melt the thin sliver of metal that is protruding from the joint. You'll melt that down until it fuses then with the rest of the metal. That then will produce a solderless joint because the metal has fused. Then you buff it and polish it with all platinum dedicated tools and equipment and polishing motors and buff sticks and just finish up that joint. You can get a solder that melts at a very, very high temperature, but that is a soldered joint. And again, you still have to wear your glasses. So that was really, really brief. I could go into that a lot more detail, but yeah, thin sliver between the two pieces of metal that come together. You melt that onto the rest of the metal and you get a nice seamless joint. Ooh. Yes, Louise.
Okay, Yelena, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Can you clean copper disc with emery paper instead of putting it in a pickle?
Yes, you can. That's what I just did then, quickly using some emery paper. What I would suggest, though, if you are using copper and perhaps you're using silver, is that I would keep your buff sticks for the different metals. As you can see, I just used that on the copper. We've got some copper left in the emery paper. That then may be contaminated then if you go onto your silver, and you may get some copper particles on your silver. So I would always keep this separate from all your other items if you're using different metals. The one thing I didn't actually cover quickly, I forgot, and is on my desk, is this. This is a, there we go. This is solder. This is a solder paste. This is silver. There's granules of solder in this paste. It's in a syringe. You squirt it out. It dispenses from the ends of the hypodermic needle from here, and you can get very, very small little bit of solder. You use this syringe, this paste, you don't need to use any more flux because there's flux built in. And if I'm doing some very fine chain, soldering some fine chains, I would use this syringe paste solder because you can just dispense the smallest amount exactly where you want it. It's far easier to do that than to try and get your borax, paint it on the joint, and try and get the smallest amount of solder and to balance it on the joint. So solder paste is really good for fine, delicate work. There we go. I did forget to say that, so apologies for that. Yes, Louise, next question.
Okay, as someone starting out young and with little experience, what metals would be good for learning?
Anything that is sort of copper-based. Copper does oxidize really, really quickly, so you've got to make sure that all the oxides have been taken off, whether you dunk it in the acid or whether you clean it. Brass is always another good material. Brass tends to be a lot harder. Silver these days, personally, I don't think it's that expensive. It just depends on how you feel. We got these little copper discs. We're going to come to something a little bit later on in the afternoon where we're going to be talking about a rolling mill, where the advantage if you use silver is if you make a mistake, it's not wasted. You can melt the silver back down to reuse it in. You can hammer it flat, you can roll it up into a ball, you can use it with the rolling mill and so forth. You can reuse the silver. With copper, you can melt copper to a certain degree, but you can't really rework it at all. So copper and brass would be a great starting point. You can get something called nickel silver as well. There's no silver in it, and that's a pretty good metal as well to start soldering. Again, use silver solder, use your normal flux, whether it be all flux, magic boric, or borax, and that's just exactly the same. Then we've got time for one more question, Louise.
Yeah, this is from Gina. What is the best way to solder a gold-filled accent onto silver without overheating to avoid the gold being damaged?
Yes, gold-filled. It really is an awkward one, that because you don't know how thick that layer is, I don't think. So what I would do is something very similar to what we did with the ear wire. If it's a gold-filled accent, keep that off at the time. Heat up the main piece, okay? So what you don't want to do is overheat it and start to melt it, and that's what we did with that ear wire. We didn't want to melt the ear wire. So because that would be the accent, and we can melt that into a little ball, and we can do all these sort of things, we can leave that off, heat up the main part, the main body of the piece, perhaps melt a little bit of solder where you want that accent to go onto the piece. Then when that piece is virtually to the right temperature, and you can see that when it comes to looking at the flux and the color of the flux, then I would bring the accent where you want it to be soldered. Try not to put the flame on the accent because the flame is going to heat up that ball quicker than the rest of the piece. So direct the flame onto the main body and just feather that heat onto the accent so the accent is controlled, the temperature of the accent is controlled, and when that is the correct temperature, the solder will flow. And once it's flowed and you've got a nice fillet of solder all the way around, you don't want to keep on heating, and that would be the best way to solder the accent onto the the piece, but it's gold filled because I don't have much experience with gold filled pieces, but you do have to be careful it doesn't burn off. How's that? How are we doing for time?
We've got another minute.
Okay, do you have another question there?
Yes. Conqueror is asking, I want to melt old silver jewellery to make new jewellery to sell, but I'm afraid the solder in the old jewellery will lower the quality. How can I increase the purity to get it hallmarked to 925?
So the best thing to do would be to try and cut out as much solder as you can from the piece. If you've got quite a few rings, heat the rings up gently, and if there's a solder joint in, say, the back of the ring, the solder joint will show up as a slight, thin, little line. Saw through it, cut straight through it, you'll get rid of the solder. Obviously, when it comes to chain and things like that, I wouldn't try and melt down an awful lot of chain to make something else, because the solder is a little bit more brittle than the rest of the metal, and so it will make the metal quite brittle. But if you want to raise the purity of 925, grab some little small casting grains, pure silver casting grains. You can buy them by the gram. They're just irregular little shapes of silver. If you're melting something down and you say you're melting down, say 20 grams, just put perhaps a little gram in with that, and that will raise the purity a little bit. But don't have too much jewelry that you're melting down with too much solder, because when you start to work it, you may find that it'll start to crack or whatever, and you end up with an awful lot of problems. I'm being gestured to doing this. What was that? Was that time?
Code for your time's up, so that's 5 minutes. Actually, 10 minutes first, then 5, and then I go, stop.
We're ready. All right, so that was all about soldering. My stomach is starting to rumble. Get ready to rumble. It really is rumbling. I am absolutely starving. So I think the giveaway now has finished. Oh, right, okay. So I can just quickly see Mark 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃 has just come on. Mark has a company, I think it's in Canada, that we are friends with. Mark very kindly made me these little ingots to be got by here. Mark says that if you visit him, he has got a discount code or something like that, Mark. I can't remember now, I'm awfully sorry. But yeah, his website is, Louise has just put it in there, 𝗟𝗃𝗃𝗃𝗃.com. Go to Mark's website, have a look. He's got some fantastic products on there. He's selling bullion, obviously, and I'm sure Mark will sort something out for you. If you mention At the Bench or this live stream, I'm sure Mark will sort something out, and he'll give you some discount. I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will, if I can just drive him some business. That'll be cool. So that's about it for soldering. So 2 down, still quite a way to go. We've gone for 3 hours so far. Pretty good. We got 9 hours left. Oh my gosh. Quarter of the way in. So we're quarter of the way through. And so I hope you've been entering all the competitions. We've got the competitions for the aprons, for the t-shirts, for the gift vouchers from Walsh, gift vouchers from 𝗂𝗏. Louise has been putting them in there. Hope you've entered all those. Once you've entered those competitions, you've entered them once. I wish that thing would stop beeping out there. He's reversing. Once you've entered the competition for the t-shirt and the aprons and the gift vouchers, you've entered them, that's fine. Don't need to enter them again.
Can we just get Mark to confirm what his promo code is, and I can post it up?
Yeah. Okay, so Mark, if you can come along and just let us know what your code is, or how you're going to work it.
I'll post it up with the website.
Yeah, just let me know. Okay, brilliant. So the last hour, Louise put a link up telling you how you can win a soldering kit from 𝗂𝗏 worth £82. Includes the torch, the tweezers, the soldering block, the pickle, borax, and so forth. Can't remember exactly off the top of my head what it was. And we have got 458 entries. So good luck to every one of you. Thank you so much for all taking part in that. Louise is going to have a quick scan now. And there's no pressure, there's no rush, Louise. Don't rush now. So
I don't want to rush because we need to make sure that it's.
Yeah. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to then run the software. Oh, my stomach.
Oh, your stomach.
That was my stomach. Yeah. We're going to run the software. It's going to filter out any duplicate email addresses and anybody who've accidentally put their names in twice or 3 times and so forth. Then we're going to run a random generator or even a random generator. And that is going to then choose a lucky winner of the 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 soldering kit. You don't have to do anything, but we will then email you with what you have to do to claim your soldering kit. So Louise is now just removing the duplicates. There were 33 duplicate rows removed. So that's
check that they have actually
okay.
been removed.
Oh, I've entered.
No, that was a check.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, yes.
Okay. So while we're doing that, we're going to carry on.
Just
So
have a little bit of a, just,
no, Louise, there's no hurry. There's no hurry.
yeah, that's okay.
So what?
Let's see if we could do some announcements today.
Yeah, we are going to do some announcements, as I know we've had lots and lots of people enter the competitions and do appreciate it. You do have a chance of winning, and it is completely at random. We got 20 t-shirts, we got 10 aprons, we got 11 £20 vouchers from 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. So if you don't happen to win the soldering kit, you've got a chance of winning the £20 voucher. HS Walsh as well, who have branches in Birmingham, London as well. I'm sure there's somewhere else, I can't remember, Biggin Hill. They are giving us 4 £50 vouchers as well. So you've all got a chance of winning something over the whole day if you can't sort of stick around for these individual giveaways. So I think Louise has gone through all the, yeah, excellent. So we filtered
my magic formula to pick a random.
Magic formula, and then we're going to pick one winner. So we've, yeah, this is going to be our lunch and learn session. So just going to have a general chit chat about all sorts of things and give us a chance just to have something to eat, because I am starving, absolutely starving. Okay, so we have got a winner. Louise is just going to let me know what that winner is and find out the name. Louise is trying to find it desperately now. The winner is. Are we ready? I'll let you announce it because I won't be able to pronounce the surname.
Okay.
The winner is
an email address at random. We filtered the email addresses because they were the unique.
Yeah.
There could be two people with the same name, but yeah. So, the winner is, drum roll again then.
The winner of the soldering kit from 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃 is
Andrew Esparza.
Andrew Esparza. Congratulations to you. You are our first winner of the soldering kit. We've got lots more prizes to give away. But Angela, that isn't how you spell 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. So Angela is the winner of our first giveaway, our soldering kit from 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗃. We will contact you over the next few days. We should, yeah, should put some pie poppers and some balloons. Yeah, that's an idea. Okay, so can we go on to the main screen so I can just see what I'm doing? Is that Congrats, Angela. Yeah, congratulations. Angela, are you on? Come along, say hello.
We can email Angela.
Yeah, we will email Angela to let her know what needs to be done to enter the competition. Excellent. So that's it. So that's our first winner. Thank you all for entering. Sorry you didn't win. You still have more chances of winning more prizes as we go through the rest of the day. Also, you can win the t-shirts, the aprons, the gift vouchers, and so forth that way. Right. I'm going to clear up my bench. We're going to put a slide into.
Liking all the love for Angela. Everyone's really
So as I say, we will be doing our best to give you the winners of all the competitions as the day goes on. Perhaps, oh, my stomach, perhaps when it comes to the t-shirts and the aprons and the gift vouchers, we may not be able to do it today, but we'll certainly do our very, very best to announce winners of all the major prizes that we're going to be doing. Yes, we are going to be announcing them as the day goes on. We'll also be having another film showing you the winners' names of what they've won tomorrow and so forth. So you can stay tuned for another film from us tomorrow. In the meantime, Louise is going to pop a little slide up, and I'm just going to clear my bench. I'm going to get Louise sitting next to me. We're going to have some lunch. We're going to have a drink. And we're just going to have a chat about all things sort of social. So for the next 5 or 10 minutes, if you have got anything to say about perhaps social media, if you think it's working for you. If it isn't, if you've got any questions that perhaps Louise and myself will be able to ask. And we're also going to be talking about the situation we're at the moment with the COVID-19 and the cross infections and contaminations, and what steps that we're putting into place to ensure that our customers stay safe when we reopen in a few weeks' time. So join me in about 2 minutes' time once we've cleared the bench and get our snacks in place. See you in 2 minutes. Would help if you can actually hear me, wouldn't it? All right, give us about another minute. We're just clearing the bench just to enable us to have a few snacks whilst we have a chat. But yeah, social media, just come along, just add a few little bits and pieces down here just so we can have the drum roll sounded good. Thank you, Mark. It was a good paradiddle, or was that a... Yeah, anyway, Mark, I'll speak to you in 2 minutes. Got our snacks. Louise is going to sit by here any second, and we're just going to have a quick chat about some social. Louise is just going to get a few questions, and I need to use facilities. See you back very, very shortly. Okay, so whilst we're just going to wait for Louise now, she just put in some more discount codes and the competition giveaway links in the chat box. So whilst we're having an hour's chat about all sorts of things, social and PPE and cross-infections and so that sort of thing, just click on the links to all the competitions. You are more than welcome to enter any of the competitions. Once you've entered a competition, you don't need to enter it again. So again, we're giving away the t-shirts, At the Bench t-shirts. I shall grab them again whilst we're, here we go. So At the Bench t-shirts, we're going to be giving away these t-shirts, okay? T-shirts, nice, obviously, Jeweller's tools all over that one. Looking cool, Andrew, thank you. We got At the Bench t-shirts brown. We got At the Bench with the logo that is in white, and also this one that I'm actually wearing here, where the logo is, you can just about see, is in coloured. We will, if you are one of the lucky winners, we will, if food's down here, we can, we will contact you regarding your size and that sort of thing. So mind the wise. So Louise has come to join me. We are going to do a bit of what's called, oh, there we go, little lunch and learn, isn't it?
Jaffa cakes.
Jaffa cake, right. We do not condone eating whilst at the bench. That's something that we don't do. We've got a bit of a shelf down here with our little goodies on. So you should never really eat at the bench. Always go and sit somewhere else.
Don't pick up a glass of pickle, do you?
You don't have to know exactly. It can be really dangerous. So don't do what we're doing. Always make sure that you go somewhere else to eat. There's not enough room over there with Louise. We got so much equipment around the place. This is the best place to do it. So can you read the questions over there? Can you?
No.
You
Can't see a thing.
All right. So I'll tell you what.
Can you put it onto the? Can you put the monitor onto the bench for the time being?
I don't know, actually. I don't know. All right, so let's have a look. Is that a pint of lager? I wish it was.
Oh, it'd be nice.
Yeah, nice one, nice one. Cheers, cheers, yeah, cheers. Yeah. It's just like, I don't know, energy drink, that sort of. Nearly went over there. Energy drink. Yeah, okay, so what we got, is this a Cherno-Craft new? No, so the Cherno-Craft giveaways are vouchers. We have 11 £20 vouchers to give away. Once you've entered that one once, you don't need to enter it again. The soldering kit is gone. So if you want to win anything from Cherno-Craft, in fact, you have not, you might give you, no, it's over there.
He wants to hear me chomping away like a horse.
No, I'll turn you off whilst you chomp. What sandwiches we got? We got ham and coleslaw sandwiches. Yeah, nice, nice, nice.
Somebody asked a question.
Yep.
Thomas, how do you estimate the impact of the lockdown to the jewellery business?
Okay.
So repeat that, because I'm not mic'd up, so nobody hears.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you? I didn't read it again. Was it? How do you estimate the impact of the lockdown to the jewellery business? Jewellery business. I think we had to shut our shops on the 23rd of March, and it's still closed now. We've been given the all clear so far for about the 22nd of. The 22nd of June. It has greatly impacted. If you are a retailer, obviously that's it. There is no business coming through. If you are lucky enough to have an e-commerce website that you can sell your products through, well then yes, you could have a little bit of business. In my situation, I got Mary, Sharon and Jason. I got 3 members of my team who have been furloughed. So they're being paid, thank goodness, 80% by the government. The shop has been shut. The idea was we did have an e-commerce site. It was completely outdated. None of the products on that site we really had. It was quite old-fashioned and it really wasn't up to date. Louise said, we're going to spend the next 4 days updating it. And to be honest, it's about 7 weeks later and we're still trying to update it. So it is so important that if you do have an e-commerce site is to make sure that it is really kept up to scratch, up to date with the products. Because what you don't want to do is take payment for a product that the website says it has and then you don't happen to have. That's something that is bad practice. So we're lucky in that respect that we've managed to utilize the website, and the only way we've managed to utilize the website is by utilizing social media. So we've been blasting things on occasionally on Twitter, but mostly on Facebook. We have a recorded announcement on our answer machine saying that we're shut. If you want to contact us, go onto Facebook and use Messenger or email us. And we've done a lot of business now through social media. And what we've done with that, we then have directed people towards the website. to be able to be found solely on the website for argument's sake, we did like a little bit of a post about Chelsea flowers and that sort of thing. We did something like with a particular necklace and some lovely earrings. To be able to sell those just broadly upon a website is very, very hard. But with the aims of social media, what we've done is put those products on the website in a category. Then we have got the URL, the link to that category, and we posted it from our social media. So perhaps we've done some lovely photographs of the pieces, and Louise has used Canva. Canva is a great little program. Canva, canva.com. It's a great little program that you can import your own graphics and do some fantastic layouts. We've utilized that to make the graphics look really good, and we've got links, and we've done that on social, haven't we? We've done that quite a bit.
But I think
hang on a second, I gotta get you on here. Hang on a moment. Where's you? So what are you on? You're on that one, are you?
Are we going to echo now, though?
I don't know.
People's purchasing habits and the way they buy almost everything is going to change. And not just when the lockdown is lifted. I think there are still going to be people who don't want to come out shopping, who are going to be nervous, who are going to be anxious, and are just going to be used to maybe shopping online when they didn't before. And the COVID crisis has forced them now to shop online. So yeah, I think we do have to completely change the way
we look at retail. Yeah, because retail, I think retail has changed, and people saying, "Oh, it'll all go back to as it was." Personally, I don't think it will, because there's going to be initially a lot of people who are going to be scared now about going out, and the only way to get to those people is, in the old days, used to be things like direct mail, but now that's very, very costly. And now we're just going to have to try and encompass the power of the internet and things like Facebook, and just trying to get out there with people.
But I think you have to do a bit more than that as well, though. Because you have to really reach out to these people, because there are people in our community who, like a lady yesterday approached me on Facebook and she wanted to buy some things, and I sent her the link to the website, and she said, I can't use it. I don't know what I'm doing. And so we just ended up, we've actually taken our card payment terminal home. Yeah. So we're taking card payments over the phone, because I think you just have to make it as easy as possible for people to purchase, don't you? If there's something you can do that doesn't put you out too much, then you should do it. It's just really that simple. And if somebody's around the corner, we'll deliver it to them. Absolutely. Because they're the people, we've been in this community, well, you've been in this community for 30 years. Yeah. And those are the people that come back to you time and again. So yeah, you have to look after. I did notice that Mark said there's a bit of reverb. That's most probably from Marble 2. No, I've just put it on the one mic now. So you said she's going to be picked up from my mic. I have a munch unless you can turn me off anyway.
You're not on. It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, I think spending habits, buying habits are changing, and I think you do now have to go above and beyond what you used to have to do to be able to sell to customers. We sort of converse quite a lot now through Messenger with people that are after something. We send them pictures, or perhaps we'll film the shop, film a few products and say, any of these products, and they come back to you. So you're having to sell not face-to-face anymore, well, not for the time being, but through the power of the internet, and by using your phone, you can do these so easy. And then you have a conversation through Messenger. Oh, I like that. Oh, how about that one? Have you got anything that looks like this? And because you have the stock, you can go around with the phone and then converse with the people, and then you got to take payment. So the couple of ways then we've been doing payment is through PayPal, sending that person a PayPal invoice that they pay, or we've been taking it through the card machine. We've taken the card machine home, and we're taking payments through the card machine as well, and also through the website that we've got. We're taking PayPal through that as well. So you really do have to cater for that person, and we actually have hand delivered some pieces of jewelry to locals who are pretty local to our area as well. So you have to go above and beyond what you used to do to be able to keep the customers, because they could quite easily now go somewhere else.
So there's that challenge, isn't there? But then there's also attracting new customers via the website.
Yes.
To kind of make up for the shortfall of people who aren't coming into the shop. So there was that challenge as well.
It is. I think it's going to be hard, because when the shop reopens, we're not going to have the same amount of customers coming into the shop. So we've had to reduce the hours of the staff. And I know that some retail stores are just having skeleton staff. So they're actually still having some of the staff on furlough and just bring a few in just to keep the costs down, because the spending is not going to be there. It's not like simply opening the tap once you turned it off and expect the full flow of water, all the customers to come in. They're not. They're going to start to trickle. And I don't think you're never going to have all those people coming back in again because they're going to be too scared, or they found other ways to shop. So I think being able to sell via the internet, sell with a website, and there's lots of website builders out there. There's things like Wix, there's things like Squarespace. You can use things like Etsy, you can use things like Shopify. We use WooCommerce, and we link that up to our Facebook as well. So there's lots of ways now that you can actually do your own website yourself to try and sell your products as well.
But also as well, if you are your brand, aren't you? So from your perspective, you know, your name is the shop, isn't it?
Yes.
And vice versa. But don't shy away from putting yourself on social media. Show a little bit of yourself in your work as well. I think particularly because I think personally, if I like dealing with organizations and people, I like shopping with people who I know we buy things off people we trust, don't we?
Yes.
Number one. And I'd rather buy something from somebody who I know cares. If there's a problem, I can go back to, rather than just something off the internet or
like a faceless organization.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and it is quite interesting. We've been posting, it's interesting to see what happens on the internet. We've been posting photographs of lovely pieces of jewellery, and we've been looking at how many likes a lovely piece of jewellery gets. And it may get, I don't know, 10 likes, but you put a picture of me on the floor trying to sort out the shop, or a picture of me in the garden, or a picture of me and the cat, and it gets like 50 and 100 likes. So you can see how people like to see behind the scenes. People like to see what goes on. What does Andrew do in his spare time? What does Andrew drink? For argument's sake, Andrew has a cat. Oh, there's lovely. It makes it a bit more personal, the brands, because no matter where you are, if your name is above the door and on all your jewelry, you are the brand, whether you're here, whether you're across the road, or whether you're on holiday, or whether you're down the pub, you are still the brand. Everything that you do affects your whole brand. So I think that is really, really important. But then don't forget, and what we have found is that you cannot necessarily judge how successful a post is purely upon things like likes and shares, because those don't necessarily equate to sales. So again, I just said about how important it is to have the brand, me, to be at forefront, but then my 100 likes on my picture is not necessarily equating to any sales. So that is something that you also have to look at. And it is very hard to judge and very hard to quantify what images you put on social generates a lot of interest. Obviously, if you're trying to sell something, we've done some images on Facebook when it comes to things like key rings and pendants that we've had from a supplier, and we've been selling them at half price. You can judge that because they are coming to you then for a specific product. So you can see how many likes, how many sales has come through. And if you only sell it via Facebook, you then can judge how successful that campaign is. Sometimes if you want to sell that on Instagram, perhaps they put in a different code or a special URL to go to that you can track where people come from and then buy. But it is very, very hard to actually quantify likes to sales when it comes to social media. Let's have a quick look, see what we got here. Anything else that we need to have a look at?
Eat your lunch, Andrew. That's what you're being told.
Do you think will we be open on the 15th? We were supposed to open Monday. We were supposed to open on the 1st. The English government, because we're in Wales, so we sort of are slightly different to England. England have turned around and said now non-essential shops will open on the 15th. I thought, great, I've got another 2 weeks of being with Bezel Louise, and I love my time with Louise. We wake up and every day is absolutely brilliant because she's there all the time. But now the Welsh government have turned around and said in Wales, it's the 22nd of June. So we've got another week. It is awkward because It means I still have to be able to pay all my bills. I still got rent to pay. I still got electric bills, just about. I still have things like water rates to pay. I still got suppliers to pay for the bills in the stock that I've had from a couple of months ago. So I still have all these bills to pay. I don't have any money coming in. That is the problem. So that's the reason why we are trying to sell as much as we can via social media, just to be able to cover the costs. And it's thank goodness, thank you. It's just thank goodness that the government are actually paying the staff, because it'd be very, very difficult if we had to solely rely upon that.
But I think I was very naive when we started, because I thought I'll get all these products on the website and I'll have all, what did I say? I'll have these shelves cleared in a month.
No.
they weren't even all on there in a month, are they? I'm still tearing up my hair. So
keep a hold talk, I'm sleeping.
Okay, yeah. So it's just been really challenging, isn't it?
And it is, because Louise doesn't come from a retail background, and you think all you got to do. It's like the old saying, isn't it? You build a stadium, and people will fill it, something like that. You think you get an online shop, and because you got the online shop, you're going to get sales, and you're going to sell. It never works that way. You know, Louise has worked very, very hard in what she's done over the last 8-9 weeks. And initially she thought, you know what, this fantastic post, we got this, there's prices here, prices there. Oh my gosh, we're going to sell. She put it up, and she sat and she waited. And she waited.
Where are they all?
People are not coming. You know, it wasn't on the website, it was on social. And I think the Andrew Berry site has like 3,000-4,000 followers, likers, 4,500. But because you could put a post up, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get sales from it. It's not as simple. And if it was as simple as that, oh my gosh, it'd be so easy. But Louise was very, very disappointed that her hard work and effort of getting the stock and taking the nice photographs and putting the lovely post together and putting it up there didn't result in any sales.
Not immediately.
Not immediately, but it is very difficult. You just cannot expect things to sell. And she thought, yeah, we'll have all this stock sold. You're going to be reordering stock, and it's not the case. we have sold some, and we have enough to pay the bills. But that's basically about it.
Somebody mentioned Zoom videoing to show products, and we did actually put that on our Facebook page this week. Would anybody be interested in a kind of like free Zoom consultation? And there was a little bit of interest, but I think I
think it is possible. I think especially if you're doing bespoke jewellery, and you've got to converse with your clients about what they like, what their interests are, what they like. I think the Zoom meetings are really, really good for that, because that's a two-way conversation. Or three-way or four-way, whichever way you want to do it. And I think that is really, really good for getting for a conversation, albeit down a telephone line and looking at a phone or looking at a screen. But that's the next best thing.
But we have done it, or I have done it with Facebook Messenger, where people, if somebody sends a message through and says, oh, I don't know, tell me about clog eye, what have you got? And it's asking the right questions as well, I think. And I've learned this the hard way, where you just kind of send pictures of products and they go, oh no, God, no, that's terrible. So it's like, who's it for? And, you know, what's the age of the recipient, that sort of thing. And just get a real idea, ask the right questions first of all. And then, I don't know, like we've just sent photos, I suppose, and had a little bit of a chat with the person. And then, I don't know, I always worry about pressuring as well. I don't want to be kind of hard sell. I hate all that. So then it's just a case of, right, I'll leave you to have a little browse, you know, and anything that's not on the website.
Come back to us.
And and it could be then, you know, in a month's time, we could do click and collect with that sort of thing, couldn't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
And sometimes as well, people don't want to buy jewellery on a website because...
No, it's very much touchy-feely, isn't it?
And if they want to see it, maybe they do want to have a little chat to somebody about it as well beforehand, and that's perfectly fine, I think.
And we've also extended our returns policy as well. So it's very important, because obviously you are limited to what you can actually see on a picture. We have got a new light box from Pickup Media. It's called the Gem Light Box. We're going to be doing a...
Ryan's asking about photography, jewellery photography, actually, so that's...
Yeah, so there's lots of things out there, and perhaps we can do another little live broadcast on jewellery photography, because we've got quite a few systems in place to take photographs. The latest one that I've bought is the Gem Light Box. Absolutely brilliant. Personally, I think it's one of the best ones out there, the easiest to use, but it is one of the most expensive out there. But we can talk about this another time.
I've got a couple of questions. So people want you to be quiet and eat for 2 minutes. So yeah, somebody asked me about my background. So I come from a dental background. So this is why I know a little bit about, well, quite a lot actually, not to blow my own trumpet, about cross-infection and that sort of thing. So yeah, I started off as a dental nurse 20 years ago. And then I did dental radiography. So I took dental x-rays for a while. And then I did postgraduate courses in, what did I do then? Orthodontics and practice management. And then I did a degree in IT business management. So I'm kind of like, yeah.
Intelligent.
No, just,
Yeah.
I don't know, just
Yeah.
don't really know what I'm doing. So yeah, I just, I'm learning fast, aren't I? Well, I'm having to learn fast. I don't know if it's not any of it's going.
Well, you've had been thrown into the deep end over the last few weeks, haven't you?
Yes. So we're both doing the Gemological Institute of America's free courses, aren't we? They've put on, I don't know if you can still enroll, but there's the Applied Jewellery Professional course, isn't there? Which is the
Jewellery Essentials.
Jewellery Essentials, Gemology Basics, Gemology...
Gemstone Essentials.
Gemstone Essentials, yes.
And Diamond Essentials.
Yes.
So these are free courses.
And you're falling behind.
Oh, who got the highest marks? So the GIA is GIA.edu. GIA.edu. They, you may be able to still do the free courses. The courses run about $250 each. At the moment, they're free because of the current lockdown. And it's basically e-learning. You have a course to go through. You enroll in whichever one you want. We happen to enroll on all of them, 3 of them. And you can choose your own start date. You've got 3 months to do it. It's like course-based. You go there. They give you all a lot of information. At the end of the course, then you answer 15 multiple choice questions, and then you get marked. You get a nice little certificate at the end of it. And if you want to go on to further GIA courses, you need these to start off with. So it's an ideal opportunity to get these courses under your belt. You've got a few more weeks, I think, to finish it. If you want to go any further, and they're free, it's £250.
Digest your food.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so that's what we've done sort of in the evenings the last week.
Yeah.
Keeps you busy. So, but it's fascinating as well, though. It's kind of like the basic level.
About hardness, toughness, what's the difference, and things about luster. And just basically, we're doing the gemstone one at the moment, aren't we? And then we're doing the jewelry essentials, and then we're doing the diamond ones. So it's just the very, very basics. And also, I think education is very important when you come to converse with your clients as well, because they may come in and say, "Oh, my daughter loves tanzanite. Oh my gosh, she loves tanzanite. Oh, that. Do you know what? She does rock climbing." And when you think, "Hang on, tanzanite is a soft stone. Tanzanite is not suitable to be worn all the time." So if she's rock climbing, she doesn't want to wear soft stones, or she does a lot of gardening. She wants to have a stone that is going to be suitable to whatever she does. So it's knowing what the stones do, knowing what the stones are, how resistant they are to scratches or chemicals or abrasion, because you wouldn't even dream of wearing something like an opal ring when you come to do gardening or anything rough, because the opals are soft. So I think you need to have a basic understanding about what you're doing, about jewelry making, read loads and loads of books. You need to know the basics about diamonds and about gemstones, just so you have a bit more of an educated guess when you come to choosing stones, because perhaps you want to be doing a nice heavy thick bezel, but you want to use an opal. Well, an opals are really soft and opals can be really cracked, but you're going to need an awful lot of pressure to push a bezel over onto it. So if you're starting off, these two combinations of techniques and stone don't really go together. Thank you for my Jaffa cake. They don't really go together, do they? So it obviously is important for you to understand the properties of metals and stones as well. And education is vitally important.
Somebody's asked, what have I learned about the jewelry industry since I met you? And
you can answer that.
I don't really know. I think it's the kind of thing that you acquire knowledge, don't you, over time? And then when somebody asks you what you know about it, you just go,
"Oh my God, I don't." But no, it is. You know that when I work, I've always got dirty hands.
Yeah, I surprise myself sometimes though, because when we get queries through the Facebook page and sometimes at the bench, people ask things and I know the answer to this.
So you pick things up.
No, I do. It's surprising how much you know that you don't realise you don't realise that you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's I think it's
you just live and breathe it, don't you? I think when I married you, I feel like I've married all of these guys as well, a little bit, haven't I? Because
yeah,
it's your life.
That's why, you know, I eat, live and breathe what I do, and I love what I do, and I try and have a break, but there's always emails to answer, there's always messenger answers, there's always things in my head. And sometimes Louise will go, "What's wrong with you today? You're quiet." I mean, yeah, I know. I've got something in my head. I've got a course about, because we want to start doing standalone courses as well. So I got these in my head, and I'm trying to work out what to do, technology, how am I going to present it. I got the idea of a book still in my head. It's been in my head. I know, Mark. It's been in my head for so long. It's still in my head. I haven't had time. Oh, thank you very much for the dollars that are coming in. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I missed who that was, but thank you. So I eat, live and breathe it. And when I go to bed, if I've got a new tool catalog, I'll sit in bed and I'll have a new tool catalog and I'll read that. I just bought a couple of books that are due to come in. I think they're coming in from Switzerland in the next couple of days about jewelry making and gemstones. So that'll be my next lot of reading. And
they're even in the toilet in the bathroom, everywhere. If it's not booked, it's alligator tape.
Oh yeah. So wherever I am in the house, there's always some.
No time wasted.
No, just wait on a waste of time. Just sat on the toilet. Put the time to some good use. Yeah. So there's always things to learn. And even now, I've been doing this for like 30 odd years, 32 years, 33 years. I'm still reading books. I'm still looking on the Facebook groups. I'm still just checking out what people are saying about what's coming on the market, techniques. I can do this, I can't do this. How do I do this, that, and the other? I still buy the books. If someone brings out another book on soldering or forming or anything like that, I will still buy it. Even though I've been doing it for 30 odd years, there may be something that I could pick up from that book that I didn't think about, or see somebody else's approach on how to make something that I can utilize, whether it be in my day-to-day running of the shop and the repairs that we do downstairs, or whether it be teaching you guys on how to do things. And this is what I feel is vitally important, is to keep keep up to date with what's going on in the world. Jewelry manufacturing and repair is such a very, what people think is a very behind closed doors. We've got a big television in the shop downstairs that shows some of the films from at the bench, showing me making things, setting things, repairing things, melting things down. And people saying, "But aren't you giving away your secrets?" Well, no, I'm not giving away secrets. They're not secrets. They're just techniques that aren't really out there. And I think they need to be, because the trade will die if people don't share their, not secrets, but what they've learned over the years. So, you know, my dad is 97. My dad was in the war. All right, he was on the beaches at Normandy and all that sort of thing. So everything that he knows that is in his brain when he dies will go with him. If he doesn't share it with anybody, no one will know. So if everybody in the world passed on snippets of information and knowledge that they have attained over those years and passed it on to somebody else, the trade and whatever it is you're talking about will not die. It will live on. So this is the reason why I started up at the bench over 10 years ago now, is because when I die, everything that I have learned over my lifetime dies with me. And if I don't share it, if I don't pass it on, if I don't write it down, when I die, it all goes. And what a heck of a waste of knowledge. What a heck of a waste of a lifetime. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Rachel, for that. I appreciate that. Oh, Rachel, we shall be in touch regarding your membership.
I literally put it on the list about half an hour ago.
Okay, yeah. Rachel, we will sort you out. Bear with us today. But we will get around to emailing you very, very shortly.
Yeah, I'm not accepting any more enrollments.
Ah, that is a shame. That is a shame. That'd be interesting. One for Natalie Gomez. How did you and Andrew meet? So yeah, so I think you need to pass on and share not just jewelry, but everything. If you're a cook, my mother had an amazing recipe for rice pudding. All right, she didn't use milk; she used evaporated milk and pudding rice. She made awesome rice pudding, and we will never ever know the recipe because unfortunately she died 2 days ago. So we will never ever know what that recipe was. I know that's a very harsh thing to say and hard for me to say, but if you do not pass on this information, no one will know. So please, if you've got any information, any knowledge, talk to people, share the knowledge, because it will go with you, it will die, and you need to share. You need to share all this, otherwise all this information goes with you, and that's why At the Bench came about. Oh, so the GIH website free courses for May and June are full. Sarah, thank you for that. I didn't. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. It's okay. It's all right. Thank you. I appreciate all that. The GIA, the courses are full for May and June. I think we just managed to get in June as well. So yeah, go on. If someone can find the link for the free essentials courses from the GIA, please post it up in the.
It's expired.
Someone just said they're full. They're full for May and June. Okay, so they should still maybe going on. I appreciate that. Thank you all very much for that. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's okay. Okay, so yeah, so anyway, I had one. I have another one now. So thank you, everybody. It is appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, my dad's still going. He's 97, doing really well. My dad. We saw him yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah, still going. Still in his garden, though he hasn't sort of been out of the house as we're not supposed to. Okay, so thank you for your kind words, everybody. Yeah, knowledge is sharing knowledge. So yeah, so this is what I'm on about. At the Bench, if you don't share, but don't come out of university or college and you think you know it all. Life is full of experiences. If you're soldering and you've been taught garbage, you will then teach garbage. So just try and get some experience in what you're doing. Thank you for the money that's coming in. Thank you so much indeed, Jules. Thank you. All the money that's coming in on the chat is going to be going to UNICEF, worldwide charity. We're not having any money ourselves. We're purely doing this for the complete and sheer love of it, just to educate you. We're having a great time so far. My throat's still actually doing pretty good. Okay, so we've got about another 10 minutes before we have our next, my Jaffa cake's on the way. Our next technique, which is going to be texturing. We're coming to that a little bit later, and then about 10, 15 minutes of chat. Thank you, everybody. It is really kind. I do appreciate it.
Trevor's mum's banana souffle went the same way.
Oh, Trev. Oh my God, no. This is the thing, isn't it? You expect your parents to be around there forever, and you don't see them getting old and that sort of thing, do you? And then suddenly then it's too late. So yeah, my mother's rice pudding recipe with evaporated milk has gone to the grave, bless her. So we'll never know. We could try and replicate it, but it will never be the same as your mum's, will it? No. So let's have a few more questions. Are you able to tell how much you've raised so far? We're trying. I don't think we can. I think we're going to have to do it tomorrow when we go back. We'll certainly announce it, and we appreciate it. The chat box, little square that has the $sign. If you want to donate, it's much appreciated. All the money we go into UNICEF over this live stream, and what came in yesterday as well. So really do appreciate it.
We were going to talk about cross-infection, weren't we?
Yes. Okay, so the steps that we're taking, that we're putting into place when we reopen, because we've got big acrylic screens across our counters with a little hole in the bottom. That is obviously like a splash guard, isn't it? So you can pass things through. I've bought everybody, team members, we've got masks, although I don't like the thought of a mask over someone's face like this. I feel that I need to see their mouth. They could be going behind the mask and you can't see it. So we've also got clear visors as well for the team. Obviously hand sanitizer. We're going to be sticking 2 meters away from each other, even though I think they said only 1 meter now, but no, I think 2 meters. Jason and I work side by side downstairs, but that's not going to be the case. I'm going to be coming up here into this studio, so Jason is far enough away then from Mary or Sharon, who'll be working downstairs. We've made sure that all the surfaces downstairs are clear, as clear as possible, so they can easily be wiped down. We are going to be putting on the door a buzz. So you push a button, the door will unlock, somebody can come in. So our shop is fairly small, so that means only one person will be letting into the shop at once. Otherwise, people will be coming and going and, oh, squeeze past, and the shop's small. You could fit 2 people maximum.
Stressful,
and it is just far too stressful. So we got a buzz system. We'll push the button, the door will unlock, someone can come in. They have to buzz also then to get out. That also is a little bit for our security as well. We do have a little button smash screen that if there's an emergency, they can smash it to get out. And also if the power goes off, the door will open. So that's another safety feature we put into place. We've got big signs saying that only one person's allowed in the shop. You got to stay 2 meters away. If you're feeling ill, do not come into the shop. We've got those posted outside. Then we've also got a sticker on the floor to say, wait here. If there's somebody in the shop, for that person to come out so they can go in. So all these measures we put into place.
And into writing, that's really important, I think.
Yes, we've also put together like a policy to do with cross-infection because my team members want to know what I'm putting into place to protect them. And the government has said what we should do, but I think I need to go that little bit one step further to make sure that everybody has everything available to them to ensure their safety.
But I think it's really daunting as well, because in dentistry, we've massively concerned by cross-infection and we all get trained in it every single year. Obviously, we're all qualified, but then we get refresher training and it just underpins literally everything that we do. It's fundamental to everything we do every day, all day. So, you know, and we've got obviously things that we have to implement. So I think from your point of view, having never really had to worry about it, but you've obviously keep things clean and you disinfect things, but suddenly, you know, having to worry about PPE and, you know, zoning, cross-infection, that sort of thing. And it's kind of like identifying areas where your customers are going to come in and the door handle, you know, is there like a little bit of a counter where somebody might put their hand on to steady themselves? You know, you don't know, do you? And it's kind of like watching people or even walking around the shop yourself. Very often we sit in the dental chair and just look around and it's amazing what you see then, just to kind of put yourself in the shoes of your customer coming in.
Absolutely. And you also have to try and minimize the amount of
things they can touch.
Yeah, because we got a door handle pushed down to come into the shop. Well, we're going to be taking that off because we don't want everybody to push down the door handle. Oh, thank you, Tanya. Thank you so much for donation. Really, really do appreciate it. So all we're going to do now is they can push the door open. They can push the door open with their shoulder or their elbow or whatever. And on that side of the door is before they come into the shop, we've got a dispenser that they can push with their elbow and they can dispense some hand sanitizer as well. So everything we've got to think about, what are people going to touch? And then that comes to, do you let people try on jewellery? Really, really awkward, isn't it? What do? Do you have it in the cabinet? Do you have gloves yourself? Thank you. Oh, Tanya, £10. Thank you so much indeed. Sarah, fantastic, brilliant, amazing. I thank you all. Really, really do appreciate it. I think there's a $49 as well a little bit earlier on. Thank you all so much for the donations. Really, really, really kind of you. So yeah, so we got to think about, do we let the customers try the jewellery on? Not really too sure on that. Is there a way that we can let them try it on, minimizing the risk of any cross-contamination or anything like that? Because
we saw that little box, didn't we? The UV sterilizer, whether it sterilizes, but it was £90. And if it works, if it kills the virus, and you stick it in a little box costing £90 with no maintenance and no running costs, no solutions, if that works, that's
amazing. Amazing.
I don't know if there's any tests.
But we're not really too sure on that. There's an ultrasonic solution that's called EC55. It's made by 𝗟𝗻, 𝗟𝗻 Ultrasonic. So it's EC55 is the name of it. It does kill, and they've said they've proven to kill the coronavirus. So I know that in the UK, Walsh, HS Walsh, who are very kindly partnered up with our live stream, their link is down in the description down below. EC55 is an ultrasonic solution that is known to kill the coronavirus and a lot of 99.9% of all germs and viruses as well. So we have got ourselves a few containers of that. That is a solution that we can put people's jewelry into to kill any virus that should be on it. And then someone mentioned about, well, hang on a second, and what about watches? What about watch straps? Do you let someone try on a watch strap? Leather watch strap, it's porous. Will the virus, if they are infected, will go into there? How can you protect the leather on someone's skin? And they were saying, well, we actually wrap the straps in like a cling film to protect the straps. So there are lots of ways around it. As we said just half an hour ago, shopping will never, ever be the same. There was always something that's going to be out there that people are not going to be doing the same as what they were doing 2 months ago, 3 months ago. The other thing that we've also got, we got loads and loads of the self-grip bags. I don't have one here to show you. It's like a sandwich bag, isn't it? Like one of these sandwich bags. Without the crumbs. And what the idea is then, if somebody wants something repaired, we will open the bag. We will get them to put the item of jewelry in the bag. We will seal the bag. Then we can look at the piece within the bag. We can look at the chain. Yeah, I can just see it's broken. It will stay in the bag. If it's a ring and the ring's broken, that sort of thing, it will stay in the bag. The problem that we got is if somebody wants to have their finger measured, we're going to have to disinfect the ring gauges afterwards. So that's something that we've got to think about when it comes to all this. Does the virus stay for 3 days on the surface? They think it does, but if we use this EC55, it should disinfect. We've also got some surgical spirit. You've got to be careful with what jewelry you put into solutions, because if they're porous gemstones like opals and emeralds, you can't put them into certain solutions. So we do have to be really, really careful. Some more money as well. Trevor, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Is that Trevor with the souffle recipe?
I don't know.
Yeah, so denatured alcohol. Yeah, surgical spirit we use in. We got a big container of that. We're going to be utilizing that. We're doing all that we possibly can to protect ourselves and also to protect our clients as well against any sort of cross-infection contamination. Thank you very much.
Building Percival is worried about how to integrate with the public.
Hang on. Sorry, that's okay. Sorry, do you have your camera on? Do you have your
what is it? Yes, I think so, yeah. Worried about how to integrate with the public at open markets and jewellery shows. I don't think there'll be any jewellery shows for a little while, will there?
No.
How we can keep distance, and I don't see how you can. Open markets and jewellery shows do lend themselves to people being close, aren't they? And, and picking up and touching things. But I think you just have to not make anything available to pick up.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can do it, is that's why we're having the lock on the door, because we can't really say, don't come in, because people will go, but I just want a nomination. I just want this. I just want a watch battery. And then they're there and you're in a situation where you're stressed out and going, please go outside, which is horrible, isn't it? Yeah. So
I think the least amount of things that you have got around, the less likely they are to touch. So we've taken all the catalogues off the counter, because people are going to touch one, aren't they? Touch it, open it, put it back. You don't want that. You want to have the least amount of contact at all. Jewelry shows, the trade shows, I know that we were going to go to one in New York, the MJSA in March. Obviously that was cancelled. There was one in Vegas. We should be in Vegas now, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he say?
Yeah. So I think, I think we should have been in Vegas, and we're not, because that show's been cancelled. I think all the shows for this year have been cancelled. I think is Earl's Court in September still going on? That Earl's Court, Olympia.
Don't know, I haven't heard anything.
International Jewellery London. I think that's still going ahead as far as I can remember. But as I said, every outdoor gathering, every trade exhibition is going to be slightly different, at least for the next to 8 months. So I can't see things really getting back to, if you can call it normal, until at least next year with regard to trade shows. And perhaps, yeah, there'll be a vaccine around then, which hopefully will make things a lot easier for everybody. But then we're dependent upon the vaccine, aren't we? Okay, so time is coming up. Let's have one more question. Let me just have a look. Anything else that we need to have a chat around here? Any suggestion for insurance policies, you know, for jewelers that pick up work and carry it with them to the workshop? Yeah, TH March. TH March is an insurance company, insurance brokers. They're in Birmingham. They're also down in Plymouth as well, that do have a jeweler's policy that allows you to take jewelry home and carry it back and forth. So yeah, thmarch.co.uk. Speak to the guys there. They're really nice. I've been with them all my life. What was the EC55? So EC55. It's available from Walsh in the UK. Walsh are the only distributors in this country that's selling it. I bought mine last week, and thank you, Tanya. It's very kind. Yes. What, are we working? Oh no, competition. Yes. So HS Walsh tours vouchers. Yeah. Here you go. You can win a voucher.
Buy your EC55.
EC55, absolutely, yes. Thank you. That's moved this year to Alexandra. Is it? Oh, of course it has. Yes, Alexandra Palace. It has. Well done. Thank you, Richard, for that. They say the course will be lower in July, but as published prices. That's a shame, that is, because we managed to get there. You caught us live. What is your favourite gem setting to do? Anything. I love gems. Stop gesturing to me, Sharon. To me, Louise. Okay, it's time. Okay, it's time for the next demo. Virtual fairs. It will never be the same. It will never be the same again. Men's Zerda polishing bars. What do you use? The numbers, please. Good question. Bear with me a second whilst I have a quick look at what number it was. Polishing. Where's my polishing? I don't know. I've lost it. Oh, it's on top of my polishing motor, isn't it? Hang on. Sorry, I don't think these have numbers. Yes, it does, isn't it? P. Okay, so if you're listening, the super finish, I think, is for yellow metals because it is yellow, and that is a P175. And the other one, which is the heavy cut, the pre-polish, that is 456G, I do believe. Yeah, 456G. 456G. Yeah, they're slightly worn. I've had them a little while now. So yeah, so those are my men's earner polish. Okay then. So it's going to be texturing next. I'm a little bit unorganized now, a second, so bear with me a moment. Okay, so I hope you've enjoyed our little lunch and learn. We have had a bit of lunch now. We're going to have, Louise, I'll put the camera on you. Louise is still continuing to eat. So congratulations to Angela, who won the Cherno-Craft soldering kit. HS Walsh vouchers. You can win one of four £50 vouchers. I think Louise has put the link in the description there. You okay? And perhaps we'll have a little bit of another chat a little bit later as well. Triple E. Yeah, the pre-polish is Triple E. You can use Triple E or you can use the men's earner. There's lots of other things. I have a dumb question. You said the pre-polish Triple E. Okay, yes, it's Tripoli. That's it. Thank you, everybody, for doing that. You have the links of the brush shops like the nylon brush. I don't, but I should start stocking them, shouldn't I?
Did Mark email you the code?
Bear with me a second. Let's have a look. See if so. Mark Bully and Bully. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sorry, bear with me a second. This promo. Here we go. Okay, so promo code. I presume Mark is at the bench, all one word. If you go to bullyandbullyco.com, use the coupon code @thebench, or one word. You can do, I suppose. Yeah, this promo code is good until the end of June. One-time use only for 10% off in Mark's store. So that's bullionbullyco.com. Use the coupon code @thebench for a 10% discount off Mark's products. Thank you very much for that. Do appreciate it. Anything? I should just have a quick look here before we go on any further. No. Okay, that's enough of that. Okay, our next demonstration is going to be all about texturing. I've got a box full of bits and pieces over there that we're going to bring into place. It's going to bring the slide up now. I'm going to try and stick to time. I've run slightly over because we've been generally chit-chatting.
How long is that discount code going to be running for, Mark?
End of June.
End of June.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, super. Thank you very much for donating. Just because a £10 donation as well that's just come in. Really do appreciate that. All these donations will be going to UNICEF from today's broadcast and also from yesterday's as well. Thank you very much for that. I haven't been doing too bad. Thank you, Caroline, for that. That's really kind of you. I haven't been doing too bad with the technical questions, technical things that's been going on. You are super. Thank you very much. Yeah, go. So yeah, bullionbullyco.com @thebench, 10% off until the end of July. It's one purchase only. You can't use it multiple times, I'm afraid.
Let's check in when it works.
It does. Cool. Excellent. Super. Can you tell me the mops for the hand polisher? Any sort of mops will do. Little felt, round little felt mops, calico mops, hard ones for the pre-polish. Get the nice soft woolen ones, I was going to say felt ones as well, for using for some fine polish as well. But I think what we'll do, we'll go through and write down everything, the sort of the questions that have been asked that we haven't been able to answer. We'll put them down perhaps underneath this film when we possibly can, and also perhaps get another film with a lot of answers as well that you've asked. Cool. Okay, so we still have the At the Bench aprons, we still have At the Bench t-shirts, we still have half price At the Bench memberships as well. We still got the Kernocraft gift vouchers and the Walsh gift vouchers as well to give away. They're going to be running throughout the whole day. If you've entered once, you don't need to enter again. We shall announce. Can you stop. Oh, come on. Okay, yes, so enter all those competitions. We've had the one competition that has come and gone, which was the soldering kit. Congratulations to Angela, who won that. Well done for that. The next, I haven't got it. You've got it, haven't you? We got our next giveaway now. Do we have a giveaway now, Louise, at 1 p.m? Let me have a look.
We should be doing 1 p.m. We've got the Otto Fry green lion saw.
Green lion saw package.
Yeah.
Cool. So over the next hour, I'll give you a bit longer because we've overrun a little bit more than what we should have done. It's going to be kindly donated by Otto Fry. They've donated 2 giveaways. The first giveaway is going to be now over the next hour. It's a Green Lion Saw Jeweller's package, which is the Green Lion Saw. You have a stick of things like this, like a cut lube or burr life, not quite sure which one it is, but it's a lubrication, and I think there's blades as well. I think this package is worth, I got my things here, $69, so appreciate that from Otto Fry. Louise is going to put it into the chat there. You've got 1 hour. If you fancy winning it, there's only one. If you fancy winning it, just get in there now. Excuse me. and just enter the competition. You've got a chance of winning. You've got a good chance of winning. Thank you, Cindy, for the $20. You have kindly donated. Much appreciated to everybody who has donated so far. Thank you all so very much indeed. So these little peripheral competitions for these little things, t-shirts, gift vouchers, you winding me up, aren't you?
No, I'm just about to post the link.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, so, okay. So the new competition. This is the link to the new competition. This is going to run for an hour. It is for an hour. Otto Fry have kindly donated a Green Line Saw package worth $69. Click on the link, fill out your name, fill out your email address, come back and carry on watching. Enter it only once. If you want to win it, just enter it once. We've got software that will filter out all the duplicate email addresses, so just do it once. This is only for an hour. You have to get in now between the next hour, 1:10 here in the UK. Got until about 2:10 before we close this particular competition. So get now. Go and do it. Go now. Because now I'm going to get my stuff to fill on the bench. So go and grab yourself a sandwich, a biscuit, cup of tea, cup of coffee, Jaffa cake, whilst I go and get the bits and pieces. We've got a nice little slide to put on the screen in the meantime. We should have some little sexy music as well, shouldn't we, playing? Louise plays saxophone as well. Perhaps she'll give us a blast one day. Right, a slide will come up. I'm turning my microphone off and we're going to start doing texturing next. See you in a minute. Oh, thank you, Miss C. Hurley. C. Hurley for the £10. Really do appreciate it. Join us in a moment. Right.
15 minutes behind schedule.
Oh, they heard that. Come on, you're 15 minutes behind schedule. I know, I'm sorry. So thank you very much for the donation. Zoe 995, thank you very much. Lee Young Chang, thank you very much for the $20 as well. I think there was one before there as well. One came in before. Zoe, I think, Louise, if you want to scroll back a second for me, darling.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Susan Davis, thank you very much again. I say we don't know yet how much has been raised. We will certainly let you know over the next day or so how much we've raised, but really appreciate all the money that's coming in. It is going to charity. Okay. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, question. Let's have a quick question. For the drawing of the rolling will be entered automatically if we enter any of the hourly draws? No. If you want to enter the rolling mill competition, you have to fill out the rolling mill entry. Because then if you don't want to win a green lion saw, you don't have to enter it, do you? If you entered one name and you were a winner of something you didn't want, well then that's a bit pointless. So that's the reason why we've got all these links coming up for you to win. And if you want to win a rolling mill, just enter it once. Once you've entered the rolling mill competition, you don't need to enter it all over again. Likewise with the t-shirts, the aprons, and everything else within this live stream. Thank you, Dave Cole. Thank you, do appreciate it. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Yeah. So for the next 50 minutes, you can win a Green Lion saw package, which is available via Otto Fry, $69. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Forrester, I Forrester, I keep saying Mr. I don't know why I say Mr. I Forrester, thank you very much. Any amount is completely accepted and will be given to UNICEF. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, texturing. Texturing. What can you use to make a texture? Anything, absolutely anything at all. The most obvious thing that you would most probably got on your bench is going to be something like a hammer. A hammer, it can be anything. It can be a normal goldsmithing hammer like this. It can be a planishing hammer. It can be a ball peen hammer. It can be a hammer that you bought next door in your local ironmongers. The face doesn't have to be polished. The face can be rough as anything. You can pick up these. I got a sweet in my mouth, so you have to excuse me a second. You can pick up these hammers really, really cheap. All right. There's a bit of a close-up on here. You can pick up these hammers nice and cheap. All right, say in the pound shop for £1, and you can mark the faces. You can mark the faces, so then as you happen to strike the metal, whatever is imprinted here will have a result upon the metal that you hit. That is if you want to do it that way. You can also buy things like texture hammers. For me, they tend to be quite expensive for what they are, because you can really buy cheap hammers and put marks and saw blades and patterns in them yourself really, really cheap. I've got a few texture hammers here if you want to have a look at them. I've lost my, I just had that in my hand just a second ago, or did I put it away? Andrew, you are losing it. I just put it in the drawer there. There we go. So these are texture hammers. So as you can see on this texture hammer, we have a grid pattern. On the other side, we have this lined pattern. More texture hammers. We've got this here, which is almost like a golf ball. Can we focus on this? There we go. And then again, a little bit more of a narrower pattern there. We've got a smaller headed one. This has, again, lines and also little dots on that one. Thank you very much, Judy Pickering. Thank you for that. And thank you for Joseph for your kind donations. Really, really do appreciate it. You can even just have little hammers like this, just with a little round, nice polished face on there. So you just literally get your piece of metal and you just whack it with a hammer. Simple texture. Thank you, Tessa. Or Tess, for the donation. Really do appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. So just hit it with a hammer. The metal that really does need to be annealed, first of all. If you have a piece of metal that you've passed through the rolling mill, you work hardened it, it really has to be annealed to make it soft. Otherwise, you're not going to get a good transfer of texture from the hammer onto the piece you're actually hitting. If you're constructing something, I've got a look at this. This is nice, even if I do say so myself, because I made it. This is a hinged bangle that I made up on At the Bench. It's got a nice clasp, opens up. It's got a gorgeous, gorgeous hinge. Okay, so this was a project that we did on At the Bench. As you can see, it's hollow. You can't really tell from here, but it is a hollow bangle. On the outside, as you can see, it's got a gorgeous, gorgeous pattern running along the outside. Now, that pattern had to be put on before I bent the metal around, before I shaped the metal. Thank you, Anne. Thank you very much for your donation. That's very kind. Really, and Tess, yeah, Tess and Judy, yeah, yep. Joseph, yep. Brilliant. Thank you all very much indeed. So the pattern usually has to be put on, if you're striking it, it's an imprint, has to be put on whilst you're constructing your piece, while perhaps it's in a flat form. So you can put it onto something like a steel block like this, or like that as well. Okay. So those are hammers that you can use. So as I mentioned, I think you can use a nail. You can go next door to your ironmonger's store or buy a bunch of nails, buy some bits of metal, and you can put your own textures and shapes on the metal. I have a nail here, as it happens. This is a nail that I picked up from my local ironmongers, as you can see, and I have put a nice little straight edge on the end. This is what I use for a little bit of repoussé, or however you want to say it. So you can make your own punches. I got some gorgeous punches here, from this company here, 𝗟𝗶𝘃𝗀𝗃𝗃, something like that. I can't remember how you actually say it, but 𝗟𝗃. And they do produce some gorgeous, see if I can get a bit closer again for you guys, you can really see. They do some absolute fabulous, different textured punches, as you can see. And obviously, there are lots of companies out there that will make up punches for you. Easily make up your own punch. Quickly tell you, get a nail, whatever it is you want, heat it up to a bright red. Let it cool. Okay, air cool. When it's cooled, the metal should be fairly soft. File it, shape it, put a pattern into it, polish the end, make sure it's nice and polished, okay? This thing I need to just check first of all before I go any further. Okay, yeah, so that's what you, so you file it, you shape it, you polish it, okay? Then you heat it up again. Have I got this right? Because I was a bit confused when I did this last time. Yeah, sorry, so you shape it, yeah. So yeah, you heat it up to cherry red, you quench it, okay? So that hardens the metal. You can quench it in water or you can quench it in oil. That makes the punch really, really hard. Sometimes that'll be a little bit too brittle and it may start to crack and fracture and split. So what you want to do, you want to make sure that the area then that you're hitting has been reduced in hardness a little bit. So what you would do then is you would heat the opposite end to the end you've just filed and shaped until it gets quite warm. And then what you'll see a band of color go all the way down the punch. Or when the area that you have shaped and just polished is a nice straw color, stop heating it. Then you quench it in water or oil then, and that will then give the punch the correct hardness it needs to be able to hammer. Okay, so that's how you make your own punch. I got another one by here that I've made as well. And again, this is one that we use for repoussé. Nicely hammered, and obviously as I'm talking, if the face is polished, it will produce a polished pattern when you hit it in the metal. If it's a rough texture, it'll produce a rough pattern. So those are hitting an imprint upon a piece of metal. We've got some little dies here as well. These are some little dies that we've picked up, that you get a piece of metal in here, you put your piece of metal in there and you hammer it. And when you hammer it on this side here, the pattern that is in these dies, we got a couple of them here, will actually be imprinted upon the silver. And you can just about see there, we got this gorgeous repeated pattern running all the way along. So again, that's sort of texturing as well. There are other ways that we can texture. Just look at what I got on my bench here. So again, we're going back to burrs. We're going back to these wallets. These were just lent to me by burrs, because basically they're producing some fantastic burrs. They're producing, with the burrs, we can do some fantastic textures. They produce burrs for every single type of occasion. As you can see, these are all individual burrs, carbide burrs. All these gorgeous, gorgeous, I'm just knocking everything over here, gorgeous burrs, okay? So even though burrs may be setting burrs, you can use them for patterns. You can use them for shapes. I did a film on YouTube about a month ago on using, getting like a not planished, a dented sort of pattern upon a ring. I used a hammer to produce a texture, a dimpled texture, but then I also used a round ball burr as well to produce the texture. So even though a burr may be sharp, it may be angular, it may be a cylinder burr, you'll get that cylinder burr, put it on the edge of a piece of metal. It'll make a lovely groove in the metal, add a bit of texture. You get a round ball burr. You can simply dap it into the surface to make like a craters in the surface, that sort of thing. Thank you very much, Jane Humphries. Thank you very much for your donation. Thank you so much. You can run the burr over the surface to get a random sort of pattern. What else have we got that we can use? Quickly going through here now, the burrs. Burrs you can use bark texture. You can use the end of a cross pane hammer. This is a gorgeous frets hammer. I absolutely love these hammers. It's got a nice narrow edge here. Shall I hammer it? Shall I hammer it in some metal? Go on, Andrew. Hammer it in a bit of metal, son. Where's my bit of metal? Okay, there's a bit of metal. I'm not quite sure where this is nailed. I got some protective wrapping on here. So, okay, let's just bash some metal with some of the punches I've got, just for you to see exactly what sort of textures we're actually putting into this. Let's see what we can do. See how close we can get on this camera. See if this is going to work. Can you see there? How about that? Okay. Okay, cross pane hammer. Make sure you're on a steel block like this or this. Okay, so these are little steel blocks. Make sure it's well supported. Get your hammer and start to bash. Okay, so I'll have to warn you. James, thank you very much for that. I do appreciate that. I can't do that little emoji, unfortunately. Way, like this. Way. Okay, so we get the cross pane and we just hit the metal. And I know I have the protective. Let me put my picture-in-picture on. I know, wrong side. I know I've got the protective wrapping on here, but I'm in a rush because we're slightly running behind. All right, so from that, we have produced this sort of almost bark-like texture. All right, something like that there. Let's use some of these punches and see what sort of textures these punches use. Let's get a hammer. We can just tap these punches down on here. Again, protected wrapper, Andrew. I know that. I just haven't got time to take off. And also, if you have a pattern on the end of your punch and it is quite directional, by simply moving the punch around as you tap it into the piece, will produce a bit more of a random pattern. That's quite a nice, not quite sure what that is, but that's a nice little pattern. You've got a bit more like a leopard skin pattern on this. So you get the general gist of the idea, and the punch that I made up out of a nail. Simple little lines. You could turn those lines around and you can get a nice bit of a, yeah, you get the general gist, a lovely little leaf pattern, and you can replicate that along your piece of metal. And that was for free. That was an old nail that was hanging around in the ironmongers. And so you get the general gist of it. Anything that you can hit with a hammer, or even the hammer itself, will produce a mark. If you are lucky enough to have a rolling mill. Now, we're going to come on to that because I think I'm going to talk a bit about a rolling mill as well, even though the rolling mill is going to be after this. I'm going to talk a bit about rolling mill as well. And with rolling mills, you can do what's called roller printing by putting a pattern. Joe, thank you very much. Really appreciate it, Joe. Thank you. Appreciate that. Roller printing with a rolling mill. Now, pen and paper handy. Go and grab a pen and paper handy. I'll give you a few minutes to go and grab a pen and paper because there's a website that I want you to go and see. And if you're interested in roller printing, this lady has one of the best selection of roller printing plates out there. She doesn't know I'm doing this. She very kindly sent me a plate a while ago, which I used for my bangle. Okay, so if you like this sort of pattern, I'll let you go and grab a pen and paper. She doesn't know I'm going to do it. If you do go to this website and buy any texture plates, please mention my name. I'd much appreciate it because she's a lovely, lovely, lovely lady. Texture plate. What is a texture plate? Simple. It is a plate, let me move out on this, that is full of a texture. And this one has got a gorgeous, gorgeous pattern. It's quite a regular sort of pattern, as you can see. And this was the bangle that I used, or this was the plate I used to make the bangle. Okay. By the way, if you want to enter to win a Green Lion saw package, if you haven't done so already and you've just come on, please click the link in the chat box. You've got a chance of winning a Green Lion saw. If you've entered once, no need to enter it again to the Green Lion saw package. If you're interested, click on it. You've got a chance of winning. Anyway, texture plates. Texture plates are available a lot of places. So pen and paper, yeah, you've got your pen and paper. Good. Okay, so the website you need to, I just did this last minute because I thought texture plates would be brilliant. So the website you need to look at is OregonTrailSilver.com. Let me just do a bit of a close-up on here. If you can understand my writing, not very good, is it? It's, the lady's name is Roberta. All right then, so there we go. OregonTrailSilver.com. Make a note of that. I'll put it into the link down below when we finish the broadcast, and I'll do all these links again. It'll be a huge, amazing resource. OregonTrailSilver.com. Roberta has, I think, one of the best selection of texture plates available. She produces limited editions. She'll produce ones every now and again. You've got to be in with it quick to win one, not to win one, sorry, to buy one. They're really, really reasonable. She does them herself. How she does them, it's a secret, but she produces all these plates herself. Absolute amazing, as you can see, the pattern, and it is a good depth on this. Other texture plates are available with different textures. There's another example here on this type of copper that is here with a lovely pattern on that as well. But you don't necessarily need texture plates or to buy anything to produce a texture upon metal, like what we use with the hammers. You could hammer anything. You could get a paper clip and hammer a paper clip into a piece of metal to get the impression. So that's what we can do with a rolling mill. I'm going to take you over to the rolling mill in a second just to show you exactly what I mean. So what do I mean anything can be printed? Well, I have got, and I'm going to try this because I haven't tried this yet. I was out in the garden the other day and I have got some grass. This is some, obviously, a head of grass seed. Yep, is that what you call it? I think that's what you call it, isn't it? Grass seed, those, yeah. And this is a lovely, lovely example. If you've got some leaves, some skeletons, leaf skeletons, you can do exactly the same. You can do this. You can imprint the leaf skeleton into a piece of metal. So as you can see, I did that. That was on a larger piece of metal. I imprinted that, and then I just simply went round with a saw and just cut that out. I put it onto a nice bit of a fancy bit of wire to sort of replicate like a leaf going, ooh, coming down, that sort of thing. Okay, so that's something that you can do. So let me just quickly take you over to the rolling mill just to give you an idea of how we can do that. So yes, Louise.
Looking for a link for Roberta because people are asking. I'm not sure which one. Thank you very much. Yep. Oh, that's the one I've got. Oregon Trail.
Oregon Trail Silver.
Right, fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. So she has. She should have them there. Yeah. So she should have her texture plates there. She also has a Facebook group as well. Check that out. She releases a lot of her texture plates on that Facebook group, and that you obviously then pick which one you want and you pay her and she will make them to order. Yeah, is that okay? Yep, she has a sale which ends 7th of June. Ideal. Go and have a look. Yeah, so yeah, Gwen, get Gwen Youngblood, Rolling Mill Resources, yeah, is another one. She does texture plates and heavy paper. So she gets like a silhouette cutter, a cameo cutter, something like that. And then you can do that. You can cut out shapes. So yeah, anything that you feel that you could imprint into a piece of metal, you can do if you've got a rolling mill or if you've got a hydraulic press. So if you've got some really nice, heavy textured handmade paper, for instance, you can impart that texture onto a piece of metal. You have got some lovely cloth, some open weave cloth. You can imprint that cloth texture onto a piece of metal. Obviously, you need to do this before the piece of that you're making is made. Thank you very much, iForester, for that. Thank you so much indeed. Come up with these new emojis. I like doing these. These are good.
Yeah, let's see which one we can do to do that makes him look funnier.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. It's texture plates. So let's just move the camera and go across to the rolling mill a second, just to see if this is going to work. But what I may do actually while I'm talking to you is perhaps try and remove some of this protective paper off my copper in the meantime. So I think the next hour we're going to be looking at all about rolling mills. So this is sort of an overlap really into the things that you can do with your rolling mill. They are expensive, but I feel that a rolling mill is one of the major purchases that you can make. That is one of the best purchases you could make, in addition to things like the flex shaft, because you can put all these patterns from the burrs using your flex shaft. You can get some grinding wheels as well that will impart a texture using your flex shaft. Okay, I've taken the plastic off my bits of copper. Let's go across the rolling mill and let's see if this is going to work live, shall we? This is going to be fun. Let me just move the cameras across here a second and let's see if this is going to work without pulling any leads out or anything like that. So bear with me guys a minute. My screen's upside down. There we go. Let's try and tighten that up there. Let's try and move this camera. So I'm going to move you. There we go. Do you like this? Do you like my new poster? There we go. It's a nice poster, that. I do like that. How's that? Can you see me now? Oh, modern technology, eh? Look at that. So yeah, gorgeous, gorgeous poster. That's from the Metalsmith Society. Go on Instagram, search for @Metalsmith Society. Porky has got some really good t-shirts and she's got some gorgeous merch as well. Go and support her. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's get my bit of grass and let's see how this is going to work. Obviously, you should make sure that your metal is really nice and soft as well. I haven't had time to anneal these, so perhaps my imprint is not going to look the best because I haven't had a chance to anneal it. So always make sure that your metal, it can be silver, it can be gold, it can be copper. They're the best metals to do it. Brass, I think, is going to be a little bit too hard to enable you to do this. How are we looking on the cameras? Yeah, I got this camera in. Yeah, so apologies for this camera here. That's going to be a close-up camera coming on now. So good luck, Louise. So we're going to be doing, so a rolling mill. Yeah, this is your rolling mill. We're going to open up. Let me just make it a bit wider. In fact, let me kind of do picture-in-picture on this as well. I can't. Am I picture? Am I on? Am I on? Picture-in-picture.
People are asking whether you can buy the burr box.
You can't.
You can't.
No. So that folder is from Bursch. They have sent them over to me just purely to show the burrs that are available from them. I will take a photograph and I will post up some images, whether it be on Facebook or whether it be on Instagram, of all what's the contents are in them. You don't think you can buy them. Obviously, the burrs come in the little containers like these that you can keep them in, or you can have a little little stand to put all the burrs in. But yeah, lovely, lovely folder, but I'm afraid I don't think you can buy them. So make sure your metal is nicely annealed. Make sure it's fairly, fairly thin. I'm using 2 pieces of copper here. What we need to do first of all is to get the rolling mill and to turn the handle here and make sure that it is basically open. me go back onto close-up camera. So what you want to do is put, I'm using both pieces. So what's going to happen? We're going to put that on the inside there. We're going to put that on top, and we're going to squash the grass together. And then when we pass it through the rolling mill, that grass pattern, texture, shapes will be imparted on the top and on the bottom of the metals that we're putting through. I wouldn't put it through like this, because as you go through, it is going to squash, and the action of the rolling mill will just take it everywhere. So I would always try and sandwich it between two pieces of metal. You have one go. You cannot keep doing this. You have one go at this. So what I'd advise you to do is get your two pieces of metal, in this case, put it between the rolling mills, between the rolls like this. And once it's between, turn the handle until, this way, Andrew, it says tighten on the top, until it just goes together. All right, so that now is going to be pretty much a dead pass. Nothing is happening at all because the two pieces of metal are just touching. So that is what's called a dead pass or a dead roll. Depending on what you are texturing or what you're using to texture, this is grass. It has a bit of depth about it. If you are doing some paper, something like that, the paper is very, very thin, so you won't necessarily have to open these rolls any further. Yep.
Yeah, gonna open the floor to some questions in a few minutes.
Yeah, we got another, 5-10 minutes. Yep, 5 minutes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So this has a little bit of depth. This has a little bit of body about it. So I'm just going to open up my mill about 1/8 of a turn, something like that. Remember, I haven't annealed these. I wasn't prepared to actually do this. This was something that I had an afterthought. So sandwich the metal, sandwich the grass inside the metal like that. Okay, you can get some tape around it to hold it together if you wanted to. Put it between the rolling mill like this. Let's just tighten that a fraction. And just simply take the grass through the mill. You have one go. You can't go, oh, damn me, I didn't put the rolling mill tight enough. I'm going to have another go. Because you can't. You've got to have one go at this. Take it through. Is that going to be tight enough, Andrew? Let me just tighten this down. There we go. Okay. Let's just take it through and we'll see if this works. Live. Let's have a look. Will it work? Okay, so it's going through. It's going through. Going through. Oh, sorry, I was in the way then, wasn't I? Going through, going through, going through. And I'm not going to look at it as it comes out just yet. Let's have a look. Okay, so here we go. Has it worked? Drum roll, please, Louise. Okay, thank you. Okay, has it worked? Ish. It's not too bad. I think because the metal wasn't annealed, it has wrinkled slightly. Not the best, but you get the general gist of the idea. As you can see, this is what has happened to my bit of grass now. It's completely flat. So that is basically what we're doing. If you want to do the same process with a texture plate, and I know I'll be really, really quick, Louise, now. Oh, you will do the same thing with the texture plates. They do have limited lives, but you can put an awful lot of metal on top of this and pass it through the rolling mill. As you use it, the texture plates will become slightly curved, but that won't affect their use. Again, I should have annealed this. I'll be quick. So again, perhaps we should put some packaging top and bottom on this, but I'm in a bit of a rush. Open up the mill, put that through, bring it down until it just touches and you can't pull that out. What I would do here now is just tighten it a little bit, because we need to push that metal down into the texture plate. So let's put this through and let's see how this comes out, if it comes out any better, because don't forget, I have not annealed this and I should have done. So let's take this through. Let's loosen that a fraction, because I think I don't have enough muscles today. Okay, let's take this through. Here we go. take that through and bring that out the other side, and live on YouTube. Okay, so let's have a look and see how that looks. How does that look?
That's lovely.
That's not bad, is it? Considering that is not being annealed, there's my plate, there's my texture. So you get the general gist of the idea. It actually does look very much like, whoop, I'm quite impressed with that. Okay, let's get back to the bench. Let's get back and we shall carry on with this. Bear with me, guys, a second. Close up, there we go, to there. And I need to have the camera on. Mwah. Long range shot, here we go. Let's turn this around to there and just make that wider and drop that down a fraction. How's that? That's looking good, Andrew. Cool. All right, cool. So, very, very, nope, not yet. Oh, just give me a minute, give me a minute. The other thing that you can do for textures as well is this. To go back to the Dremel things, these little texture wheels like this. Maybe really, really quick about this now as well. These go in your flex shaft, and as you turn it, this spins round. You can then produce patterns. Like eye protection on this, please, guys. And you can go over. All right, so these are texture wheels. You'll produce like a texture like this. Okay, so you can see anything you want, you can make textures with. I do like this. Let me a bit more of a close-up on this. So this was the texture we just did with Roberta's texture plates. As you can see, it does bend, but anneal it, it will straighten out. There's the texture plate. And there's that. It really is cool. So that's the Oregon Trail Silver. Check out Roberta's. Have a chat with her. Tell her I sent you. She may do something, I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's give her that banana skin, Louise, that stinks. All right then, so that was really, really quick. I do apologize, I was running slightly behind schedule, but that was all about texturing. Questions, what sort of questions do we have, may I ask?
We've got about 10-15 minutes
left
before we have to go to the competition.
Oh, hang on, sorry, Louise. Sorry, hang on, say again.
So.
You weren't on.
Oh, okay. Yes, there's 10 or 15 minutes left to enter the competition for the Otto Fry Green Lion Saw package.
Okay. So do you have the link?
Yes,
there?
Seth.
If you haven't entered the competition already for the Green Lion Saw package, please click on the link. If you have entered it, don't enter it again. Only one entry will be counted. So the question, let me have some questions, please.
Corbett is asking, if you're rolling something with lines in it, is there a way to reduce or eliminate stretching and distortion of their imprints?
Not really, no, because as you pass it through the rolling mill, there are going to be certain areas that are going to be in contact that will stretch, as you saw when I did the, it is there, it is roughly there. But because it was very, very thick, you can see the metal has buckled. And there's nothing you can really do with that. I suppose you could put that within a hydraulic press to try and flatten it. But because the metal is in contact with various points, it will sometimes stretch. Is that what think means? Yeah. It will stretch in a different way. But by having it nicely annealed, the metal will be nicely soft. And if you do get any wrinkles, any lines in it, you can always flatten it at a later date. But there's no way you can stop it. It's just the luck of the draw, I think, depending on what you're actually texturing and how far that texture is trying to be imprinted into the metal. Next question, please, Louise.
Okay. Do you hit the hammer once when using punches?
Whatever you want. I think if you've had a bad day, just hit it a few times. It depends, I suppose. Again, you've got to practice. Make sure your metal is annealed. And have a bit of a practice, have a bit of spare bit of copper and think, okay, let's just see what hammer I can use. Let's just use this hammer. And you go it's not really deep enough. Okay, so let's try a heavier hammer. So try a slightly heavier hammer and you hit it. Does that make it? No. Get a heavier hammer again. So just practice. If you're trying to produce an even repetitive pattern, you want to make sure that if you do hit it twice, that you get the punch in the same place as what you just hit it. Otherwise, you may get like an echoed or staggered sort of pattern. If it's a completely random pattern, well, then you can turn the punch as you hammer to get a completely random pattern. Otherwise, even though it may be a random pattern on the head, that random pattern may be reproduced, but turn it and it's completely random. So always, I think, try and get one personally, or just be very, very careful and make sure you realign the punch. Yes, Louise, next question.
Will a thin flower work?
Yes, it will. I used skeleton, a leaf skeleton. I went into Hobbycraft and I bought a little pack of skeletons, leaf skeletons, and there was about 8 or 10 skeletons in the packet. And as you know, a leaf is very, very thin. You can do it with a flower. I would advise, I think, that you'd perhaps dry the flower first. Otherwise, when you squash it, you're going to get a lot of moisture come out of the flower, which perhaps wouldn't work. But if you dry it, all that moisture then is going to be dried off, and what you're left with is the hard actual flower material itself. And this is why the skeletons work, because the leafy part of the leaf is all disintegrated, decomposed, and what is left is the skeleton that does produce the texture. So perhaps dry it first, keep it in, put it in the oven at a very, very low temperature. What's it called? Flower press, something like that, to absorb all the moisture from the flower. That would work just as well. So yes, I think that would work absolutely brilliantly.
Okay, Antonia said, what about using the same thing with a press?
Yeah. A hydraulic press, exactly the same thing. I think if you use a hydraulic press, I don't think you would get this, which would be a good thing. So you wouldn't necessarily get that, because obviously as you're rolling it, you're stretching the metal. But with a hydraulic press, providing you get something like a 20-ton, a Potter press would be ideal. You can do exactly the same thing. And I don't think you'd get perhaps as much distortion. So answering the 2 questions ago, if you do get some lines in it through the distortion, I think a hydraulic press, just simply compressing it into it as opposed to rolling it, you think you get a better straight finish with the metal. Next question.
A couple of questions about the plates. Does the steel plate need to be protected from the rollers? And similarly, how does it not flatten the texture plate?
Okay. Okay, so yeah, so the texture plates have been hardened. The rolling mill rolls are harder than these. So these plates should not hurt your rolling mill. As I said, if you have any doubt or you're a little bit unsure, well then perhaps get a bit of copper, a little bit of packing on the one side that doesn't have the texture to perhaps protect your rolling mill. The plates do wear. Yes, as I just mentioned when I was demonstrating, you use a plate quite often, the plates may actually get that sort of shape. So they do have a limited life, but they're not that expensive. And the amount of texture that you can do from these plates is really amazing. So yes, they do wear. And because you're actually putting metal that is softer than the plate, in theory, the texture on the plates should not squash. The texture should still be quite clean and crisp. But obviously, the more you use it, the more it is going to wear and to bend. Hang on, I've just turned you off. Hang on a second. There we go. Next question.
How can you avoid the metal from curling?
By using a hydraulic press. That would counteract that. I don't think you really can. You could try and put some tape, some masking tape around it to hold it in place. But by putting masking tape on it, you're going to be imprinting the masking tape onto the back of the silver. That may hold it together. But when it comes to this, all you need to do is to anneal it and then get your rawhide mallet and then just tap it flat upon a steel block. And once that's annealed, you should be able to flatten that, no problems at all. But to eliminate it completely, don't put it in there, simply use a hydraulic press.
Diana's used heavy lace.
Heavy lace?
I bet that's nice.
Absolutely, lovely. Next question.
Okay, Karen says, the rollers on my mill have a fine layer of rust. I use WD-40 to take off the rust. How can I smooth the roller surfaces, or do I need to buy new rollers?
Okay, remind me in half hour's time that question.
Yeah, we've got another rolling mill question about general maintenance of rolling mills, but we're doing rolling mills next, aren't we?
Next is, yeah, exactly. The next section in about 5 minutes' time is all about rolling mills. We're going to cover rolling mill maintenance and what you can do if you've got a bit of rust. So we'll cover that question in a little bit later, but it is a good question. It's something that we'll be covering in about 10, 15 minutes. But the rolling mill is going to start in about 5-10 minutes' time. Next question.
She's tried this with fresh grasses, but it pressed all the moisture out of the grass and made a bit of a mess of the rollers.
Oh, bless.
So it's best to dry then, is it, before?
Yeah, you need to dry it, and then what you're left with is the hard bit of the grass or the hard bit of the leaf, like the skeleton, that sort of thing. Otherwise, you will get it quite mushy, as just found out.
Okay, Leslie is asking, what thickness metal do we use?
It has to be fairly thin because you're passing it through the mill, and depending whether you've got a geared or a non-geared rolling mill. If you've got a non-geared and it's a direct drive, if you have anything too thick, it's going to be too much of a hassle to try and get that through. So, good question. Let me measure, and I will tell you now. This copper is 0.4 of a millimeter. I think the bangle that I used here is, okay, that's my very delicate leverage gauge. We'll try something else. That is 0.7. So the silver that I used for the hinge bangle here is 0.7 millimeters thick. And it has an awesome, awesome texture, as you can see. So yeah, 0.4 for the copper, 0.7. You can go as thick as you want, but obviously if you go too thick, it makes it harder to put through the mill. Plus the cost of it, if you're doing silver, would make it sort of quite prohibitive. Next question.
Ooh, would it be possible to texture wood into metal?
Oh, right, okay, wood. Wood, I think, oh gosh, depends on what wood. If you've got something like a rosewood or a hardwood, rococo, something like that would be really, really hard, but then the grain on those woods are usually quite fine. If you've got, what's a wood that would have an open texture? Something like ash. If you had some ash, tell you what you could do. If you've got some wood, pine wood, get a nice thin piece of pine wood, burn it, okay, so burn it over the surface, get a flame on it, burn it, wire brush the surface so you get rid of all the soft bits, and then you're left with the grain of the wood, yeah, and that grain is slightly proud. Then you could pass that through the mill, and then you get the wood grain showing through. But it would be important to remove part of the wood by burning it. The wood grain doesn't burn as readily and easily as the rest of the wood, so that would be really good. Wire brush, get rid of all that, and then we've got some fantastic texture. So yes, why not give it a go and let me know how it goes? I'd be excited to see it. Next question, Louise.
You want another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jacket to it.
Will dust from buffing, rouge, etc. damage the rolling mill?
We'll come to that in a minute.
Can I use texture plates just with a hammer?
Yes.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, but yes, you can. Yeah, exactly. But what you've got to remember is the metal has to be fastened down in the same position, because if the metal is there and you bash it and it moves, you're going to get a bit of an echo, a bit of like a silhouette of the texture, which wouldn't really look good. So bind it together with some not binding wire, some masking tape, some adhesive tape to hold it so it doesn't move. And then, yes, you can bash over it with a hammer. I think we'll have one more question just to put you on the spot now, Louise.
How do you get a matte finish?
On the texture, yeah? A matte finish? Okay, yes, you can use, what did I just do? There we go. You can use these. These are little steel bristles on a large mop. That would go in your double-ended polishing motor. You can use these wheels as well. I'm glad you mentioned that. That really wasn't rehearsed, but I have these to hand. This, again, goes onto your polishing motor. Okay, you then could easily use the same wheels like this. These are like Scotch-Brite wheels. These will produce a nice matte finish. You can get Scotch-Brite wheels to go in. Oh, there we go. I was looking for that. Into your flex shaft. You can use these texture wheels as well to impart a nice texture. Where's my bit of copper that I was just doing with that texture right here? So let me just do this quickly again. I should be wearing eye protection for this. Andrew, it's the one of the times when you don't do it that something happens. Put these on a minute. All right, so there we go. There we go. So that's given a bit of a matte satin finish to that. And there are lots of things that you can do. You can use like a matted brush, a glass fiber brush to give you the texture. Lots of ways to do a nice matte finish. Again, we could talk for hours on texturing, couldn't we, really, as well? A few things I haven't done. Okay, time is up. I'm being gestured to. I'm being gestured to. My time is up. So that was the hour all about texturing. I think we're going to have to overrun or reshorten the polish, the rolling mill. Oh, I chit chat.
No, I mean our chit chat, not obviously your valuable chit chat. I mean our
questions and answer chit chat. Well,
yeah.
Okay, so we have we have been running the competition over the last hour to win a Green Line Saw package. You've all clicked on the links, I hope, that Louise has been putting into the chat.
I have several times.
You are a good girl. So what we're going to do next, Louise is going to go through the all the information that she has now received.
Do you want to give it another 5 to 10 minutes? It's not been a full hour, or we can draw it now.
Yeah, give it another 5 minutes.
We didn't pop it on until about 10 past. Did we?
No.
Should we do another 10 minutes? So whilst you're
chatting and preparing,
yeah, get that done, and then I can write a second. Then
yeah, good idea. Okay.
Get it all out when you're
yeah.
doing your next demo.
Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to bring up a slide for rolling mill.
One step ahead of you, Barry.
Hey, that's what I like to see. We're going to bring up a slide now showing you what's coming next. We're going to be talking about the rolling mill, different types of mills, why do you need one, if you need one, what you can do with it, what happens if you've broken it, what if you get a bit of mess on it. We're going to be talking about that. I don't think that will actually take a whole hour, to be honest. So that'll be okay, because then that will be able to enable us to catch up with a little bit of time. But in the meantime, you can always scroll back through the chat when we're doing this and click on the, if you haven't done so already, what?
We forgot about the next competition.
The next competition, Louise.
Oh my gosh.
What is the next
The
competition?
next competition is you come in and do some bangle for me.
Oh, can you really?
Yes, you
What,
can.
on
Well,
this
you
one?
can't. You're giving
On
it
this
away.
one?
Well, you're not giving it away. Justin are giving it away.
Is that on the rolling mill or the forming one?
Yeah. Sorry, you can. That's. Do you want to know what you can win?
What can we win, Louise, on the rolling mill hour?
You can win a Durston doming set.
She let the cat out the bag. So in this hour, you can win a Durston doming set.
Shall I post the link?
Post a link to it. It looks something like this. It's a 24-piece Durston dapping set, if you want to call it a dapping set, or a doming punch set. Let's quickly bring one into place so you can see roughly what you can win over the next hour. It's somewhat like this. All right, it's a bit close. Okay, it looks something like this. I think this is the big set. It's not going to be as big as this, but the dapping set from Durston is worth, I got my bit of paper here, £280.
Wow.
£280, a dapping set, doming block set, could be yours, not this size, it's a little bit small, it's a 24 piece. So what does it comprise of? It comprises of, nice big doming block and all the punches to go in it in a nice little carry case that I will just put to one side in a minute. Okay, so that's what you can win over the next hour. It will be not an hour. We're going to do it for 50 minutes because we're running a little bit over time. Louise is going to post a link. Do it now, Louise. Push that button. There is the link. It's out there. That is the right one now. Doming set. Excellent. That is the link. If you want to win one of those doming sets, one of those dapping punch sets, please click the link, fill in your name, fill in your email address. We'll then go through all the results at 3 o'clock. That's 50 minutes. So this is a little bit shorter because I don't really want to run over time too much. Click on that, enter it. Good luck to all those. Oh, yeah, the chat's gone quiet. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, we'll do that one. We'll do that one. All right. Giveaway and the surveys.
Yes, enter as many as you like.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, as many. You can enter all the competitions. Please only enter them only once, but enter one for apron, enter one for the t-shirts, enter one for all the vouchers. Don't forget, you can still win Cherno Craft vouchers. We have 11 Cherno Craft vouchers to win. We have 4 £50 vouchers from Walsh. They look something like this. This is just a printout. This is a bit of paper that you can win, that you can redeem against all your purchases. Don't forget all the coupon codes in the description down below. Lockdown 20 for 20% off Durston products. Unfortunately, it's not unfortunate. If you're unfortunate to win that particular dapping set, but you still feel like you want one, you can use Lockdown 20 in the coupon code in the checkout of Durston Tools, and you can get 20% off your order. Likewise, in Otto Fry, use 5% discount of ATB5 for 5% discount. Don't forget half price membership to At the Bench using the coupon code LOCKDOWN. Too much to remember? Just check out the show more down underneath the film, and all the coupon codes are down there. I think apart from At the Bench, I forgot to put on. Okay, so everybody go and check out those links. We're just going to simply put a little screen up to say what we're going to be doing next. I will join you in 2 minutes. Take care. Okay, so whilst Louise win this, but you want to go and buy some tools from Otto Fry, use the 5% discount code in the description down beneath, ATB5. You've also got the the link to go to the next giveaway, which is the Domin set or the Dappin set from Durston. That's the 24 piece. That is worth, I did say, how much did I say? 280 was it? £280 worth, kindly donated by Durston Tools. Don't forget the giveaway, the main giveaway later on tonight is for the Agile C130. That's what I'm using today. That's what I'm going to be showing you now when it comes to this. Let me just also then put my other camera to one side a minute so we can see whilst Louise gets on with this. Just going to put a slide back into position just for another minute. So if you haven't already entered, please click on any of the competitions you want to win. Don't do the soldering one, that's come and gone. Don't do the package of the Jewellery saw now because that's going to be announced soon. So join me in a second. Okay, so I said at the beginning of the day that I would not say so. What time is it? It's nearly been good. We're going 5 1/4 hours. Got another 6 hours 15 to go. Wow. All right then. So here we go. This is going to be for the winner of the Otto Fry's kindly donated green line saw package. We had, how many entries did we have today for this particular one, Louise?
This particular one, we had 496.
490 entries. Brilliant.
Which were
7? Yeah. Only 7 which were duplicates. So well done for that. You're an honest bunch. Louise has gone through got rid of all the duplicates, and we are left with one winner, and that winner is, hang on. Winner is, hang on. Whoa. I'll go back on to you. You're on yourself. Winner is Louise.
Yvonne Russell-Jones.
Congratulations to Yvonne Russell-Jones. Well done for that.
You've won the Otto Fry Green Lion Saw package.
Excellent. So well done for that. We'll be in touch with details on how you can claim your prize a little later. But
all the prize winners will be emailed.
Yes, they will. Do you want to say that again? I'll put you on there, Louise. Go.
All the prize winners will be emailed.
Yeah.
If you've given us the right email, hopefully you have. If you haven't, then if you don't hear from us, you best get in touch with us.
Or we'll draw somebody else. Yeah. So everybody, thank you very much who's taken part. Don't forget, if you want to take part, and I haven't said it since first thing this morning, that you do have to be a subscriber to the YouTube channel that you're watching. That is something that I would love you to do, please, because don't forget what Louise and I are doing here. We are doing for the kindness and goodness of our heart. All we're asking for is if you want to place a donation, and we'd love you if you could donate by clicking the little box at the bottom of the chat with a little $sign on it. Click on that, donate some money. That's going to go directly to UNICEF. That's our charity for this live stream. Every penny of that will be going direct to UNICEF. And thank you all very much for that. As I said, we're not being sponsored, we're not being promoted, not being paid to do this at all. We're just simply doing this because I love what I love, and this is what I love doing, and I just love it. Anyway, that's enough of that. So well done, Yvonne, for winning the Green Lion Jewellery Soul package donated by Otto Fry. Don't forget, if you haven't won, you still want to buy some tools from Otto Fry, use the coupon code down below. It's ATB5. Okay, rolling mill time. We're going to do this for half an hour. We're going to come on in half an hour's time then and answer some questions regarding a rolling mill. Rolling mill. Okay, this is a Durston rolling mill. This is an Agile C130. This is a rolling mill that you can win by entering our rolling mill giveaway competition. If you've entered it already, don't enter it again. Your entries have been counted. If you haven't done so already, Louise is actually going to put a link to the rolling mill competition. Thank you very much to always gone. Put it back on there, Louise. I missed that down. Sorry. To S. Sloan, thank you very much. Thank you, Linda, for that. You are amazing. Am I going to do that as well? This way. I love doing the emojis. What's in that? Oh, okay. And thank you very much, Nancy. I do appreciate it. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, you are amazing. It's not me. You are the amazing ones by donating and also putting up with my silly antics. Okay, rolling mill. Well, I started when I was when I was young, not when I was in shorts, because that's been a long time since I was in shorts. When I left university and wanted to start in business, I had £1,000. I borrowed £1,000 from the bank. And what did I buy with £1,000? I bought a polishing motor and I bought a rolling mill. Even back then, 35 years ago, I bought a rolling mill. It was a Durston. And I'm saying Durston because I believe in the products. There are other rolling mill manufacturers out there. They're all good, but you got a chance of winning this Durston one. I bought a Durston rolling mill. It's a combination rolling mill. So it had, close the camera. So it had, different to this one, it had extension rollers over here that you can take off and put on. And then it also had the flat, and then it also had the V-grooves. Okay, you buy quality, you only buy once. Okay, so I've actually still got that rolling mill downstairs, and although I haven't used it over the past 8 weeks because the shop has been shut, we've used it pretty much every day for the past 30 years, and it is still going strong, albeit few little marks upon the rolls here, which I will tell you in a minute how you can get out. So I would strongly suggest that you save up all your pennies. You ask your family, you ask your friends, look, I've got a birthday coming up, Christmas is coming, can I have some money to buy a rolling mill? Because to be honest, once you've got a rolling mill and you're a really active jeweler, which means that you can actually melt some silver down, you can recycle silver. You can see we did an attempt at roller printing. You can melt silver, you can reuse the silver. And even though a rolling mill, this one is going to be costing, if you wanted to buy it, £960. What's that going to be? $1,200, something like that. I'm not really too sure. It is worth every single dollar, every single cent, every single penny. If you, Andrew, but that's just too expensive, I can't really run to that. That's no problem, because he says, as he tries to get off the phone on here, I will bring it over here for you to have a look at. This is another rolling mill. This is a direct drive rolling mill. Let me turn this around so I can get this in the frame. He says here, can you just get it in the frame there? There we go. All right. So this now is a direct drive. The difference now is this is a direct drive rolling mill. You can see we've got the handle here. Yeah, you got the handle, and here is the mill. Close-up shot. The handle is directly driving the bottom. Turn it around so the camera can see this. There we go, that's better. So the handle is directly driving the bottom roller. It is a direct drive. So one revolution of this handle does one revolution of the roller. It's as simple as that. This one here is a mini. It's a mini 100. We've got 100 millimeters from here to here. We have also got, let me just zoom in a little bit on this. Even better. There we go. So we got the flats, and then we've also got the V grooves here. And luckily on this one, and it's available without, we've got the extension rollers. So on the outside edge here, we've got an extension roller that does D-shaped wire. So this is a combination mill. It's a mini 100 direct drive. I love mills. I love a rolling mill, and I would always buy one again if I started my career all over again, and I would buy the best that I could possibly afford. If you are going to buy a mill and you're thinking, which one do I need? Do I need a direct drive, or do I need one with a gearbox? And the gearbox is, he says, as he's in the way of this shot now, is this here. This here is the gearbox. So as you can see, it's not a direct drive. The handle here goes into the gearbox, and the gearbox then does this bottom roller, which means what, Andrew? So what's the benefit? Well, with the rolling mill here, one revolution of the handle does the bottom of the mill, takes it round once. With this mill, one revolution of the handle here takes the bottom roll round 1/5 of a turn. But doesn't that mean you've got to work 5 times as hard, Andrew, to revolve it? No, you use 1/5 of the less power. Because it's geared, you can use it, and it's not as much hard work. It doesn't take as much effort to turn the handle as it would do if it was a direct drive. If you've got enough money to buy one of these, and you think, I'm not quite sure, save up and buy a geared mill, one with a gearbox. You will thank me in the long run. It's a lot easier, especially if you are, oh, that light's not over me. Okay. Especially if you, my lights were in the wrong place, especially if you're not strong, you don't have enough strength in your arms, a geared one is going to make life a lot easier. And if you are melting down your gold and you are melting down your silver, and you want to make up some flat sheet, or you want to make up some wire, it's hard work with the mini mill, the direct drive. Don't get me wrong, you can do it, but it's easier to do it with the geared one. It's a lot easier. And you may notice that these are slightly different as well. This has a handle, a circular handle. This one here has a T-bar. That is because this one isn't agile. This one is being manufactured a little bit at a lower cost, because the framework here is just that little bit thinner than what these would be, but the strength and the ability has not been compromised. It's cheaper to produce a T-bar handle than it is a solid round handle like this, and so forth. And that's the reason why this one does not have extension rollers, but that one does. Again, they've included those D-section rollers that are on the outside of that one. They have included it on the main rolls here, as you can see. So all rolling mills may look the same, but if you look at them and look at them closely, you will see subtle differences. But they all do the same thing. They all roll down metal. That's basically about rolling mills, isn't it? You can get rolling mills where the rolls here are going to be completely flat. So if you're doing nothing but rolling sheet, this area would be completely flat. It would have no grooves at all. And then you can roll down sheet to the whole width of the rolls. With the mills like this that have the V grooves, and that's these here, you can just see the V grooves, you are limited to what is left of the flat. But don't forget, on this particular mill, we've got the D-section grooves on this side. So because even though the mill is nice and wide, you are limited to this width that you have got, that you can roll flat sheets. So if you want to be rolling down really wide sheets, this mill is not going to be for you. But there is an Agile C150, which is another 20 millimeters wider, which means then you get a wider surface. Do you get the general gist of the idea? So, and also you can get a rolling mill that does nothing but wire. So you've got all these areas here that would be completely covered up, but all these V grooves are going to be in the top and the bottom as well. That enables you then just to do nothing but wire. So they're very specialized. You can buy double rolling mills. You can buy a D3, C1, D1, can't remember what they called that, sorry, combination C1, C3, C5, where there's another lot of rolls on top of this one. So then you would have flat upon the top and perhaps wire on the bottom. So you'd have 1 mil on top of the other. DRM C3, I think it is. But then they tend to be a lot more expensive, and you'd have a handle to operate the bottom, you'd have a handle to operate the top. So that's a good combination mill if you want a best of both worlds, where you want to do flat, wide sheets and a lot of square section as well. You've got the ability to do that on the bottom one and on the top one. And then in addition to these, because these are all manual mills, you can get electric mills that then will be powered by an electric motor. The same type of mills you can get them all flat. You can get a combination like this one, half and half, and you can get them all wire and so forth. Again, Durston have the electric ones. They're called TUI, the TUI series, and they're about £1,000, £2,000, but that's ideal, for instance, if you don't have strength in your arm. And I know Pablo, a good friend of mine, who you most probably know and heard of from his YouTube fame for his making a 1-carat diamond ring from 2 nuts, that sort of thing. He has an electric mill because he's paralyzed, he's in a wheelchair. So obviously the electric mill is going to be the ideal thing for him. Yeah, Pablo's absolutely brilliant. Oh, thank you very much for the brain that's coming in. Thank you very much, Lara, for that. Really do appreciate it. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you. We got Lara, and we've got, who else? We got Deloise, Lillian Doherty. Thank you so much indeed. Diane Welch, awesome. Mary Lesky, thank you very much, 20. And also, is that Takestar? Lakestar as well. And Alison, Julie, and Kelly. Oh my gosh, you are absolutely amazing. And Diane, and I've done that one. Thank you very much. You know, I'm not amazing. You are the amazing ones for donating. Really do appreciate it. And Karen, thank you so much indeed. Oh my God, this is far better than what I could ever imagine with your donations. Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate it. Really, really touched by it. Thank you so much. So that's what rolling mills are all about. I would always try and buy the best one that I could afford. What you don't want to do is sort of economize and buy a cheap mill and then realize then that you've got to buy another mill because it's worn out. You can get rolling mills with interchangeable rolls, really, really cheap versions. They're okay for occasional use. But for me, I use the mill nearly every day. It does an awful lot for me. I can roll down a sheet. And the advantage of a rolling mill is that you don't have to buy a huge amount of silver. Let me just have a drink a second. You don't have to have a huge amount of silver. If you don't have a rolling mill, you have to stock quite a bit of silver, quite a bit of material, because you have to have it in all the different gauges and all the different sizes, rectangular section wire, different sizes. And when you come to make a project, oh, damn, I haven't got the right size. And you've got to ring up and you've got to order the right size metal. So you've got stock that is dead. It's just lying in the drawer, just waiting to be used. Or you've got to pay carriage, you've got to pay postage, and you may have to pay a small order fee just to get that little bit of metal that you don't happen to have the right size for. Here comes the rolling mill. It's going to... The forklift is reversing, so I apologize for that next door. But the rolling mill comes into its own. You don't have to carry a huge amount of stock. You can carry, for argument's sake, 2mm square section wire, and you want a 1mm section wire. You can come along, square section wire, through the square section parts of the rolling mill, take it down to the required size. You may get a discount if you order quite a bit of material, which would make life a lot cheaper for you as well. And if you need that particular size gauge metal for a project that you've forgotten all about, or like me, left until the last minute, and you just cannot get the bit of metal in time, you can use your rolling mill to make it the right size for you. 2mm thick sheet, okay, initially it may be expensive, but you can cut a piece off, make it the right size there and then. You've got some bits and pieces, you've got some scrap silver that you have been cutting off and they're lying in your tray. What do I do with the scrap pieces of silver? melt them down. I've done a film on YouTube showing you exactly what you can do if you don't even have an ingot mold. Squeeze it with your tweezers, make a little bit of an ingot, flatten it, make yourself a little bit of sheet, reuse it, put it through the squares, the D sections here, make some square wire. Want to make up some wedding rings, some plain rings using recycled gold. Oh my gosh, the amount of wedding bands and bangles that we have made using clients' gold and clients' silver. You wouldn't believe it. It's a fantastic way of recycling. What a service. You can say to your client, you got any bits of metal, not bits of metal, but bits of gold that your relatives have left behind. If you've got any rings that your grandmother had, bring them in, let us melt them down. We can melt